welcome everyone to our work session special call meeting for Monday, March the 7th. May I have a motion to approve our agenda?
So Madam Chair, I have a point of order on that.
Okay.
Item 2B. When was that added to the agenda? And so who requested that to be added to the agenda? And when did they request it be added to the agenda?
I added this to the agenda, and basically it was done before the agenda was sent out. And it was because we knew that we were going to review this particular item. And so feeling like we're already gonna review it, we wanna go ahead and take board action on it today, was my thought and rationale for adding this item to the agenda.
So before, Moore County School Policy requires agenda items to be added requested to be added 6 days prior to the.
Which was, Dr. Locklear and I talked about this last Tuesday.
Yes, sir, and I'd also will note that when I suggested we table the item last month, that we bring it back this month. So I did note that at our meeting as well, and that was the plan moving forward.
I think most people would have expected it to be added to the business meeting, not the work session. I was taken aback when I noticed that it was added to the work session. And if the chair and Mr. Locklear discussed it last Tuesday, that was not 6 work days prior to the meeting. That would have been 4 work days prior to the meeting.
It's been planned all month to have it on the agenda. We've been working on it since February.
So a board member made a formal request to add it to the agenda 6 days prior to the meeting.
Correct, Mr. Hensley, and certainly it would have been great for you to call this to our attention when the agenda was sent out. And other members, I don't know, do you feel we need to?
I don't have an issue. I don't know if there's an issue with.
Fine with me to go ahead in the action.
And one of the reasons that I felt like it was important is because with the time frame of trying to
Madam Chair,
get this
point of
work
order.
done.
Point of order. I'm not trying to debate the merits of the issue. If it's on the agenda, we will have time to put forth motions and debate the merits. I am questioning in my point of order whether or not a request was made in a timely manner. And I'll tell you what, in spite of there not being any written evidence or documentation of this, I will take you all at your word
Madam
that it was
Vice Chair,
that the request was done 6 days prior.
were you?
I was aware that it was on the agenda, yes, ma'am.
This was discussed along with our vice chair, so there was a third-party person that
Yes,
was
ma'am.
in our discussion. Last Tuesday morning at 10:30.
Fair enough, so I'll summarize. So Tuesday, 4 work days before this meeting, there was a discussion that there's no written record of where this was formally requested and added to the agenda 4 days prior to this meeting.
Correct.
That's what I heard. Okay.
Thank you.
I do have a concern, and the concern is, I believe, and somebody's going to correct me if I'm wrong, that the contract itself was given to us on Sunday, okay? That it wasn't even given to us with the agenda, but even if it was given to us with the agenda, because I didn't see it till Sunday, that's on Friday. And we've got a contract which is, I don't know,
$1
20,
million.
30 pages long, which we're supposed to approve, on a couple of days' notice, just,
So
It's odd
let's
to me.
do this.
It's odd to me.
Certainly, we are not trying to pull the wool over anyone's eyes, so to speak. The goal was to try to move this project along so that Pinecrest could begin their work. So let's just remove this item as an action item from our agenda today. We can certainly move it as an action item for next Monday's agenda. And having said that, are there any other issues with approving our
I
agenda?
object to that, Madam Chair. I don't know that we need to remove it as an action item when we've had adequate time for discussion this morning, which we have allowed. Then I think if it needs to be tabled, at that time, you could entertain a motion to table it, but there's no reason to do so at this point.
Okay, so all in favor of approving our
Well,
agenda?
Madam Chair, I have something to say in rebuttal of the Vice Chair. I just want to make it perfectly clear that I am not stating whether I am for this or against it. I just want to make sure that we are following Moore County school policies, that items added to the agenda have to be done in writing 6 work days before the meeting. And I would point out that both the chair and the vice chair both said that they decided last Tuesday, which was not 6 work day, excuse me, I have the floor, which was not 6 work days, it's 4 work days. And then echoing Mr. Levy's comment that, and one, Ms. Thompson's comment that, well, I could have said something Friday. Well, first of all, I was doing something else on Friday, but secondly, if I would have voiced it on Friday, that still wouldn't have cured the 6 work days prior. But going on to Mr. Levy's point is apparently the contract, which a thoughtful and deliberative board would have reviewed and discussed with people, apparently important documents like the contract weren't provided until Sunday, 16 hours before this meeting. So my objection is this is just more of the same. Oh my gosh, this is such an emergency. We're going to give this board 16 hours to contemplate an $800,000 million whatever, a contract approaching $1 million. We're going to give them 16 hours before the meeting, before their vote, and that's just a crappy way to do the people's business. I don't understand the emergency.
I'll make a motion. Let me make the following motion. My motion is to amend the agenda to allow for for discussion of the donation of the synthetic fields for John Williams Complex at Pinecrest High School for today, okay? And to place it for board action at our regular business meeting, so that the public and everyone can come in and comment, and we can have a little time to look at the contract.
I second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to remove this particular item. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion is denied 4-3.
Just a point of clarification, and then I'm not going to say anything more about it. It wasn't to remove the item. In other
Right.
words,
Yes, it's moved
it was to move it
Yes.
for discussion today and action at our next meeting.
Yeah.
So-
But I believe that that's what we voted on. I
Yeah.
just want to correct the
Okay.
record on that.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say, just real quick, if we feel that after we've hearing everything today, that we need to table it, I'm all for that, but I want to hear it first before I deny voting.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I have 2 questions. What's the policy number, David, for that?
1321.
1321.
Thank you.
Okay, and did you all consider this an emergency item?
We considered this as an item that had been delayed 30 days. We knew that there were items that had to be in place before summer month. I mean, the time frame. Yes, we felt like we needed to
Okay.
move this item along to discuss
Okay.
it, to finalize it,
Okay.
so that other turfs and things could be done at Pinecrest High School.
Because normally we call it an emergency meeting for a specific item, but since we were already having a meeting, you consider
Exactly.
this
We
emergency
felt
item
like-
and had it added to the agenda.
Exactly,
Okay.
yes, Mr. Dennison, we felt like that we could just discuss it today, add it to the agenda as an action item, so that Pinecrest could move along with their plans to get the synthetic field system going.
Okay.
Okay,
Moving this along, I'll now move to approve the agenda.
thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll have a Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Dennison, if you would lead us in that, please.
Yes, ma'am. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Vice Chair, a moment of silence, please.
Thank you. I invite you all to join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
Next is, under our board action, we have COVID-19 management update. Again, this was an item that we felt like once we reviewed and discussed, that we could move this along, given where we were with having mask optional. So Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, board members. Yes, Dr. Metcalf and Dr. Powers are with us this morning to give a brief update of our management of COVID-19 to include any updates to the toolkit that's taking place, and any new information from our Moore County Health Department as we continue that collaboration, as well as looking at our most recent metrics that continue to trend in the direction that we want to see them trending. This includes a recommendation on my part that we continue optional masking indoors and at all events and activities. And as a result of a change from the CDC's rule, we basically had the weight of law to it that we had to have masking on our bus transportation. They now changed that. And so this also includes a recommendation to have optional masks on bus and school activity bus transportation, and a recommendation to follow the toolkit's guidance on return to school work after isolation as allowed by the Moore County Health Department. And so with that, I'll turn over to Dr. Powers.
Okay, very good. So we just want to start by, again, as we do each month, just thanking our partners who have worked with us throughout the pandemic, the Moore County Health Department, ABC Science Collaborative, First Health, and of course our parents, students, staff, and community members. So just to briefly outline what the presentation will be today, we'll provide updates related to DHHS and their guidance, quarantine management in collaboration with the health department, brief update on our state COVID-19 testing programs in our schools. We'll also look at the County of Moore metrics as well as the Moore County Schools metrics, and finally share the staff recommendation with the board. So first, just an update as to where we currently stand. As everyone is aware, DHHS and their Strong Schools Toolkit was last updated on February 10th and included information that was to go into effect on February 21st. As is shared on here, it says there have been no new updates to DHHS's Strong Schools Toolkit. However, there was an update this past Friday on March 4th. That was after this presentation was linked. But do know that there were no significant changes beyond the new guidance that went into effect on February 21st. However, the new toolkit does say that DHHS no longer recommends universal masking in schools. So, where do we currently stand related to the toolkit's guidance? As we shared last month, effective February 21st, quarantines are no longer required following exposure as long as individuals remain asymptomatic. And that applies to both either a mask required or mask optional environments.
Just one question. I thought, doesn't a vaccination come in there somewhere?
No longer.
No longer. So if two people meet and one is exposed, one is exposed, he still is not quarantined if he is if he's not vaccinated. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is the guidance that went into effect on February 21st. Also effective February 21st, their contact tracing is also no longer required in our schools. Isolation is still required for any students or staff who are diagnosed with COVID-19 or have symptoms of COVID-19. The toolkit does allow for return from isolation on day 6 through 10 if symptoms are improved, the person has been fever-free for 24 hours, and they wear a well-fitting mask consistently and appropriately through the end of their 10-day isolation period. So, just a little new information here, as Dr. Locklear shared. Effective February 25th, the CDC exercised its enforcement discretion to no longer require that individuals be masked while riding on school buses, activity buses, or other forms of school transportation. I also wanted to provide an update to the board that at this time, we do not see the need for any restrictions related to end-of-year activities, so planning for those end-of-year activities are progressing at this time without any special COVID-related considerations. And then also related to out-of-state field trips, district staff are currently considering options to possibly allow for out-of-state travel again, and we'll continue to keep the board updated as those plans are finalized. Okay, related to our work with the continued work with the Moore County Health Department. As we have done throughout the course of the pandemic, we continue to communicate as needed with the health department and meet formally weekly with their staff. The health department does plan to continue to follow the guidance of DHHS and their Strong Schools Toolkit regarding COVID-19 management decisions and in making isolation quarantine related decisions. And of course, our Moore County School staff will continue to monitor the metrics both of the County of Moore as well as our Moore County Schools metrics as we make recommendations related to COVID management each month. So effective February 21st, the Moore County Health Department is following the updated toolkit guidance, and they are no longer requiring quarantines or contact tracing in our schools related to COVID-19 exposures. At this time, in a mask optional environment, the Moore County Health Department recommends 5 days of isolation for positive or presumed positive individuals with an option to return to school on days 6 through 10 if symptoms are improved and they have been fever-free for 24 hours. That again aligns with the recommendations of the toolkit. Also want to share that Moore County Schools does continue to notify parents from classrooms or groups through communicate phone messages if there is a confirmed or presumed positive case in their child's classroom or group. We feel like it's very important that parents be kept informed and know when that occurs, just so they can keep an eye on their children for symptoms. Just a little brief information related to our COVID-19 testing programs in our schools. Moore County Schools began offering this free diagnostic testing to students and staff at select school sites on November 15th, and we continue to offer that service to our students and staff. Since quarantines are no longer required, test to stay is not currently needed as an option for avoiding exclusion from schools, so we're really not doing anything with test to stay at the moment with no quarantines required. Just a reminder that parents must register and provide documented consent in order to have their child tested. No student is tested without documented parental consent. And just a little data related to testing over the past month, from February 4th to February 28th, 950 students were tested with 343 positive results, and 242 staff were tested in our schools with 92 positive results. I do want to share that the Moore County Health Department has shared with us over the last week that the CDC has a new tracking mechanism related to community spread, whereas this current tracking system is called the CDC's COVID-19 community levels.
That was important.
Okay. So you can see by looking at the chart, the new community levels is based on COVID-related hospital admissions. So you can see new COVID-19 admissions per 100,000 people over a 7-day total, and then also the percent of staff inpatient beds occupied by COVID-19 patients. So that's a little bit of a change. There are 3 levels related, low, medium, and high, and the chart to the right provides recommendations for what counties should do based on what the community level is for their particular county. I will share with you that based on this new metric, Moore County fell into the medium range for the week before last. We do not have up-to-date data for last week yet, but we should hopefully by the end of the day today have some of that information. Now, because they've instituted this new metric, the CDC does continue at the time to also continue to track community transmissions and percent positivity rates. So again, as a reminder, this is the community transmission table and what that was based on. And so we do continue to track this as well. We will continue to look at both metrics as long as the state and DHHS provide those. There may be a time that they transition totally to the new community levels metric, but for now we'll continue to look at both. You can see for the week of February 21st, numbers continue to decline in terms of new cases per 100,000 persons in the county of Moore, from 275 the week before to 185 the week of February 21st. The percent positivity also dropped from 18% to 16.2%. It does keep the county of Moore in the high transmission category. But again, we're excited to see the numbers continue to trend positively down. When we look at our Moore County Schools data, we see some of the same drops. The week of February 21st for the county of Moore, cases age 0 to 17 dropped from 56 to 37. Our new Moore County School student infections dropped from 37 to 25. Based on no longer being required to have quarantine, that quarantines are no longer an issue for our students. And then the number of absences related to infection or quarantine with no longer having to have quarantines dropped significantly from 400 to 148. Again, we don't have our data for last week yet, but we anticipate having that within the next day or two. So with that, we'll come to our recommendation on masking for the coming month. Staff recommend that masking be optional for all pre-K-12 students and staff indoors at all schools and district sites. We recommend masking be optional at all indoor athletic and extracurricular activities. We also recommend that masking be optional on all school bus and activity bus and other school transportation. And that would be from today through our next meeting on April 4th. And then one additional staff recommendation. The board currently requires COVID-19 positive and presumed positive individuals to isolate for a full 10 days with no possibility of return to school on day 6 through 10. Staff recommend that the board endorse following the DHHS Strong Schools Toolkit related to isolations, which would allow positive and presumed positive individuals to return to school on day 6 through 10 if their symptoms are improved, they have been fever-free for 24 hours, and they wear a well-fitting mask consistently and appropriately at school. And the board's endorsement of this recommendation will allow isolated individuals the option to return to school on days 6 through 10, since the Moore County Health Department now also endorses this new guidance. So with that, we'll take any additional questions or discussion that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Board members, do you have any comments, questions at this time?
Just one. It's my understanding that there is no discrimination one way or another with regard to students who have elected to be vaccinated or those who are unvaccinated. Am I correct?
Yes, vaccination is no longer a criteria for for quarantine after exposure or not. There are no longer quarantines, so that is correct.
Okay, all right, that's what I wanted to know. So,
Any other comments, questions?
Madam Chair, I move we accept the superintendent's recommendation to move to maintain optional masks and move to optional masks on bus transportation and follow the Strong Schools Toolkit guidance for return to school or work after isolation as allowed by the health department.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion or additional comments?
I have, I hadn't planned on saying anything because this is all good progress. However, the very last part of the vice chair's motion gives me concern. We were doing good until she added at the very end, as in accordance with Moore County Health Department guidance, because they could just change their guidance 5 minutes after we pass the motion and we're bound by it. And I'll give you an example. I'm not sure that, let me ask you this, does the health department support unmasking on transportation?
Yes.
But that could change. So I would move to amend, I don't recall the exact motion, but I would move to amend the motion on the floor to remove the last passage having to do with giving all of our power to the Moore County Health Department. I think that it should say, and again, I don't have it verbatim, it
Let me
should
just
say.
restate it, and then I don't mind that amendment.
Okay, very good. I just don't
So
want
let
to
me-
cede our
'cause I'm
power to the health
reading this right
department.
off the paper. So my motion would be, and this is with a change from what I just stated, I move we maintain optional masks, move to optional masks on bus transportation, and follow NCDHHS Strong Schools NC Toolkit guidance for return to school and or work after isolation. So that eliminates the health department at that point.
sorry.
Okay. Any additional discussions, comments?
I'll second it.
Thank you.
I'd like to make one comment.
Okay.
And this has nothing to do with the motion, whatever, but Dr. Powers, we so appreciate the time and effort you have put in working through the toolkit with the health department, whether we agree with the health department or not, and the continuing follow-up and keeping up with everything that's happening. And it is wonderful to see progress being made.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
And I appreciate you also being proactive to let the community know, let parents know, that our students know that prom is on and in rare form, and that's the first time in 2 years. And I'm sure, I've had a lot of those questions, will we have prom this year? So thank you for being proactive to include that as part of our discussion today.
And I would agree, I don't mean to interrupt you.
Yes.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Okay, and I want to echo that, but I also want to say, let's go with the indoor prom this year. If it's at all possible. It's just, I don't think that's a board motion, but it's just a request.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any objection? Okay, motion carries 6-0. Next, we will have a discussion and presentation on donation of the synthetic fill system for Pinecrest. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, point of order,
I'm
please.
sorry, okay.
I would like to clarify, Mr. Hensley had a point of order on the 6 days. Our policy reads, the chairperson and the superintendent will prepare a proposed agenda for each board meeting. A request to have an item on the business placed on the agenda must be received by the chairperson and the superintendent at least 6 working days before the meeting. So in effect, that means that that 6-day rule is not applicable to the chair. Thank you. It's only to the other board members.
I would disagree, but I'm not going to spend time arguing on that point.
Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. As we've already noted, this item is an item that we know some board members have some questions on, this donation process, and the agreement with our Pinecrest Athletic Club at prior meeting in February. And I offered that we table this item so I could work with staff and work with folks at the school to bring this back to you, answering those questions, and also working through the agreement. So I'm very pleased and appreciative of the work that's been done over the last month. I first want to thank our members of the Pinecrest Athletic Club for their work and commitment to answer those questions and come back with an agreement and information. I want to thank Principal Phillips and Athletic Director Jeff Hewitt for their work and time to bring this forward, and of course Mr. Baraff and Dr. Powers for their work as well. I think what you're going to see is each of those questions and concerns that were brought up have been addressed. There's a very detailed executive summary. There also is an agreement that we work with our attorneys as well, together with the Pinecrest Athletic Club. That's been brought together, and I think it's a very well-written and very detailed agreement that notes the donation, how the funding pattern is going to work, how replacement would work, and that there's no liability at all to Moore County Schools. So we appreciate this effort, we appreciate this community support, and this does come with my recommendation to move forward with this today, based on the timing of delay of this last month, and based on the fact that we're moving forward with replacement of the tracks. Want to coordinate this as soon as we can with that. Mr. Baraff.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Good morning, Chair Thompson and board members. As Dr. Locklear introduced, I have with me Principal Phillips and Mr. Hewitt to also respond to any questions that I may not be able to during this presentation. And also we have Dr. Powers to also assist as needed. So I'm going to walk through because a lot of this information in the executive summary is new. Some of it was presented last month to the board. But as you'll recall, that the stadium over at Pinecrest High School sees about an average of 90 games per year played on it by multiple teams and of the men's and women's athletics, as well as band and Special Olympics. That receives a high level of foot traffic on that field, which also requires a high level of maintenance and replacement every year. The annual cost of this maintenance program is approximately $43,000 a year. Half of this cost is contributed to be covered by the PAC, and the balance is covered by the school's athletic department. And as we discussed, the grass does become dormant in November, does not resume growing until April, and during those months there are also many events and games that take place, such as women's soccer, men's and women's lacrosse, men's and women's track and field, leaving the only time for the grass to recover is during the summer. In light of all these costs and the strains on the grass playing field, the school, like many other schools across the state, they're seeking to install a synthetic turf infill system in the stadium. The Pinecrest Athletic Club is a registered 501c3 organization and booster club. This is subject to School Board Policy 8540. They have researched the opportunity of this infill turf system in lieu of continuing with the natural grass and the costs associated with that, which will allow the students the opportunity to compete on a consistent surface regardless of the season and the weather. After meeting with Principal Phillips and Mr. Hewitt, coaches and parents, the PAC worked with the vendors and contractors to determine the cost to replace a natural grass athletic surface, and it was determined to be $850,000. Now, through funds that were raised by the PAC wishes to donate the complete installation of a synthetic infill turf system in the John W. Williams Athletic Complex for the benefit of all students. The proposal would not impose any financial burden or obligation on the school system or create any obligation to the Moore County Schools Board of Education at any point during the life cycle of the system for maintenance or for replacement. Now, as part of the donation of the system, the PAC has provided a revenue and expense plan. It's too sensitive, it's too far away, I think. My apologies. As part of the donation of the synthetic infill system, the PAC has provided a revenue and expense plan for the installation, maintenance, and eventual replacement of the system. The funding for the installation of the field will be provided through donations with a down payment of at least $455,000 and the balance to be covered by a 5-year unsecured bank loan that the PAC has already been approved for. Annual installment payments on the loan will be funded through additional donations and fundraising and will be comfortably within the amounts that have been raised by the PAC to benefit Pinecrest High School athletics in recent years. Moore County Schools will not co-sign the bank loan and will have no financial obligations of any kind under the attached agreement. The annual cost, as mentioned, for maintaining this grass field is approximately $43,000 a year. To maintain the synthetic field is approximately $2,000 per year, much less. The life expectancy of the synthetic turf is approximately 12 to 14 years. The attached agreements require the PAC to replace it at the end of its life cycle, thereby doubling the total life expectancy of the project 24 to 28 years. Funding to annually maintain and accrue the funds to replace the field at the end of life will be set aside in a PAC-managed account with savings from annual field maintenance through the transition from grass to synthetic and from private donations. Again, the annual savings in field maintenance to the PAC is estimated approximately half the cost, which was $21,500 a year. As noted in the attachment, the PAC has historically had great success raising funds for Pinecrest High School athletics and has provided generous support for many projects. The PAC is confident that future fundraising and private donations will be more than adequate to facilitate payments for turf maintenance and replacement in future years. It remains that it's highly unlikely event that such efforts are not sufficient to cover future costs for the project. The attached agreements provide that the PAC will obtain other financing, including bank loans if necessary, to ensure that no costs will fall to the school system. Now, attached is the agreement between the PAC and the Board of Education to formalize the details and commitments that will govern the project, as well as the contract that will be executed by the PAC and the contractor that will perform the work installing the field. It is worth noting that the agreement includes the following stipulations. 1, that the board will not be obligated at any time to assign funds at any time in connection with the project. 2, that the materials and work will meet written specifications that have already been vetted and approved by Central Office Administration. 3, that all work will be subject to the school system's final approval. 4, that the general contractor hired by the PAC to perform the work will execute the model agreement attached to the executive summary in the agreement, which was drafted by legal counsel for Moore County Schools and has been used in similar projects in other school districts. 5, that the general contractor will be appropriately licensed and fully insured with the board named as additional insured, and subject to termination by either the PAC or the school system if work is deemed unsatisfactory. 6, that the site access for installation, maintenance, and turf replacement will be subject to the school system approval. 7, that the general contractor and PAC will indemnify the school system and be solely liable for any damages caused by the installation, repair, and the eventual replacement of the system. And 8, that the title to the synthetic turf will vest exclusively in the board. The administration also notes that the requirements of Board Policy 2425 for gifts and requests have all been met. They are outlined as noted. The superintendent or designee has evaluated the proposed donation and determined that it is suitable for the school or the school system. To meet this need, the superintendent and staff have reviewed the proposed donation of the synthetic infill turf system and concluded that it is indeed suitable. 2, that the donation does not conflict with the school system's educational mission. As indicated in the agreement, the donation is not a financial burden to Moore County Schools and provides a service that all students can use throughout the year for athletics, band performances, and wellness activities. 3, that equity and Title IX issues related to athletics have been considered. The synthetic infill turf system will be used by both boys and girls sports, bands, and all students for various wellness activities and does not present Title IX equity concerns. 4, the school system obtains clear title to any personal or real property. This requirement is specifically addressed in the attached agreement as it becomes vested exclusively in the board. 5, donations must not impose any undue financial burden or obligation on the school system. And as we have noted throughout the executive summary, The agreements impose no financial burden or obligation on the school system and will eliminate costs that the school would otherwise bear for annual maintenance, such as the seeding, the mowing, the sodding, etc. of the grass field. 6, the superintendent or designee must approve the design, location, and construction materials of any donations in the form of equipment, bleachers, lights, or other improvements. The administration staff has reviewed the attached documents and concluded that design, location, and construction materials are all appropriate. Staff will also monitor the installation of the system to confirm compliance with the written documents. 7, the superintendent must recommend whether the board accepts or rejects a donation. And as Dr. Locklear stated in his introduction, he does recommend that the board support the donation. For these foregoing reasons, the interim superintendent, as stated earlier, recommended that the board accept the proposed donation for installation, maintenance, and eventual replacement of the synthetic turf infill system in the John W. Williams Athletic Complex at Pinecrest High School, and approve the attached agreement with Pinecrest Athletic Club. Given the tight timeline for completion of the project before the beginning for football season, the administration also recommends that the board approve the proposed donation in agreement at its meeting today, rather than deferring to final approval in next week's regular business meeting. There was a lot different in there than we had presented last month. I wanted to make sure the board was afforded the opportunity to hear it all and read it. And again, any questions you may have, we are here and ready to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barath. Lots of very substantial information that's been presented with regard to the cost of the synthetic fill, the payment, how the committee will go about securing those funds. Board will not be liable or responsible for any of the work or financial responsibilities. Board members, you have comments?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move that the board accept a proposed donation for the installation, maintenance, and eventual replacement of a synthetic infill turf system in the John W. Williams Athletic Complex at Pinecrest High School, and approve the attached agreement with the Pinecrest Athletic Club.
Second.
Discussion, board members. Mr. Levy?
Yeah. I'll tell you what makes me sad, and that is, as I was reading through this, I noticed that snap of the fingers, we got a donation, I appreciate it, really do, of like $400,000, $500,000 for the athletics. 50% of our students don't read at grade level. One of these days, this board is going to see if we can't get $500,000 for additional reading teachers and educational items, because our core, you know, I love athletics. I think athletics is an important part of our schools, but I'm always amazed that there are two things that we got the most, some of the most response out of. And number one was the $1 million for the 2 tracks, one at Pinecrest and one at Northmore. I'm not saying we don't need them. We got tons and tons of people come in, and that we get donations of $500,000, a couple of which are like $100,000 apiece for synthetic turf. One of these days, we're going to get $500,000 to make sure that every student at Pinecrest and every student at our elementary and every student at our middle schools reads on grade level and does math on grade level, and doesn't have any problems with our end of grade exams. Anyway, but let me get more to the point. On March 4th at 3:00 p.m., which was Friday, I believe, I got a note, and the note says, "Here's your agenda. And by the way, there are some items which are not attached." And section 2B, please note that some of the materials are not yet linked to the following items. Section 2B. What's section 2B? Section 2B is what we're considering right now. And it is my recollection, although I haven't looked at it closely, that I finally got the agreements on Sunday. Now, this is about 30, 40 pages of agreements. I assume between Sunday and today, every single member of this board has read those agreements. I doubt it.
I have.
Okay, you have.
I actually did, yeah.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Okay, I'm gonna bet you may be, you may be one of the only ones, with maybe the exception of me. Okay, and so that is a problem. If this was worked on for so long, then why wasn't this given to us? I mean, giving us stuff on Friday to make a decision on Monday is pretty bad in and of itself. But to give it to us on Sunday to make a decision on Monday on a 30-page, 40 pages of contracts is, you can't possibly do your due diligence as a board member on something like this. Now, I do have a question. We were told that this is a lease. True or false?
This is not a lease. This is a installation purchase. It's a donation by the PAC, and the PAC is funding it through an unsecured loan for the balance of the funds not initially raised.
Okay, because at our last meeting, you told us it was a lease.
No, that, at the last meeting, we did not have the contract to present. At the last meeting, we were seeking the board's endorsement to accept the donation contingent upon bringing back to the board these agreements that are in place today.
It just seemed to me that, as a matter of fact, somebody ought to check the tape. One of my questions was about the lease. And it seemed to me that that's what, and these are just some of the problems. Now, you'd agree that, has anyone looked at the financials of the Pinecrest Athletic Club? Because there's a guarantee that the board is not going to be responsible for anything, and that the Pinecrest Athletic Club is going to be responsible for everything. Well, I learned a long time ago that people are only responsible for something that they can afford. Has anybody looked into their finances and see if they have the ability to take on a contract like this?
You want to, or you want me to?
It doesn't matter. We have not specifically looked at the Pinecrest Athletic. I do want to clarify that the Pinecrest Athletic Club and Pinecrest High School Athletics are two separate things.
I understand that.
The Pinecrest Athletic Club, or the PAC, is, part of the umbrella booster organization, or they are the umbrella booster organization for athletics. So the district absolutely has the right to review and to audit their books. We have not currently done that, but certainly can at any time. There is no reason for us to believe that there's anything awry with Pinecrest Athletic Club. They've done an outstanding job.
I don't mean to insinuate there is.
Right.
It's just that when a person gives me a guarantee, that's what they're doing. They're giving me a guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
They're saying, if something goes wrong, we're going to pay for it. Well, that guarantee is only as good as the person or the entity who guarantees it. So I assume that Pinecrest Athletic Club is made up of good people, but
We absolutely are confident in the fact that the Pinecrest Athletic Club will be able to uphold their end of the bargain related to this, and no reason for us to believe otherwise, based on work with them over the past 5-6 years.
I would also like to draw your attention to Exhibit B in the agreement. This is where it goes into a greater level of detail of the funding of the PAC, the contribution commitments they already have that has netted $455,000, plus The payment of the debt service and the commitment of contribution they have already outlined there to continue the 5-year installment payments on the loan. Also, as part 3, you can see their strategy and the amount every year to set aside to accrue for the replacement of the turf in the 12 to 14 years.
Right, but we don't know whether they can actually afford to do that, right? I mean, I see that they've got a bunch of donations, and I appreciate that.
They have commitments.
Or they have commitments, and I assume they can't go forward unless they do that, so they have commitments. But beyond those commitments, I mean, do they have the money to maintain the field? Oh, that's my question. Does anybody know? Do they have the money to maintain the field beyond their initial commitments?
Well, the annual maintenance of the field is approximately $2,000 a year for a synthetic system. And so I would, to echo Dr. Power's statements, I believe there's a high level of confidence they do have the funds to maintain that field for the.
Now, what also concerned me is that this has a guarantee from the manufacturer of only 1 year for defects. And then in another part, I read that there's 8 years for something. Can you clarify that?
The 1 year is a requirement in North Carolina that all contractors and all work must carry for warranty of all work performed regardless of any other manufacturer or labor warranties that are issued. The field turf themselves offer an 8-year warranty on their product, that it will not fail in 8 years.
Okay, so do they repair it? Because this is, I think you said, this is supposed to last for how many years?
12 to 14.
12 to 14. So beyond the 8 years, and by the way, is that just manufacturer's defect, or is it, I don't know, the thing, somebody tears a hole in it with a cleat?
It'll be it's limited to manufacturer defects that should their synthetic fibers come out of the base matting at any time, I'm just trying to give you an example of something, they would come at no cost and replace those sections.
Okay, so do we know anything about the field turf itself and the need to repair it after, say, a season of football or something like that?
The field turf product is used a lot in not only just high schools, but college and professional sporting venues. It has a very good reputation for being a durable product. So it's, that was part of our process of looking at where they've been installed. We did not want to have a one-off installation.
So, Mr. Baraf, to Mr. Levy's question, if after the year of agreement for the manufacturer, the company, 2-3 years down the road, if something were to happen, 5, 6, 7 years, and there had to be replacement to the turf, would the PAC committee be responsible for that?
If it is damaged through other means than a failure
Yes.
of the material,
Yes.
then it would be the PAC's responsibility to replace
Okay,
or to repair that section.
okay. And no liability at all with anywhere along this process with installation, with maintenance, upkeep of this turf for the lifetime goes back to the school or to the board?
According to the agreement, as outlined in there, there are
And I
no
read
cost
that.
obligations that will be committed by the Board of
Yeah,
Education.
I read that. I just wanted to ask the question out loud.
That is correct.
Board members, do you have any other comments, questions?
I have a question, Madam Chair. Mr. Hensley had shown us, although I was not able to look at them, but had a check ledger in which he said there were bounced checks from the PAC club, and
Matt, excuse me.
I have the floor, Mr. Hensley, isn't that what you say?
Yeah, but
But anyway, I would just like for there to be clarification on the information that he had at our previous meeting that alleged the PAC was not in good financial standing. And I
Madam
didn't
Chair.
know if something had been done to follow up on his assertions. And since we do have members of the PAC committee here, or Dr. Powers, perhaps you've checked into that you could
Yes,
put a little
ma'am.
light on that.
Yes,
Madam
ma'am.
Chair, before they answer that, that is a gross mischaracter. Well, it's not factually correct. I did not say that the PAC had bounced checks. I had ledgers from Pinecrest Athletics that had bounced checks. And for the vice chair to say that wasn't made available to her, I gave all that information to the superintendent at the previous meeting. So before you answer that question, I in no way, shape, or form in the last meeting, none of my comments were directed towards the PAC. And I certainly never said that the PAC had bounced checks. Again, I had a ledger that was presented to me as being from Pinecrest Athletics that showed 4 bounced checks. So I made no accusations against the PAC. Now, obviously, there's confusion because of similar names, which I believe Mr. Brath or someone tried to clarify today, and I apologize that they have similar names, but I made 0 accusations against the PAC.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, might I respond to that too? Thank you, Mr. Hensley, for that clarification. However, the way you presented it did make it seem that you were accusing the PAC of, and Pinecrest Athletics in general, of not being able to meet their required monetary
Well, Madam Chair, again,
aspects, but
that's factually
but Dr.
incorrect.
Powers has
I
the
did not-
information that we've been seeking, so if he can provide that to us, he can clear up any misconception
Yeah.
that you created.
Well, hold on just a second, Madam Chair. I want everyone to completely understand. I pointed out very factually at the end of the meeting, and I actually made no judgment on it. I said that a parent gave me a ledger that appeared to show bounced checks by Pinecrest Athletics, and I said, based upon my experience, if there's an organization that bounces checks, it should be audited. Let's pull up the video and play it.
Thank you, Mr.
In
Hensley.
fact, I make a motion. The vice chair has made a certain accusation that I said certain things. That can be disproved. So I make a motion that we recess and we pull up the video and we play exactly what I said so that this room and the audience can determine exactly what I said. So I make that motion.
I'll second it, why not?
So as a way of discussion, the vice chair has made certain accusations that I said things that I did not say. The way to resolve this is we take a recess, we pull up the video, and we play the video, and the public and everyone can see exactly what was said in this meeting room on 14 February.
There is a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor of Mr. Hensley's motion, aye.
Aye.
Their discussion.
Discussion, Mr. Holmes.
So, I yield.
Okay. All in favor of Mr. Hensley's motion, raise your right hand, please. All opposed, right hand, please. Okay, let's proceed.
So, I'm sorry,
Dr.
whoa.
Powers,
Madam Chair, what was the vote?
4-3,
4-3?
yes. But Dr. Powers,
Yes. As has been indicated, Pinecrest High School Athletics account and the Pinecrest Athletic Club are two separate accounts, as we have stated earlier. So related to Pinecrest High School's athletic account, that has been internally reviewed by our district finance office, with findings being that the account is well managed with no issues. No bad checks have been issued by Pinecrest High School. The 3 return checks in question were 3 bad checks that were written by Pinecrest High School parents to Pinecrest High School Athletics, $40 each for all sports passes.
It's unfortunate, but all of our schools have at times bad checks written by parents, but at no time has Pinecrest Athletics or Pinecrest High School themselves written a bad check.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Powers. And again, this was for Pinecrest High School,
Correct.
correct? And Mr. Cox, did you say, or our finances had audited that?
Yes, ma'am. Our district finance offices,
Okay.
they internally reviewed those accounts.
And they found no discrepancies with anything related to Pinecrest High
No-
School?
No issues, well managed.
Okay, all right. Any other questions, comments?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would add that that is exactly why we take a look at things. If a board member, whether it's me or any other board member or any citizen, brings forth something, that's why we look into things to separate fact from fiction. That's why I brought it up, and I'm very glad that it got clarified, and I'm very glad that there appears not to be an issue.
Mr. Hensley?
That's why we do audits.
We asked specifically for our chief financial officer to take a look at that before we brought it back to present to board members today, just to assure that there was no discrepancies. Any other comments, questions?
Madam Chair, I have, getting back to the original motion, I have a couple questions and some comments. So before I make my comments, I have some questions for Mr. Barath. So the first question I have is, today's executive summary is much more verbose than previous ones, and the writing style is actually considerably different. Did you write this executive summary?
I wrote it with Board Legal Counsel, Mr. Neil Ramey.
Okay, so you and Neil Ramey wrote this?
Yes.
Okay, do you know if Mr. Ramey got outside help writing this?
I wouldn't know if he did or didn't. All I
Okay.
know is he and I had some back and forth revisions, additions.
Fair enough. I just noticed that it was written in a very different style. So the other question I have, and this may not be a question for Mr. Brath, so I'll direct it to the superintendent. And this goes back to Mr. Levy's point that he's made several times today. When were copies of the contract, et cetera, provided to the public and the board members?
I made final approval to share that out yesterday.
Okay, so-
Staff was working through the week and through the weekend. I received final draft of that executive summary and the agreement Saturday night into Sunday morning. Reviewed that and then sent it out to the board. So
Okay.
this was the process, and I take responsibility for that, but we had a high standard, as we should, of what this agreement looked like, and that we protected the school board and the school district for liability, but also looked to be considerate of the opportunity to have this donation. And so we did try to work through that and address every question and issue before we shared it with the board.
Okay, so what we've learned here today is we've learned that, just in response to the superintendent's response, what we've learned here is that the chair and vice chair got together on Tuesday, decided to add it to as an agenda item today, and then Mr. Levy's point about us and the public getting a 20-page contract to review and contemplate less than 24 hours before this meeting is correct. So we've learned that here today. So I have a
If I
couple.
could just offer one bit of clarification. After the board meeting, and we chose to, I recommended that we table this item so we can answer these questions and come back with more complete information. It was right after that meeting that I spoke with Ms. Thompson, and she requested that we bring this back. We talked about that. I talked about that was the plan. And so this was in motion after the meeting.
Yep,
It wasn't
fair enough.
just started
Yeah,
last week.
and for the record, Ms. Thompson did not pass that information on to any other board member that I'm aware of. I became aware of it, and I know Mr. Levy became aware of this being an action item today when it appeared on the Friday agenda. So my next question related to that, Mr. Locklear, is, so you stated that you approved the final agreement on Sunday. Did any other board members see that document or work on it prior to its publication on Monday?
No, sir.
Okay, so it was all done with you and the
Staff
attorneys
and
and
our
your staff?
attorneys, yes,
Okay,
yes,
fair
sir.
enough. Okay, my last two questions, and then I've got a little statement that I've written out here while Mr. Barath was talking, is I heard Mr. Barath say that there is no liability to the board, and that was one of my objections last week. So in the contractor's agreement, I don't see where the contractor specifically gives up a right to file a mechanic's lien. If they, every contractor has a right to file a mechanic's lien if it's unpaid. And I see somewhat of a I heard the words indemnification by the Pinecrest Athletic Club, but I don't see a unconditional indemnification, and I don't see in the contractor agreement, to the extent that I had, 4 waking hours to read it, I did not see a broader indemnification, nor did I see where the contractor gives up the right to file a mechanical lien if they're unpaid.
To address that, in the state of North Carolina, you cannot file a lien against a Board of Education on any of their properties.
Okay.
So that's a provision in the general statutes.
Okay. So let me say this. Thank you, Ms. Barath. That's good information that I did not know. So I share Mr. Levy's sadness that, by God, the chair and the vice chair can consider this an emergency, but addressing assaults on school campuses, addressing things related to academics and stuff, don't seem to be any hurry, we got to take our time on that. It's a shame that athletics seems to be the highest priority at this time. So anyway, let me say this. This is, in regards to the Pinecrest Athletic Club, this is the sort of community involvement we need. Moore County has a very, very generous community, whether it's, people of extreme wealth who are writing big checks, or someone, pulling the last $5 out of their pocket to buy a pulled pork sandwich at a sporting event. We have a very, very generous community. And it's a shame, actually, and my hat's off to the Pinecrest Athletic Club for doing this sort of stuff. But it's a shame that the previous superintendent and board took no interest in raising money in a broader context. I'm hopeful that the next superintendent, which we're in the midst of selecting, like Dr. Dempsey at Sand Hills Community Colleges, and the next board, puts an emphasis on fundraising and growing our public school foundation, as Mr. Levy has advocated and I've advocated, so that we can take advantage of this generosity and we can raise money to improve academics in addition to athletics. But over the previous 7 years, there's been zero emphasis on the public school foundation. I see in here where one person's written a check for this, which is great, and I'm glad that they did, but one check for this is greater than a year's fundraising for the public school foundation. We as a board need to shift our focus, and just like Sand Hills Community College takes huge advantage of the generosity of our community and raises money, we need to do the same. That being said, on the 14 February meeting, I voiced objections because it was an incomplete plan, it was vague, there was contradictory information, and more importantly, we had the planning process and the way things are presented to this board, where just out of the blue, things just show up. My first meeting here was an unplanned, unbudgeted expense for an activity bus, oddly enough from Pinecrest. Everybody came running up here, and it was the most important thing in the world. That is poor planning. And let me give you an example. From the 14 February agenda, the superintendent's recommendation is, I'm gonna skip some verboseness, but the superintendent's recommendation was to consider a motion to accept a donation for the installation of this field. Okay, we're good. subject to the conditions outlined in the executive summary, okay, I'll talk about that in a minute, including later board approval of a written memorandum of understanding. So here was my objection. The central office and the superintendent, and I suspect a couple supporting board members, wanted us continue business as usual by just approving something, and there wasn't even a basic memorandum of understanding in place. That, people, is getting the cart before the horse, or if you want another analogy, instead of ready, aim, fire, it's fire, ready, aim. So I would suggest in the future that before the central office brings something before this board, actually the board should insist on this, that a memorandum of agreement should be in place. Then we can go and take a look then we can look at the contract. So let's say we would have ratified this last Friday, or at the last meeting on 14 February. Paragraph 4 from the 14 February presentation, I see it's gone, and I see it's been replaced. If we would have voted on that at the last meeting, one of the things we would have voted on was that the PAC will follow the same public bidding rules that would apply if Moore County Schools were to fund the project. That's what we would have voted on to approve. Fast forward to today, I don't see that in here. In fact, I see 4 being replaced with the general contract hired by the PAC to perform the work will execute the model agreement attached to the executive summary, which was all fine and good. But a month ago to the day, we would have been voting, 3 weeks ago to the day, we would have been voting with the understanding that the PAC would have followed North Carolina contracting rules, which apparently they don't have to because that's been dropped. By the way, Ms. Bratt, that's one of my other questions. I assume that the PAC does not need to follow North Carolina public bidding rules because that's been stricken from the executive summary.
That's correct, since there is no money being contributed by the Board of Education to it. That's correct, but as I recall, they are still using the state procurement process for the contract.
I don't know what that means because, later on today, we're going to see where you solicited bids for separate projects and you listed out the 3 or, all the responsive bidders and their responsive costs, and I don't see that here. I personally don't think that the PAC has to be bound by that. But it's just an example of the shoddy work that we as a board cannot tolerate. So there was contradictory information. There's stuff that turned out not quite to be true. We got the cart before the horse in our eagerness to, oh my gosh, we have to get this done. So now that we have a much better, now that the central office has done their staff work and we have a memorandum of understanding with the PAC, this is a much better product and it's actionable information. I have 2 issues with this agreement. The first issue I've talked about in that the indemnification by the Pinecrest Athletic Club is not a broad indemnification, rather it's a very narrowly focused indemnification. My other issue that I have is on page 7 of the contract. Paragraph 7 of the agreement with Pinecrest Athletic Club allows the contract to be changed by the superintendent or his designee. I don't know as a board if we want to delegate the authority to change the agreement or the contract to the superintendent or his designee. That's all.
Could you,
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I call the question.
Thank you.
just a
Did you
point
have a
of
question?
information. Where is that in there, that the superintendent can
Paragraph
change it?
7 of the agreement.
Is that the case, Mr. Brett?
That is noted in there. Member Hensley is correct, and that's in there that should there need to be anything that does not alter or change the intent of the agreement, we have typically done this in the past with the advice of legal counsel, that should there be an error in a word, for example, if it says Pinehurst instead of Pinecrest, that type of a revision change could be made since it does not alter or change the intent of the agreement.
A question has been called for voting. At this time, all in favor of the,
Okay, you're voting just to close discussion.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Or is that what we're doing, voting to
The
close
closed
discussion? Okay, cool.
Yeah, all in favor, let it be known by say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I
At
oppose.
this, okay. At this time, we will proceed to vote on the recommendation. All in favor of proceeding with the synthetic field system, let it be known by raising your right hand. All opposed? Let it be known by raising your right hand. All opposed?
Record me as an abstention, please.
Thank you. So the motion carries.
And I just do want to explain, just a point of personal privilege,
Eh.
that I believe that they should get this. I just really have a real objection to getting a 50-page contract 12 hours before or 18 hours before we vote on it. I think that is the worst kind of oversight.
Thank you, Mr. Levy, and so noted. And I want to mention that as we do so often from our board meetings, it gives us an opportunity to table items and follow up accordingly based upon board comments, whatever action that was presented that we needed to follow up on, from Mr. Hensley talking about the discrepancies of financing and bounce checks. I talked with Dr. Locklear and asked him specifically on those things that were noted at that board meeting to please go back with Ms. Phillips, with Mr. Hewitt, with the committee members, and follow up on those specific items that were presented. And today, you received a follow-up and a presentation from all of those discrepancies. So thank you, everyone, for your follow-up. Ms. Phillips, Mr. Hewitt, Mr. Baraff, we appreciate you. Next, we will move into reports. 5-minute break. We'll take a 5-minute break.
Monday, no work
Well,
session.
I
What was
understand.
that?
So we've improved
Streaming
a
that part too.
lot.
We are going to resume our meeting. I think all of our board members are back here. Next, we have our follow-up item on our superintendent search. And we have Mr. O'Rourke here
He's ready.
to present to us. Board members, you will notice today that you have a couple of different packets that actually have been printed for you. I felt like it was important for a couple of items for you actually to have handouts. So this is an item that you should have a handout for at your table. Mr. O'Rourke.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, Dr. Locklear. It's good to see everyone this morning and to pick up with the superintendent search process. Today, the primary purpose of my meeting with you is to go over the results of the community and staff superintendent search surveys that were out in the community and in your schools for about 6 weeks. We've now had a chance to compile those results, and so we want to take a look at those. And then I also want to give you an opportunity individually after that presentation to kind of go through what characteristics, experience, and skills you will be looking for as you begin to look at applications. Today, of course, is your application deadline. So by midnight tonight, we'll have a better idea of what the pool is looking like. I'll send you an update first thing in the morning with some final numbers, and we'll give you an idea of where folks are coming from. And by the end of this week, we'll have everything up on the secure website for you to start going through those applications, doing an independent review, deciding who it is you want to bring in for an interview. And then I think we are tentatively scheduled to meet again on the 21st of March. So it gives you about 2 weeks or so to review all of the applications. And we can, I'll follow up with the chair if that's all right, just to confirm that date and the time and things like that. But so hopefully by the end of this month, we'll have reviewed the applications. We will come back together, decide who you'd like to bring in for interviews. And I think your first round of interviews is, again, tentatively scheduled for early April. So we're moving right along. Things are going to start to pick up at a pretty good clip here. And I'm happy to answer any questions about the process in general. But if there aren't any general process questions, I'll go ahead and jump into the survey.
I do have just one question.
Yes.
The survey here.
Summary report,
The
yep.
summary report of the survey. It says staff. Is this just our staff, or is this the public and the staff?
It's community and staff. So on the left-hand column, you'll see how your community rated things, and on the right-hand column, you'll see how your staff rated things.
Back page.
Okay, so I see what's going on. Okay, thank you very much.
And so yeah, at your desk, you do have the full survey report. You also have the raw data, which is 100 pages or so, including comments. And so these are the redacted versions, the confidential, unredacted versions with names and things like that we made available to you all, I think, last week. Via Zoom. All right, so again, we started these surveys at the beginning of January when we first met. At the end of the day, you ended up with 793 folks from your community who started and about 644 who completed it. I think about 10% of that is truly drop-off. What we also see is a lot of folks just don't click the I'm done button at the very end. So I think your numbers are probably closer to about 700 who fully completed it. And you've got over 300 community comments. Same thing on the staff side, you had almost 600 folks started, just short of 500 who completed it. Again, I think about 10% of that is truly drop off. A lot of folks just don't click that final button, and another 180 comments from your staff. These are very good numbers for your school system of your size. I will say that we did a similar report a week or two ago for a similarly sized district, and the numbers were about half this. So you have a very good response rate, all things considered. Just a little bit of voluntary community demographic information. Folks could kind of select all here to the extent that any of the statements applied to them. About 90% of folks selected living in the attendance area. About 2% were students. 22% were Moore County Schools graduates or alumni. About 65% were parents of students. About 29% said they had no school-aged children. About 18% said they were retired. 15% said they represented a business in the community. About 1% acknowledged being elected political officials, and about 9% said they were active duty military. So again, these are just voluntary demographic questions, and they can check all that apply to them. If they were a current student or if they had children in the schools, about 5% said they were at the pre-K level, 53% elementary, 38% middle school, and about 45% high school, which I imagine tracks sort of the demographics of your student population generally. In terms of the staff, who folks were, almost 60%, about 58% were teachers, 21% were school-level support staff, 4% were school-level administrators, so your principals, assistant principals, that kind of thing. 8% district-level support staff, 2% district-level administrators, and 7% other. And so again, these are optional questions, and they can check the ones that apply to them. And same thing in terms of where they are located, about 2% at pre-K, 42% in the elementary schools, 21% in middle school, 27% in high school, 7% in the central office, and about 6% other. So now that we've got a better idea of who took the time to fill out the voluntary survey, if you'll recall, we provided the version that listed, I think, about 24, 25 characteristics that we asked participants to rate on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being not at all important and 5 being extremely important. And so for our purposes today, we wanted to focus in on the top 10. You'll notice that some of the averages for a lot of these are only, hundredths of a percentage point apart or something like that. So I wouldn't necessarily read in a whole lot of a distinction between 1 and 2, right? But maybe 1 and 10 or 1 and 20 probably has a bit more statistical significance. One thing that we noticed right off the bat is how much alignment there is between your community and staff in terms of what they're looking for. The characteristics 1 through 5 were exactly the same, just slightly different order. Characteristics 6 through 10, I think, were exactly the same and in exactly the same order.
Actually,
Those are not the same.
the 1 and 3 are actually the polar opposites. The number 1 for the community was safe schools.
Yeah, so they're the same exact top 5, they're just slightly different.
Oh, you're talking about the same exact top 5, not
in order.
Yeah,
not
so
in
the
order.
order might be a little different between 1, 2, and 3, but the top 5 remain the same, and we don't
Okay.
always see that. We see that the bottom of the list for community can be the top of the list for staff. So the fact that they're pretty closely aligned, and I think most of them were within 2 or 3 overall. Not to jump ahead too much, but the biggest gap, and this will be in your the full report of the summary results. Number was number 11 for staff has been a classroom teacher. That was actually number 18 for your community. But other than that, all of the other characteristics were within 1, 2, maybe 3 or 4 rankings of each other. That one was about 7 or 8 apart. But that was the biggest divide that we saw. That your staff, as a number 11 characteristic, wants someone that has been a classroom teacher, but your community, that didn't even make the top 10 or 15 for them. That was number 18. So number 1 for community was understands how to provide safe environments for students and staff, and as Mr. Levy pointed out, that was number 3 for staff. Number 2 for community was knows how to get staff, students, parents, and community to work together and help children learn. That was number 5 for staff. Number 3 for community was understands how to effectively advocate for resources needed to operate the schools. That was actually number 1 for your staff. Has strong human relations or people skills. It's number 4 for both. And number 5 for community was communicates well with people of all races and socioeconomic status. And that was actually number 2 for your staff. And then, as I mentioned, 6 through 10 kind of rounded out exactly the same. So number 6 communicates well with all community groups. Number 7 understands school finance, budgets, and business management. Number 8 should be accessible and respond to concerns in a timely fashion. Number 9 understands research-based programs. And number 10 has ideas and approaches to close achievement gaps. So those are the top 10. Again, a lot of alignment, slightly different orders. And again, this is a voluntary survey. It's not a scientific survey, so I wouldn't read too much into, a difference between a few tenths of a percentage points or even hundredths of percentage points. But the fact that there is that much alignment overall in the top 5 and that top 10 for community and staff shows that they're really kind of on the same page in terms of what they think that the board should be looking for as you move forward with reviewing the applications and beginning to bring in folks for interviews. So with that, I'll turn it over to the board for any questions. And then certainly I want to open it up to each of you to, now that you've had an opportunity to hear from your community staff and elaborate on sort of what you'll be looking for as you review those applications later this week and start to make decisions about who to bring in for an interview and what types of interview questions to ask.
Thank you. I thought it was really interesting to your point as well, Mr. O'Rourke, that our community and the staff in our top 5 pretty much are looking for the same qualities in our superintendent, meaning that everybody's on the same page. And even whenever you get down below the top 10, to your point again, 11 through 15, there was items that were similar as well in that next category. So I'm thankful that our community and our staff are actually on our same page. Board members, you have any comments? Mr. Levy?
Yeah. One of the reasons why I'm very grateful for this survey is that I'm not so sure it gives us as much enlightenment as to who we're going to choose for superintendent, but it does show us what our public and our staff wants in our schools overall.
Yeah.
Because the superintendent is another way of saying the schools, okay? So I look at it in a much broader sense. And what is most interesting to me, and I would never have predicted this, is that number 1 for the community and number 3 for the staff is understands how to provide safe environments for students and staff. Okay, so that leads me to believe that there's some misgivings in terms of a safe environment. Now, that might be bullying, I don't know, or it might be fights at school, I don't know. But it does say that we have to pay attention, not just in the selection of our superintendent, but in our work to make sure that we get out to the general public that our schools are safe and to make sure that there's a safe environment.
Hey, Bob?
Yeah.
You could look at that one as, from the standpoint that our staff, and I have to assume with community too, feel safe and want this to continue.
Right.
Well,
Just as well, we can look at it from a positive aspect as well as a negative point there, but undoubtedly very important to everybody.
Generally, people who think that safety, or I don't want to say there's crime, but when people say crime is my biggest concern, not in our schools, but in the community, okay? There are people who are scared of crime. In other words, if a person says safety is my most important concern, and that's the number 1 concern for the community, then that leads me to believe that someone thinks that there's a lack of safety. Now, that may be true, it may not be true. It may be perception, I don't know, but it shows that it's something that we need to address. The other thing that I saw, which was very interesting to me, is that number 16 and 19, which is well down the list, are supports the use and development of technology in teaching and learning. And that seems to say to me that people say that could be overusing our technology. And that's a comment I think as board members, well, I get it all the time, okay? That we need to look at some old-fashioned writing and old-fashioned reading, and the technology comes. It's important, but it is but literacy is much more important, and so I just thought that those were Just a couple of very interesting takeaways.
Any other?
Something I found interesting was the comments, and it went both ways in this, but there were a lot of strong comments on, I want to see somebody from within North Carolina, and specifically from within Moore County schools, and then you'd get the occasional one who didn't want it to be somebody local. But I felt like overall, the stress was on, let's have a North Carolina person do this job. Now, that's the way I inferred it as I read through. What I really did like was the comment that came along that the next superintendent needs to walk on water. And maybe that's, where we need to go, because that's the kind of person that might come in and be able to unite us, and then again, maybe not, because they're hard to find. But I enjoyed reading the comments especially, and I know there was one teacher that doubted that the comments would be read, but I feel sure that we have all taken it very seriously and read through them, because without that, we really could just be wandering in the dark and unable to ever agree within ourselves. So I did appreciate the time that folks took to really put some thought into it. I was a little bit disappointed because I guess there's been a lot that's happened with mask mandates since all this got started, and a lot of the comments were just about removing the mask mandate, and of course that doesn't apply to our selection of a superintendent in any way at this point, because that's not even a matter to be concerned. I just like I want to say again, I really appreciate the people that took the time to do it. I'm amazed at how close the two groups did match up with the first 1 through 10, and then the last 5, because it's very, very similar as they go through. But the comments were extremely helpful.
I had 3 takeaways too. One of them was that teachers, staff, and the community wants us to get along. I saw a lot of that. Another one was, which I don't know if that has anything to do with the superintendent, but I did read a lot of those comments. The other 2, and I just circled them here, was teachers and staff, they want to be heard, but not just heard, but they want to follow up too. So after being heard, they want to acknowledge that we hear you, and this is what we've done to help you. I saw a lot of those comments, and which I think is really important. And the other one was they want someone who does not play politics, and they want to make decisions based on the love for the students, staff, and community success. I highlighted that one because I think that one is like a chef's kiss. I think that's just the perfect comment to a superintendent to make his decisions based on the school system and not the politics of it all.
Any other comments? Mr.
Just
Dennison?
a couple quick ones from me. For over 20 years, safety and security has always been number 1, no matter how well the district's doing. And number 2 is student achievement, and everything else is fluff as far as I'm concerned about, what we need to do. But it'll be a lot easier to tell when we see the applications and talk with people. You'll be amazed how easy it'll be able to tell which ones you really like.
Yeah.
To go along with Ed, the only thing that I would include is support firm discipline in schools. With violence, there's
As far as
consequences.
safety and
That
security.
was a lot in here too.
Yeah. With that, and that has a direct correlation with academics, so.
No kid wants to go to school if they don't feel safe.
Yep.
Right.
Right.
Any
Well-
other comments?
Well, just along with Philip Holmes, number 1 is how to provide a safe environment to students and staff. But then you jump down to number 14, supports firm discipline in schools. I would say that, firm discipline in schools is probably the number 1 way to ensure a safe environment in school. So anyway, very interesting results. I share everyone's observations, so.
Yeah, one thing that wasn't on here, I don't think I saw it mentioned on any one of the comments, was someone who has some long-range vision. And to me, that's important, and I guess even with you, Mr. Hensley, with some of the things you talk about is jumping ahead, putting the cart before the horse, kind of thing. But a superintendent needs to be looking, just like with our school calendars, not just for a month down the road, but years down the road. What are we going to need in Moore County in a year? or in 2 years, or in 3 years. When we put together calendars, we're continually looking on ahead to stay abreast of date changes, you know, and I would hope that our new superintendent would be one who looks ahead to staffing
Visionary.
needs, to future building needs, to changes in curriculum that may come, to a person who is really keeping the future of the schools in mind as well. We have to deal with the everyday, with the part of the world we're living in right now, but we've also got to not get caught short and need to look ahead. But I don't know that I saw that actually mentioned anywhere, but it's not really one of the questions or one of the ratings that was done either. So people tend to mention the things that they have rated.
Right.
Board members, each of you should have a link. I believe you were contacted with your password information, user login, so you would be able to see as you feel like you want to read through the unredacted versions. So you have that at hand. And again, I felt like it was important for Mr. O'Rourke to provide each board member with copies so that you will have that you can go through. Mr. O'Rourke, I heard you say that the deadline for the applications is tonight.
Midnight, yeah.
And so talk to us a little bit about what our,
12:01, I
what,
wanna, you know.
How many we got so far?
What is our next process and what are we expecting to see?
Yeah, so your deadline is midnight tonight. Applications have been trickling steadily. I would guess that you're in about the 15 to 20 range right now, which is a good number, considering the number of vacancies that we see nationally right now, but also in North Carolina. Since we last spoke, there have
That's
been
great.
a number of retirements in the state of North Carolina. So I think, and there are actually a few more coming, but I won't get into that this
Did you
morning.
send them a picture of the number 2 golf course?
That's right. We'll do the interviews there on the green.
That'd be nice.
They
So,
may negotiate for membership.
Maybe, if he's a
Ain't
good
gonna get it.
superintendent, I'm open for it.
It's over $50,000.
so I anticipate that you'll get a few more as the day goes on, and you'd be surprised the number that come in right before midnight. So that's why we'll follow up with an exact number in the morning. In terms of, we really try to emphasize and protect confidentiality at this point, so we'll give you an idea of where they're from in the United States, but we won't tell you right off the bat what districts and things like that.
Excuse me, Jim, but just to mention to you all too, even when we look at the ones online, a lot of these people that are applying don't want anybody in the district they're in now to know anything about it. So it's good not to mention any names to anybody when you see the applications or where they're from.
Yeah, confidentiality is really important, I think, especially in this job market, because nobody wants their current employer to know that they are looking or a finalist in another district. And so,
When are these applications, assuming midnight tonight, that's all in? Okay, when do you expect they'll be available on the website?
yeah, so we're gonna pull them off of AppleTrack, and not only will they have submitted the applications, the short answer and essay questions that you all selected back in January, a lot of them will add, letters of reference, their transcripts, things like that. So we'll take that all off of AppleTrack and we'll get it onto Assembly, which is the secure website that you all have a link to. And you'll have a PDF for each applicant of their entire application package. You will get all of the materials. We're not gonna screen anyone out. We're not gonna decide whether this, you need this information now or you need it later. If they submitted it with their application, you'll get it. So you'll get that for each applicant. What we will do is provide what we call an experience chart, where we just summarize the different levels of experience that each person has, so that you don't have to just go in alphabetical order. You can start with the folks that have been a classroom teacher, or have been a superintendent, or have been in North Carolina before you review the ones from out of state or something.
But approximately when?
By the end of the week, so it'll probably be Wednesday or Thursday.
Okay, so it'll be before our business meeting.
Oh yeah, you'll have it, I think we say Friday, but we've been able to get it up in 2 or 3 days, but
Okay.
we're going through a couple of these right now, so I don't want to overpromise, but you'll definitely have it by Friday, and you'll definitely have that, at least those 10 days before the 21st or shortly after when we come back.
And talk to us a little bit about what does that look like? It obviously is confidential,
And
so
at what
we
point does
would.
it cease to be confidential name-wise?
When you vote on the contract at the end of the process.
Okay, so it's not like when you get to the final three or so it remains confidential right down till the end.
Okay.
Yeah, by law, it's confidential.
Okay, and so we, board members, will expect within the next 2-3 days to receive some information from you. And they would be able to use their username, password to go into the link and review the information at that point.
Yes.
Okay, so everybody, I
Pace
just want to.
yourselves.
And
It's gonna be
you'll
a
have the
lot.
link, you'll have the link on your email to the,
It'll be right in the email,
Okay.
so you'll click that, it'll take you
Okay.
right to this meeting.
Okay,
may I ask you another one? For the applications, would it be possible to attach a link to the applications from the school district where they presently are, if they are in a school district?
I think we can do that. Yeah,
Okay.
That would help instead of having to go through and look at
Okay.
it.
we can do that.
Okay.
yeah, but I just want to make sure everybody understands that the username and password that you have would be your access to be able to get into the link that he's going to send.
If you have any issues, I mean, we'll look
Okay.
at that. We just try
Mr.
not to send it to
Hensley.
school system.
So I just have an observation tying a couple things together, the surveys and the fact that the superintendent applications close this evening at midnight. So, as many of you all may know, Warren County School District just appointed a community organizer with a bachelor's degree, not even a master's degree, as their superintendent. He was, their new superintendent was on the Wake County School Board, and I don't know, anyway. So here's my point. If you look at the surveys, I would encourage anyone with demonstrated broad leadership and business experience to apply for this, and I'll tell you why. If you look at the top 8 things on the surveys for both the faculty and staff and parents, it's leadership, strong human relations and people skills, communicates well, understands school finance, budget, and business management, should be accessible and respond to concerns, understand how to provide safe environments. None of that requires an academic background. It requires a demonstrated background of leadership and experience, demonstrated business and leadership example. So let's move to the bottom 5. The bottom 5 attributes, characteristics that faculty, staff, and the public are looking for is, well, last is should continue the current direction of the Moore County school system. So I'll leave that one alone. But moving up to the second to last, has been a successful superintendent. Both the public and the faculty and staff of Moore County Schools said the second least important thing is had to be a successful superintendent. The third to the last thing is has worked in the North Carolina public education. The fourth to the last has been a successful or associate superintendent, and the one above that is has been a successful principal. So I would say that the public intuitively knows, and the faculty and staff knows through experience that the least important traits of a superintendent is that they have an educational background. Rather, they need to be strong leaders with a strong demonstrated track record of performance. Now, why is that? Well, it's because that person, as our previous superintendent always said, I'm a CEO, I'm a CEO. Dr. Grimacy said that, I'm a CEO. He's absolutely correct. There is an entire central office full of academic experts and management, and in addition to a central office full of academic experts, we have schools full of administrators and teachers who know how to teach and know how to administrate. If you look at the job, there's the financial management, there's the personnel management, there's the HR part, there's the academic part. if there's one thing that a CEO of a school system should be able to rely upon, it is the administrators and teachers of that school system to be able to execute the educational functions of that school. So anyway, this is a long-winded way of saying that I would encourage anyone who's listening who would want to step into this morass, right, to, if you have a strong demonstrated business background and a track record of the top 10 things that the public and faculty and staff are looking for, but you think, gosh, I'm not qualified to be a superintendent in North Carolina, well, that's not required, as was demonstrated by a county just 2 weeks ago who selected a community organizer for their superintendent. Now, I'm not saying we're selecting a community organizer, but I would say that based upon the survey results, that the least important attributes of a superintendent is their academic background.
Thank you. Mr. Rourke?
So, like I said, we'll have all the applications up by the end of the week at the latest, and then we would encourage you to review them independently. We'll have the experience chart there for you, so you can kind of decide, where you want to start, which one you want on the top of your stack, and then go down through them that way. In addition to the experience chart, we'll have sample interview questions, things like that, so you can start to take a look at those. You don't have to necessarily select those right off the bat. But we'll come back together in a couple of weeks and as a board settle on who it is you want to bring in for your first round interviews. The one thing that we'll have to decide at that meeting is if you want to ask a presentation question. So that's something to think about. If there's something you want to ask the candidates to prepare in advance so that they come in with a presentation, a PowerPoint, something like that to start the interview. A lot of boards have found that to be helpful. So we'll have the sample questions there. That will be the only one we'll need to decide at that meeting along with the candidates because we need to give it to them ahead of time. But other than that, we'll help you at that meeting set up that first round, date, time, location, things like that. So,
Okay.
any other process questions or survey questions?
Do you need anything from us at this point?
No, not tonight. Like I said, I'll try to get up with you first thing in the morning with an
Okay.
update on that final number and where
Okay.
folks are from, and we'll keep things moving along.
Okay, thank you so much for all that you've done to help us out
Yes,
and for your information. We appreciate you being here today.
When do we meet with them next time?
21st.
The 21st.
21st,
And I do
okay.
want to quickly thank your staff too, Sonia and Catherine. I think we're helpful in getting out all of the surveys to your community and staff to get that response rate that you did get. So
Thank you
thank
so
to them.
much.
Yep.
Okay, next we have Dr. Locklear. It is 12 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am.
And your thoughts along with Ms. Parker, if this is a lunchtime.
It is here. Lunch
okay.
is available.
I got kiss on the two thumbs up.
Okay, so this is good timing. We'll take a lunch break, 30 minutes, Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll resume at 12:30. So we are going to recess for lunch at this time, okay? bring our work session special call meeting back to order. Our next item for reports, information, and discussion is our interim superintendent's proposed operating budget. And board members, this is another item that I felt like possibly a handout at your spot was good for you to have, to refer back to as you needed to.
Right,
So-
because that was not on, we couldn't print it ourselves.
Yeah,
Wasn't on.
so everyone should have a copy of this particular presentation. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. Yes, we're pleased to be, Andrew Cox and I, our Executive Officer of Budget and Finance, to be presenting you my proposed budget for the next fiscal year. First, I want to thank board members for your engagement in this process thus far. Our board budget committee, your engagement and work in a couple meetings, and then we had our budget work session on February 3rd, and appreciate your engagement, your questions, your feedback, and that always been considered as I've worked with Mr. Cox in developing this proposed budget for the next year. I do want to note on your executive summary, as Ms. Thompson noted, there's materials there, not just the presentation and overall summary of the proposed budget, but there's also some materials there attached, and Mr. Cox may mention those a little later as well. But there's preliminary budget resolution based on this proposed budget. There's also more detailed budget information that's included for the next fiscal year based on this recommendation, and that's breaks out the entire budget in much more detail, and so that is attached there, as well as a visual that we'll take a little time on during the presentation around looking at the classified salary scale, compressed salary scale for next year and what that looks like, and to demonstrate that. I think that's important, just to show a visual on that. Take a couple minutes. So with that, certainly when we talk about and look at the proposed budget, the superintendent's proposed budget and the eventual school board's budget really is a monetary expression of the strategic direction and strategic plan of the school district. And when we look at our strategic plan, we always take a look at our vision, our mission, and what our core work is all about. Our vision in Moore County Schools is to ensure that educational experiences inspire students to reach their full potential and lead productive lives in an ever-changing world. Our mission is that we create a supportive, engaging, and safe learning environment that builds the knowledge, skills, and abilities needed for future success. The core beliefs that we've committed to in our strategic plan is that we believe schools are essential for thriving communities, and that every student can learn and succeed regardless of socioeconomic status, race, and ethnicity. All staff are empowered to meet the diverse learning needs of our students. Resources are provided so students and staff of all backgrounds and abilities can be successful. Students should come to school and feel safe, secured, and cared for, and that we are a partnership with students, parents, and community, and we are accountable to the education of all our students. The school district strategic plan includes 5 domains of focus, and when we talk about that monetary expression of the strategic plan, and this proposed budget is requesting a local investment in that work and in those areas. And they support academic achievement, student safety, health and welfare, employee culture and capacity, parent and community engagement, and organizational capacity and efficiency. And that investment is summed up with our tagline that pulls from our vision, our mission, our core beliefs. Those academic domains: engage, inspire, succeed, no matter what role our employee team plays. This investment supports their work to engage our students, to inspire our students, and to push them towards success. And so that's really what we're talking about today as we're setting up the proposed budget, is really talking about an investment. I think Mr. Holmes used that term at our budget work session, that this local request in this proposed budget, and eventually the school board's budget that we will present to our county commissioners, is really about an investment in our community, an investment in one of the greatest assets we have in Moore County, and that's our educational system. We have a community college that's the best in the state. We have a school district that's one of the best in the state. We have charter schools that are very good. We have private schools that are very good. And so an investment in our public schools, both here in the school district and our charter school, helps to keep that education system being one of the best in the state. And also, that investment also keeps our economy thriving and keeps our economy growing, because we know that's one of the major components of a growing economy is an effective and efficient and thriving education system. And so today, you're going to hear three key narratives. You've heard these from me before, as we discussed and shared, Mr. Cox and I did at the budget work session, but these are going to be emphasized again. The first being the impact of fixed costs. And those fixed cost increases as a result of the state budget, as a result of inflation, as a result of loss of one-time revenue. And when we talk about the impact of fixed costs, that's really our continuation budget. And there's going to be a real focus on the needs of our continuation budget. And by taking care of those needs in that request to our county, it allows us to take care of our people, to take care of our students, and help us to ensure our mission. And that continuation budget ensures that we're able to continue on at the current level of services we're providing, and we're not denigrating any services to our students, staff, and community. You're also going to hear some of those potential expansion request items that the school board has discussed, that we've had discussions at your work session, as well as some of the budget committee work, and what the estimated costs of those potential items are. And then throughout this, I think it's important to be mindful that in our requests to the Board of Commissioners and to our county, we have to be mindful of the reasonableness of that request within county revenue and what the county can afford. And I think you're going to see in this proposed budget a reasonableness to that request based on really the good fortune that we live in a county that's had revenue over what they've budgeted over the last 3 years. And so we are very fortunate to live in a county that has that potential, but I also think we need to be reasonable in our requests. So when you're thinking about that investment, who are we investing that in, that local investment? I think it's important to take a quick look at how many total students you're talking about, and then what percentage of school-age students that represents in the county or more. So when you're looking at how many students we're talking about with that investment, we know that last year during the pandemic, Moore County schools took a hit, lost about 3% of our student population, but charter schools continue to grow at a modest rate. And this year, we know that we regained those students that we lost during the pandemic year in 2021. Have about 12,750 students. Sometimes that fluctuates higher throughout the year. And our charter schools also saw a modest increase, and they have about 1,400 students. So that's a total, 1,200 students, a total of about 14,000 total public school students that local investment supports. So it supports both Moore County school students and our charter school students. When you look at, okay, what percentage of school-age children does that represent in our county? When you look at our charter schools and Moore County schools, that represents 80%, a little over 80% of school-age students in our county. So again, what does that investment go towards? It goes towards supporting 80% of those students, and you can see about 7.5% in private and about 12% in homeschool. Sometimes those homeschool families take advantage of some public school options, or private school options, or charter school options as well as homeschooling their students. Sometimes there's a combo there. And so what are those estimated fixed costs? You've seen these before. This isn't new information for the board, but I wanted to review what those estimated fixed costs are for the next fiscal year and walk through that with you. And I am going to take a little bit of time, Mr. Cox and I, on a couple of these items just to ensure there's good clarity around it. The first of those estimated fixed costs based on the state budget, the biennial state budget that was passed, that has increases in salary and benefits. The first item there you see is certified staff local supplement step. It's an impact of $200,000. The next item is our administrative staff salary increase to match the state increase. That's an impact of $50,000. The next item is local certified salary pay increase of 2.5%. That includes benefits to match the state increase. That's an impact of $375,000. And then this item, which we'll pause on for a second, I'll let Mr. Cox show us a visual on what this actually looks like for you as the board and our employees. The compressed local classified salary pay increase, which brings our minimum hourly rate for our classified employees as required by the state budget up to a minimum of $15 per hour. Any of our employees who are already making more than $15 an hour will receive a 2.5% pay increase if they were already making $15 an hour. And so that's an impact of $1.2 million to implement that required fixed impact cost. I'm going to ask Mr. Cox if he would take a moment to show us a visual of what that actually looks like for you, the board. And I think it's important that our employees know very clearly what that looks like for them as well with this fixed cost increase. Andrew.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Charlie, if you will pull up the classified scale comparison attachment. Yep, there you go, perfect. So what this shows, this is an example of, on the left-hand side is where we are currently, the $13 per hour scale. It lists the grade, and I didn't include all steps just to show you an example. Step 0 is somebody coming in, starting with no experience. Step 5 is somebody who has 5 years of experience. And then I put 9 and 10 on there to give you an idea of somebody who's on step 9, where they're gonna go when they move up the next year to step 10, when they get that additional year of experience. So at grade 50, right now, $13 per hour. Anybody down to 56 is at $13 per hour, coming in, starting with no experience. Step 5, you see there at $13.66, so somebody who has 5 years experience is making more than $13 per hour now. So we see the differentiation there. And I won't talk about 9 and 10 on the $13 per hour. What I want to show is on the right-hand side, after the solid black line, this is where the scale will move to for next year at $15 per hour minimum. So if you're at grade 50, you were at $13 per hour minimum. Grade 50 now will be $15 minimum per hour. Again, step 5 just shows the differentiation. If you have 5 years experience, how you will increase. The point here, using grade 50, you're at step 9 at $14.22 this year. Next year, when you go to $15 per hour minimum, because we start the scale at $15 an hour, we keep the integrity of the scales as built, you'll move to step 10 at $16.57 per hour. So it's a significant increase by moving the minimum to $15 per hour. Now, if you scroll up, Charlie, keep on, down, sorry, yeah, going down. Okay, right there, perfect. If you look there at the bottom, grade 62, that person is already making over $15 per hour. We'll say, I'll just use step 9. If you move over, Charlie, up. No, just don't move this screen, hang on. Right here, step 9. So they're already over $15 per hour at $16.56. They're gonna move to step 10 over here at grade 62. They're already over $15 per hour. So they're gonna make at least a minimum of 2.5% increase when they go over, because they're already over $15 per hour. So we wanted to make sure you understood that, make sure that the staff understood that although there is compression, if you will scroll up now, Charlie. If you see that compression from 50 down to 56 at $13 per hour, and then it'll be to grade 60 at $15 per hour. There is compression, everybody's starting at the same, but we want to make sure it was key to know that if you have more experience, you are making more than $15 per hour, and also show that you will be getting at least a 2.5% increase when you move from your current grade, for example, step 9, to a grade, or step 10 next year when that scale goes to $15 per hour.
Thank you, Andrew. We'll go back to the presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Charlie. So just again, wanted to take a moment just to demonstrate that visually, make sure it was clear to the board what that looked like, and also to our employees, the impact they'll see next year with that $15 minimum and 2.5% pay increase. Additionally, in these estimated fixed costs, as we know, this investment includes all our public school students in Moore County. We estimate a charter school based on their rate of growth over the years, the charter school increase of $200,000. We also, Andrew and John, worked with our utility companies to estimate the inflationary increases in utility rates for next year. And this $100,000 is based on that working with our utility companies. And then the inflationary costs of supplies and materials, Andrew looked at the consumer price index over the last year. I believe that's 4.9%, Andrew, or 4.5?
4.7 average.
Okay.
So just under 5%.
Just under
for the
5%.
year.
Okay. Just under 5% for the year, and so that inflationary increase for supplies and materials is $100,000. And then the last item there on our estimated fixed costs is revenue loss due to exhausted one-time funding. We know we've been funding recurring costs with one-time funding, whether that be our own fund balance or whether that be federal ESSER funds, and that once you spend that one-time funding, you don't have it anymore. And so this is part of that funding cliff we've talked about, and Andrew's going to talk a little bit more about in a second. Question?
Dr. Locklear, I'm sorry. My question is about that last line is, I'm sure some got through, but when we were, when the board was, divvying up ESSER funding, and other supplementary COVID funding, I thought we were very careful not to do recurring costs. For example, we used some to make up for learning loss with the understanding that that would go away. We used, we did a third, 50% and 25% and 25%. But, we did capital improvements, we did making up for learning loss, and we specifically said, don't use one-time funding for recurring costs. So could we provide some clarity on what these one-time costs are that we, or
Yes, sir.
one-time funding that we
That's-
used?
Yes, sir. That's been part of our ESSER presentation in the past. There is, and Andrew can talk about a little more details of this, but there is somewhere around $1 million to $1.2 million that we looked at recurring through our ESSER funding. That was part of maintaining resources for our schools, and that was part of what you could spend your ESSER funding on, not to deplete that. Now, we also funded some additional positions that we know will phase out at the end of the ESSER grant. Those were our second grade teacher assistants. We
Right.
funded 36 to 38 of those teacher assistants, and those will phase out each year until we no longer have an obligation for that. But we did use approximately $1 million, and Andrew he's got a chart and he can talk through this a little bit, but we did use that for recurring needs, that one-time funding for those recurring needs.
I would like to know about that, because it was my understanding that the only ESSER funds that were used, which gave us a fiscal cliff, were the teachers, actually the assistants in grades, I think it's 1 through 3 or something like that, for all those grades for 3 years.
We'd be happy to provide additional information back to the board, pulling from those presentations, that information. But Andrew, you probably can talk a
So,
little bit
yeah,
too.
I do want to address that. As you've seen in all the fiscal cliff slides that I presented in previous board meetings, there is a $1 million cost for personnel. This was initially funded out of ESSER 1. That plan did not come to the board like the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 that you're talking about, Mr. Hensley, where we added the TAs for grade 2. When we reduced ADM, when COVID hit, we stood to lose $2 to $3 million from the state through loss of ADM. The General Assembly came, so we moved personnel over to that ESSER funding, which was allowable expense, to make sure we didn't have to cut staff at that point. The General Assembly, as I've explained previously, was gracious enough to pass a provision that held us harmless, not just us, all districts in the state, that said if you have a decrease in ADM, DPI does not have to take that money back for the difference of where you missed the projected funded ADM that DPI provided. Well, we had already moved those personnel over to ESSER costs, about $1 million. And as part of the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 plan that you did approve, we allocated $1.2 million for 2 years each year, so $2.4 million in total to maintain that staffing level as part of the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 plans that we have presented and brought to the board. And so that funding will expire with ESSER 2 and ESSER 3, which is part of the funding cliff.
But if we used the ESSER funds for the 1.2, for 1.2 million, and then, because of the ADM problem. And then, we then got held harmless from the ADM problem. So why did we still need to use the ESSER funds?
That money went into fund balance, which we're using now, and we haven't got additional revenue from the county while we've had salary increases, retirement rate increases, hospitalization rate increases. We've had those fixed costs that we've have to cover, and haven't got any additional revenue from anywhere. And that's
Okay.
part of the funding cliff that I've explained previously, and you'll see on this slide here.
But I guess one of the problems that I don't really understand is there may be a need for money for many things, but for that personnel, so long that you're talking about, so long as we have the proper ADM, we don't have a funding cliff. Am I right?
No, as I said, we continue to have salary rate increases, hospitalization rate increases, retirement rate increases, fixed costs that haven't been funded for the last 2 years that we've got to cover some way. We've been using our fund balance, and we've been using the ESSER dollars to do that. And those monies are running out. So yes, we're at a point there where we've got to get additional revenue, which is part of this budget request, or, and that orange column shows what that commitment is. And if we don't get that revenue, then it's gonna be to a point where we're gonna have to cut staff or programs, which is denigrating the services that Dr. Locklear alluded to, that we're hoping to avoid through this request.
I have a question on utility costs. John can probably answer this. I know we're going on rates here, but do we have any fix on the amount of utility, the quantity of utilities used with the old, like a year ago and with the new buildings? It says nothing to do with how much it costs. Are we using less energy now than we were previous to having the new schools built?
Our utility savings out of the gate, if you remember 2016 with the energy management program, we made great strides in reducing our energy consumptions and having a lot of savings and not in offsets of having to spend for energy.
Okay.
That has reached up, and it's a much less increase of savings to that. We're not at a flat plateau. We're continuing to save a little and a little. The new schools definitely helped because
Okay.
they are very energy efficient.
Right.
The number that he presented, 100,000, is
I
based
can
off of our
understand the
current
cost is
usage.
gonna go up, yeah.
That's correct.
But it did save a considerable amount of energy. But
It
the
did.
costs have gone up, so, okay, thanks.
And as the last school, hopefully, we are able, surplus school remove, there'll be some savings with that from the maintenance side of utilities.
Thank you.
So just as a quick summary, that total fixed cost impact, which is about that continuation budget, continuing the current level of services we're providing, taking care of our people so we can take care of our students, is $3,625,000. And Andrew may have a couple of things he wants to say about the funding cliff and that demonstrated chart there. You've seen a lot of numbers with that. We thought a visual might be helpful as well.
Yeah,
So
we had
that's
a lot of narrative around it in the previous funding cliff slides, as Dr. Locklear alluded to, that we thought a visual would be more appropriate, where you see the, the blue with the revenues and the orange with the expenses, and without some type of additional revenue. We'll have to take some type of action to come up with the difference here, whether it be.
No, go ahead, please finish your sentence. I
I was
was,
say you have
whether it be,
take some type of action to cover up the difference, whether it's reducing staff, getting additional revenues from the county.
so just to be clear of that, just to be transparent, of that orange in 2023, how much of that are things that we as a board decided that when the one-time funding dried up, that we were going to eliminate those. We were gonna eliminate those positions. We went into it knowing that it was one-time funding. And we talked about not creating billets with positions with one-time funding, and then 2 years later act like we needed those and could not exist without them. An example is the COVID nurses, right? We understood as a board that the COVID nurses were temporary in nature. They were hired knowing they were temporary in nature, and when the funding expired, that their positions would expire. How many of those types of positions are reflected in the orange?
Go ahead.
None.
None. Okay.
The only thing that is using the ESSER money is this $1 million here, which with inflation or raises, benefits, goes to 1.2 million over here. And that was the original ESSER that did not come to the board. It didn't have to go through the approval. When the ESSER 2 came down and ESSER 3 came down, we did bring that to the board as part of the requirement for that and the plan that we had to submit to the state for that.
Okay, so 2023 at $6 million looks onerous. So what is the breakdown? I'm not looking for a penny, but what's a general breakdown of that?
So essentially, it's $2 million of fixed cost increases that we didn't get any funding for here, which carry over to this year, and then an additional $2 million of fixed cost increases that we just showed on this slide down to here as part of that.
So this is
well,
all inflation?
I'm sorry, can you go back? So that's 3.6 million.
Right, this is 3.6 million total. I'm taking out the one-time lost revenue. So this is new fixed cost increases, 2.2 million. Last year we had 2.2 million of fixed cost increases. We haven't got any additional revenue for either one of those. And so that's why that number looks so high. But we're also using some revenue from ESSER and fund
Right.
balance to offset the difference from revenues that we had projected out previously.
Right, can you go back to that previous slide, please? I've got a germane question. So in fiscal year 2022 and 2023, what are we projecting the percentage increase in per pupil funding from the state to be? Because obviously, if the state's gonna go from $12 an hour to $15 an hour for classified staff, which we all agree is wonderful, that is a resultant increase in the per pupil funding. So what percentage of increase are we expecting on the per pupil funding?
I haven't done an analysis on per pupil funding. As you'll see, as part of the later on in the presentation, the amount of state funding we're anticipating. The state has not given us any planning documents.
Right.
This is just based on historical information of kind of what they have done in the past to come up with what they may give us out of state dollars this year as part of this preliminary budget.
Yeah.
But haven't done a per pupil analysis to see what that per pupil funding is.
But we know, based on this slide, we know that the state has, they passed their budget to where we would have staff raises, the local raises, 2.5% increases. We know the state did not give us enough funds to come up with where we needed to be with that increase, right?
For the $13 per hour, yes, ma'am, that's
Okay,
correct.
and we know that,
300,000 short.
About 300,000 short in that.
and we know that on the 15-hour increase that is effective July the 1st, right? That do we know yet, or we don't have any idea at this time whether or not the state is going to?
We have gotten no planning information. They typically project out about what they're gonna give you around this time of year. But because they're still working on this year's budget, because it was passed so late, and getting all the allotments, adjustments, and everything done with that, they haven't had time to focus on the planning for next year at this point.
Right, so we know that we have to comply for the 15, which as Mr. Hensley said, we all feel that's great for our staff. that's July 1st that we have to do, plus the 2.5% that anybody that's there, they have to have over. And so for the rest of these, we're factoring in a little bit of inflationary cost to your ongoing points, Mr. Levy, with supplies and materials. But the one-time funding at the 1.4 million, back to your point, it is due to some personnel that we already have in place, that if we don't fund those positions, they will be
Potentially you have to cut, yes. And I presented those at the budget work session, and I don't have them in front of me. I believe it was 9 or 10 staff that made up that.
Okay, so is that something that you could send that one slide to board members, please? Just so that we can revisit and take a look at that, so that we're all on the same page with that, Mr. Cox? I think that would be helpful.
The point is, we lost we were short $70,000 last year because they didn't pick up the tab for the $13 an hour. We're gonna lose, it's gonna cost us $1.2 million more for the $15 an hour right now.
Right now.
Because none of it, they haven't agreed to fund any additional.
And there is funding in the 2-year biennial budget. There is funding in there. As I mentioned previously, when I asked DPI for a breakdown, they couldn't provide it to me. They said they take that overall number, plug it into their formulas, and it tells how much each district's gonna get. So we don't know what it's ultimately gonna be for Moore County for next year.
Okay.
But at best case scenario, it's only gonna cost us $1.2 million.
Mr. Cox, according to my notes from the meeting we had in January, 2 APs, 9 teachers, and 2 nurses were assigned to ESSER funding.
That'd be correct, yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Let me ask you, these people who were assigned to ESSER funding,
Before you go further, Mr. Levy, that's the original ESSER 1 funding. It's not the ESSER 2 or ESSER 3 plans that you presented where you signed those TAs as one-time funding, or that'll expire at the end of that funding.
I understand.
Okay.
But we were told that the only fiscal cliff were the assistants in grades 2. Now what I'm finding out is that we thought we were gonna have a problem with the ADM. So we reserved some money to deal with that from ESSER, okay? We found out we didn't have any problems with the ADM, so we threw that into I hate to use the term, to a slush fund, okay? From which we could then spend money, knowing, and hiring staff, knowing that we were going to create a fiscal cliff, okay? My problem is that I don't think, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that we were told that this is going to create a physical cliff for this 1.2 million. Am I wrong?
Well, I'm not gonna say you're wrong, Mr. Levy. Your perception is your perception, but I can say that I believe we've tried to be very transparent and very clear that we were assigning a certain number of positions for continuation, just to continue the level of services we had at the time with ESSER funding. That was continued and part of the budget and the presentation of the ESSER funds that this board approved. And so we've tried to be as transparent as we can about that. I'm not saying your perception's wrong, sir. I'm just saying that I know we've tried to be very transparent up front about that. I know Mr. Cox has tried to include that, has included that in our budget work so far this year. And so this is a level of commitment that we've had from non-recurring funds just to continue the staff we currently have. It wasn't adding any staff, it was just continuing the current level of services.
No.
The TAs we added.
No, I
Those
agree
will-
the TAs,
Yeah.
I knew that. But when we need money to go with our continuing staff, when we need a continuation budget, I find it hard, it seems to me to be difficult to think that we don't go to the county commissioners and ask for an increase in our regular budget to take care of that and go up to the county commissioners and say, look, if you guys don't give us this extra money, we're gonna have to cut staff.
Can we hold that until we get to the end, because I've got some comments that'll dovetail.
Okay, all right,
nicely.
well,
Just like to
he
get
he
to
wants to cool me down.
And
Well,
I
we just have to have the
believe-
part we talk about the county
I
budget.
believe that's what this slide is that this is
Yeah.
a continuation, so that when we go to the county commissioners, that we say that we have to have these funds, or we're gonna have to cut that bottom line row of positions.
My problem is that should have been done in the previous budget, okay?
was.
Where we go up to the county commissioners and say at that time,
Guys,
we have to do it.
there's a fix for this. If we could please wait, get about 5 slides down and then.
All right,
we can-
I'll
Thank
defer to
you.
Mr. Hensley because there's a fix for this.
He has something brewing in his brain.
There's a
that
fix
will-
for it.
Okay, next slide.
Yes, ma'am.
And does anybody have any other comments before?
I'm
we-
with David.
Now, did Mr. Cox, you said it was included?
We've provided or projected our fixed costs and our budget requests to the county each year.
Okay.
We've not gotten additional money, so we've had to fund that somewhere else. And that's why we presented the cliff last year, we presented the cliff this year.
Yeah.
In it, as Dr. Locklear mentioned, we have been transparent. If you look at those slides where I put the narrative out there, that first million is personnel. And it's carried over for this year
Right.
and carries over into next year. So, to Dr. Locklear's point, we've tried to be transparent about it. Maybe we haven't explained it, fully, to the board, and if not, we've tried to be transparent in it with the narrative.
Okay.
Actually, I think we have to explain it more fully to the county commissioners.
yeah.
Okay, and by the way, if we don't have the money, unfortunately, tell them we'll cut the positions. Okay, sorry.
Okay, next slide. I'm holding him down.
I just get hot with this stuff.
I'm holding
So
him down.
this is also information the board has seen before, but I wanted to quickly review the potential expansion items that could be included in my proposed budget based on discussions that the board's had at your previous budget committee work and at the February 3rd budget work session. These are all items that were discussed that had some consensus from the board as priority items. The first of those is reduce class size in grades 4 and 5, and that's looking at reducing that class size in grades 4 and 5 to the teacher-to-student ratio we used prior to the implementation of the K-3 class size law, which was 1 to 24. It's currently one teacher to every 26.5 students. So in reducing it down to that ratio, that would be a range of 6 to 8 teachers at an impact of $584,000. We talked about establishing Connect Academy as an individual school next year and the impact of that at $140,000. We know our student membership has increased at Cranes Creek Middle and the need to add an additional counselor at Cranes Creek, $80,500. We also talked about the impact if you were, as Mr. Cox just showed, with the compressed classified salary scale with 10 of our grades all starting at the same point at $15 per hour. If you decompress that back to every grade having a step up to step 60, that would be an impact of $2.7 million. We also talked about looking at inflation for our capital outlay requests in the county and looking at inflation for our digital learning requests in the county, using that CPI or Consumer Price Index inflation average over the year. That's a $40,000 amount on each of those requests for a total for potential expansion items to be included in the budget of $3,664,500. You combine those together, fixed cost increase and expansion cost increase, that's a total of $7,289,500 for the total if you were to include all those items into one.
Could you take us back to that one right before the other, that one? Not that it's a very small amount of money because it would just be $80,000, but I feel like having the capital outlay and the digital learning on there is a little bit misleading because those are funds held separately. Am I correct? That are not figured into, say, the charter school outlay or other things along those
Those two
lines.
items are not factored into the charter school per pupil calculation that we have to send to the charter schools, correct?
Right, so that may be, like I said, I know it's a very small amount of money in the scheme of things, but I have agreed with Mr. Levy over this last year that those are areas that the county has not increased since they established them, and it would be time to look at that, but I think we could probably do it separately.
I don't
And-
understand. Do it separately?
Well, the capital outlay and the digital learning are not included in
The operating budget.
the operating budget.
The
Okay, because those-
operation,
No, no,
the fund,
I'm
the
well
fund
aware of
two,
what you're talking about.
the Fund Two local operations funding, is separate from the capital outlay, which is Fund Four. And then the digital learning, the county holds that themselves and we submit invoices to them to pay. But it's still part of the overall request.
To the county commissioners.
yeah.
I
And that-
understand
And that's
that,
why
too.
it's in there, but understand your point, it's
Yeah,
different funding.
And
Because
I
if
think,
somebody-
I think I understand, I think I agree with it. How it's presented doesn't matter so long as we get the increase.
Right.
Okay, right.
So again, the total of those both were $7.2 million, a little over $7.2 million. And so as we transition to look at my proposed budget to the school board for the next fiscal year, I think it's important that we just take a quick moment to remember when we're looking and thinking about that local budget request to our Board of Commissioners at the county. We again have to stress and really, as we've already had a lot of discussion about, that continuation budget need based on the impact of fixed costs. And that continuation budget's really about continuing the level of services we're able to offer currently to our students, our staff, and our community. And again, it's an investment in our county and in our economy, really, in the long run. When you're thinking about an expansion budget, we want to look at those needs that we have as a school district and that can support our students. But we also, again, want to be reasonable in our requests based on the revenue that the county has available. We're fortunate to be in a county that's had revenue over budget for the last 3 years, even during the pandemic. But we want to be reasonable in our request. And with that, you'll see, I think, that reasonableness in my proposed budget. So, my proposed budget for the next fiscal year for the school board's consideration is, you see all of those fixed cost items, those continuation budget items that we just covered and spent a good bit of time on, included in that request. And that includes our certified staff supplement scale, our administrative staff salary increase, a local certified salary pay increase of 2.5%, a local classified pay increase to a minimum of $15 an hour, and above that, a 2.5% increase. It includes the funding, again, this investment is for all public school students in Moore County. So this fixed cost includes our charter school estimated growth, and it includes those inflationary increases on utility rates and for supplies and materials. And then lastly, that one-time funding, that one-time revenue that we're losing, it includes the $1.4 million to replace that one-time funding that is being exhausted for a total of continuation budget of fixed cost impact of $3,625,000. Certainly in any budget request and in my proposed budget, all of those expansion items that we've mentioned, that we've talked about, are ones that I think everybody in this room could be potentially passionate about and to advocate for. But again, when thinking about what is a reasonable request, in my proposed budget, I included one expansion item, and that's the first one that we talked about. And I think that's one that this school board has talked about as a need for a couple years. And in prior times, we've talked about it as well, and that's to reduce class size in grades 4 and 5 back to the ratio that we were using prior to the K-3 class size law implementation. And that expansion budget increase is $584,000. And so those two combined come together for my total proposed budget of $4,209,000 as a recommended budget to you and to our public for feedback. I asked Andrew if he'd kind of walk us through the breakdown of this budget a little more, as Ms. Carter was talking about how that works out in various phases there. So I'm going to ask Andrew to walk through that.
What expansion items are you not including?
Not including any of the items we discussed. The only item that
Like,
I'm
what
including.
what are they? Because I'm lost here.
Right here.
On slide 11, those
Slide
other
11?
yes, sir. Those all included the potential expansion items. The expansion item that I am including in my proposed budget, with a focus again on that continuation budget of getting the funding we need to survive and continue the current level of services. The only one I have included is reducing class size in grades 4 and 5.
So you're not going to establish Connect Academy. You don't want an extra counselor at Cranes Creek. We're not gonna decompress the classified salary scale. Capital outlay expansion, okay, due to inflation. So we're not gonna ask for inflationary increase in the capital outlay. And we're not going to, we're not gonna ask for an inflationary increase in the digital learning, am I correct?
In my proposed budget, you are correct. And in my proposed budget, I'm focusing on what I think is a reasonable request to the county. Again, this is my proposed budget to you. We're gonna, as you'll see, our next steps is getting feedback from our community. We'll have time for public comment at our next board meeting, and to gather that feedback and bring it back. And you can also direct other things to be included in the budget, in the final budget that's approved by you on April 11th. But you know, would I want all those items included in a budget? Would I want to have that funding? Absolutely. And I think I could passionately advocate for each of those items. But what I think part of my responsibility as superintendent is to also bring you a budget that I think is reasonable and a reasonable request for us to go to our county on.
Okay, you said it's reasonable. What is the basis of your reasonableness? In other words, I asked you, and you said, well, we'll see about it, to take a look at the percentage of amounts of money going to public schools, excluding construction costs, so operating costs, percentage going to public schools of county property taxes and sales taxes over the past 5 years. And I asked for a chart to show that. Do we know what that is? In other words, have they been increasing our funding? Have they been decreasing our funding? Okay, because if they've been decreasing our funding as a percentage of property and sales tax, then I would have a good argument that it's reasonable for them to increase our funding. If they have been increasing our funding in terms of property and sales tax, maybe there's another reason. I'm just trying to figure out, when you say it's reasonable not to ask for inflation, money for inflation, not to ask for that, which means we have to cut our purchases, because we can't do anything about inflation, okay? What's the basis of the reasonableness?
Part of the basis of reasonableness is over the last 2 years, we've either been reduced funding or we've gotten flat funding from the county. And you'll see with Andrew's slides here in a couple minutes that the per pupil expenditure from our county has went down for students during that time. So just let me finish.
Yes.
Part of my basis of this being a reasonable request is, one, we haven't got any additional funding in 2 years. Part of my request that I believe this is reasonable is when we look at the revenue, if we look at the end of the year reports from our county and we look at the revenue our county's making over what they budgeted, I believe $4 million is reasonable within looking at the revenue growth we've had in our county. And so, based on our history of working with the county, and based on the fact we haven't got any additional funding in the last couple of years, and based on the fact that they have seen revenue over budget in the last 3 years, I believe this is a reasonable request within that whole context.
So they've been giving us on a per pupil basis less and less and less money. So the reasonableness is for us not to ask for more money?
I am asking for more money. I'm asking for $4 million. That's a pretty significant request.
Well, it may be significant or it may be insignificant depending on the percentage of property and sales tax that the county has committed to public education in the past. Because if they are committing a less and less percentage to public education, then that's one thing. And I'm very, very troubled about us not putting in inflationary increases. Because if you are not going to put in inflationary increases, I want to know
Bob.
where you're going to decrease
Bob.
our expenditures.
Bob.
Yeah.
We are partially through item 4 on a 16-item agenda, which will make this a 16-hour meeting. I am certainly willing to do the people's work, but I have said a couple times during this particular agenda item that if we all just wait until the end, then maybe we could get through this presentation and then we could have a discussion rather than spending an hour. I mean, if we want to, I could spend an hour picking apart this slide if that's what we want to do, but I just think we hold all questions till we get to the end, and then we can go around in some methodical order and let everyone share their thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Hensley.
I mean, are you okay with that?
Oh, I'm okay with it. You took up a lot of time in the beginning too, Dave.
I-
You know, so let's not call glass houses and throw stones.
So what I did, Mr. Levy, is I took up time during an action item that was voted on that day, is actually what I did.
So let's just keep going and.
Yes,
and-
Andrew, if you go back to
yeah,
your-
and get
go
to
through
a
your
point
slides,
to where
please.
board members can ask questions.
So what, excuse me, what this shows is historical funding trend from the county over the last few years. And I'll just highlight this year, you see total request, which includes the 1.5 million in capital and digital learning funds to make it a total budget of budget request of $36,059,000, which you see that $4.2 million increase. Which over the last few years, you see the levels that we've been taken away or given to us. Also put in here the per pupil funding amount. This year at 2214, this request will put us at 2428, which is a significant increase over prior years. This gives you a breakdown of that $36,059,000 request again. $31 million to go to Moore County Schools operations. $3.2 million will go through us to charter schools for their students that we're required to pay. You see the $750,000 in capital expense and $750,000 for the digital learning fund, which is held at the county. This breaks it down further by Fund 2, because you'll see that number here in a minute, is just solely the current operations amount, $31.3 million and $3.2 million to charters, for a local current expense request from the county, $34,559. Then we add in potential fines and forfeitures based on historical amounts coming in, and interest at $30,000. That gives us a total of $35,039,000 for our Fund 2, which is our local operations fund. And now here is the total projected budget for state funds. Fund 1, $86,411,250 estimated. Local expense, which you just saw, at $35,039. Our federal funds, $23 million, which still includes a significant amount of ESSER dollars. Our capital fund at $750,000. School nutrition fund, funded through federal reimbursements at $5.485 million. And then our local operations, local special operations, which are grant-driven, at estimated $3 million for a total proposed budget of $153,685,250.
So very quickly, just summing up this proposed budget for me is, again, this is a monetary expression of the district's focus and strategic plan, and it has a strong focus on that continuation budget of taking care of our fixed impact costs so we can take care of our people and accomplish our mission. And it ensures those current level of operations, and we're not, you know, with that focus, you won't be denigrating any services that we're currently providing. Again, I really like the comment from our budget work session from Mr. Holmes that this local request, and it's about an investment in our community, investment in the county, investment in our students, and also an investment in the county's second largest employer. So it is an investment that keeps our educational system vibrant and our economy also very positive. I think based on our discussion, it's a reasonable request to our county based on their revenue and growth patterns. And as always would like to take just a quick second to thank the School Board Budget Committee. That consisted of Madam Chair, Ms. Thompson, and Vice Chair, Ms. Carter, and Board Member Hensley, as well as Andrew Cox, our Executive Officer for Budget and Finance, and really appreciate all the time and effort he's put in this as well. And so what's next? We'll open up an online portal for internal and external stakeholders to give feedback to this budget request beginning tomorrow. We'll have public comment on March 14th at our business meeting. April 11th or April 4th, Andrew and I will bring this back to you at your work session, and then on April 11th, you'll finalize your budget. You'll adopt your budget for the next fiscal year. We'll present that budget on the 19th to the county commissioners. County Manager Vest will recommend his budget that will include the amount he's recommended to fund for schools on May 17th. There'll be an opportunity for a public hearing at the county on the 21st, and then June 23rd is when they're tentatively scheduled to adopt their budget as a Board of Commissioners. And so Andrew and I are certainly available for any additional discussion and questions.
Okay, now, board members. Well, let's hear your comments, questions.
So I have, I took a few notes rather than comment in line, but the first thing is, we're gonna get zero sympathy from the county commissioners for revenue loss due to exhausted one-time funding, because they will just say, and we all know, you shouldn't use your balance, your fund balance to, or one-time allocations to fund ongoing operations. So, my takeaway from this, and by the way, this is both an apology to my board members and the public. I am a member of the Budget Committee. It's something I take very seriously, and just because business, I had to be away 2 of the last 3 meetings. So, I'm catching up on some of this. But I would recommend another approach to how to present this to the county commissioners. One is, if you look at this, we're talking about how we're going to spend it, right? What we need to answer is why we need these funds, not how we're gonna spend it, but why we need a budgetary increase, abstract it out from the things we're gonna do, and put a mechanism in to fix it. The current situation, the problem is, and we talked about this last year, is the current local funding does not address growth in student population, percentage growth in Raleigh, in the educational budget, and inflation. And those are things that we've all talked about here today. Mr. Levy talked about inflation, and he hit on the growth in student population. If you go back to that slide, last year, our dollars per student actually decreased. That's because our funding is not tied to per student. It's a blob. Here in Moore County Schools, here's here's $33 million, which, by the way, isn't an insignificant amount. I mean, it's 50% of the county budget. I heard an offhand comment here during the break that said our county can afford to give more money to our schools. Well, first of all, that was said by a very wealthy man in this county who can write a large check and who maybe doesn't mind his property taxes going up $5,000 or $10,000 a year. But this county, a significant part of our county is below the poverty line, and those people cannot afford, and those people pay property taxes, and those people cannot afford an increase. So you have to be very careful about saying our county can afford. If you drive a Mercedes and live in a $4 million house, you can afford a lot of stuff that most of the people in this county cannot. Secondly, Hoke County schools are much better funded than our schools, and they produce much more dismal results, both in facilities and education. So we have to be careful about saying, we just need more money, we just need more money. But what we have to do, and I believe that properly explained, and it should be board members explaining this at the county commissioner meeting, not the superintendent. Because we're the elected officials, and we should be talking elected officials to elected officials. At that meeting, we should certainly have the superintendent and Mr. Cox there to back us up. Oh my God, quick, Andrew, what's the question of that? I don't know. But philosophically, it should be elected official to elected official at the county commissioners meeting. But what I would say is it goes back to a per student funding plan. And Madam Chair, if I could, I'm going to regress a little bit just because there's a lot of people who tuned in who don't understand this. The biggest detriment to funding more, well, a big detriment, impediment to funding more county schools is Raleigh will say our per pupil funding is, I'm making this up, $12,000 a student. They will give teachers a raise, they'll give classified staff a raise, and that will take care of the people who are local, who are funded by the state. But we have 20-30% of our positions that are funded locally. It doesn't do anything for those people, and we have to give those members of our faculty and staff a raise. That is a big gotcha. The other gotcha is inflation and the growth of students in Moore County. So what we need to do is we need to come up with a formula, and I'm revising my last plan from last year, which, by the way, got attacked because these leftists in Moore County found this fringe website and think that I stole my ideas from that. I assure you this was an original thought. But what we need to do is we need to, and I guarantee you the business-minded county commissioners, will be very receptive to a funding mechanism that recognizes that is put in place and a written agreement, and it stays there in perpetuity. And this funding mechanism needs to it needs to be per pupil, because if it's per pupil, if our students go up 10%, then our funding has to go up 10%. What we experienced last year is our enrollment went up. You could see it from these charts, and our funding stayed the same, which, to Mr. Levy's point, caused a decrease in per pupil funding. So our funding must be per pupil, and it must have two elements in it. One element is we take the amount of our local funding that's spent on people, and it's what, $36 million, $31 million. Let's say 20% of that is spent on people. And let's say Raleigh gives a 5% pay raise to people, then $20 million that we get from the county for that year that Raleigh increased our personnel costs 5%, then that $20 million gets a 5% bump to keep us consistent with what we do with Raleigh. The second component is the inflation component. And that, again, is what Mr. Levy talks about. Well, we're all concerned about. So we take the non-people component, and let's say that's the local part of the non-people component. Let's say that's $11.8 million. And let's say inflation is 10% this year. Then we should get a 10% increase on that. And I guarantee you that properly explained, maybe over dinner, maybe in a meeting, maybe both, properly explained to business-minded, serious-minded county commissioners, they cannot refute that. It's an awesome idea. And just to give you some ideas, these numbers I did with my phone, while the presentation was going on. First of all, if the per pupil funding had been adopted this year, and if you remember, Mr. Cox, when we talked about this, we were going to do catch-up. Since there hadn't been any increases in 2 years because of COVID and all this, the plan was we were going to take 2 years ago as a baseline, and we were going to apply 2 years worth of Raleigh increases. That was the plan. Had we done that, we would have got an additional I think it was 1.6 or somewhere around there, $1 million this year. We would not have had a deficit this year had the county commissioners adopted the per pupil plan. And by the way, there's members of this board that lobbied against the per pupil plan, and that resulted in us getting a cut from the, not getting an increase from the county commissioners. If in the next 2 years, let's say that average is 5%, I just made that up, that's $1.8 million a year. So Mr. Locklear, there is there's $4.9 million of your deficit simply by getting the county commissioners to do the common sense per pupil funding tied, a hybrid approach for people. It's tied to the increase in salary increases from Raleigh, and for the non-people, the things, it's tied to the rate of inflation. If we adopt that, assuming no new initiatives, then we will be made whole in perpetuity. It is a funding mechanism where we don't have to go back and hope and pray. One thing that's been loud and clear since I've been on this board is educational funding, and the calendar of educational is FUBARD. It is absolutely ridiculous that we have to do a budget, but we don't know what we're getting from the state. We kind of know what we're getting from the feds, and we have no idea what we're going to get from the county. I can't control the federal government. I got a little influence at the state, but we can definitely shape and should be able to count on the local funding. And the way to do that is per pupil with a tie to the increases in Raleigh and the increases to inflation. And we can sell that to the citizens of Moore County. We can sell it to the advocates of public education, the ones who don't think I got this from some wacko website. And more importantly, I know we can sell it to the county commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Hensley. And board members, as you are commenting, if you could just add your comments to reference Dr. Locklear's proposal, because I would just like to hear your comments relative to what you have heard Dr. Locklear say regarding the proposed budget, and basically, should we proceed with both the continuation budget as well as the expansion budget? I would just like to get your sense and take on those items as well. Mr. Dennison, comments?
No, I have none right now.
Mr. Levy?
Yeah, I would hope that we would use something besides continuation budget and expansion budget. Because if we go to the county commissioners and say we want an expansion, the county commissioners are gonna say, no, just do what you're doing before, okay? We have to go to the county commissioners and we have to say, listen, commish, there are certain things that we have to do, all right? We have 50% of our students are not reading at grade level. Well, we've got to do something about that. One of the things that we're doing about it is we're lowering the per pupil ratio in 4th and 5th grades, okay? Now, in order to, well, we don't want to cut the budget, all right? But if you don't give us our inflationary increases, unfortunately, we're going to have to cut the budget because we can't, we have no control over inflation. So, and is it reasonable? Well, let's take a look at over time what you have given us. And you can either use it in the per pupil matter, as Mr. Hensley suggested, which is a very, very good idea, or you can say as a percentage of property and sales taxes. Okay, what have you given us over the past couple of years? Now, I haven't looked at that, but I'm going to just bet that it's gone down. Okay, especially given the current inflation, which means that property and sales taxes in Moore County especially have gone way up. All right. I don't want to, the revenue of the county is going up, and they can find 1,000,001 things to spend it on. I want them to spend it on education. I want them to spend it on the children, okay? And if we go in and say, well, you didn't give it to us last year or the year before, so we're just gonna be real reasonable and we're not going to ask you for too much. No. we're asking you for it because the kids need it, all right? And we do have to polish our presentation to the county commissioners. So county commissioners are conservative. They'll give us money. They're happy to give us money, but they want to know what we're using the money for, and we got to tell them. So I would hope that we would, you're going, was it tomorrow? Am I correct? To the county commissioners?
I'm just, Mr. Cox and I are going to attend their work session, their budget work session on Wednesday. There's no presentation involved with that. We're just going to listen in and hear the information that's shared.
Well, I hope that you will tell them tomorrow that if we don't get this, and I don't want to use expansionary budget, it's our necessity budget, okay? It's our necessity for the children, okay? That we're not going to be able to improve our reading scores, and we really are trying to improve our reading scores. And we may have to cut our services because we're not going to get our inflationary increase. Because it may be their work session, but my guess is that before your presentation, they've already decided, before your formal presentation, Mr. Vest has already decided what he's going to give you, okay? And it is up to us to, I don't want to say embarrass them, but to basically say, look, guys, you know, this is what, and ladies, I guess, they're guys and ladies, this is what we need for our children. And there should be one budget. I think it should be the larger budget, because that larger budget is what the children need. And it's not expansionary. It is what we need right now. Okay, that's, sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes, Ms. Caldwell.
Yeah,
Stacy.
so I just have one thing. So when we redistrict a few years back, you know, we made the Southern Pines children go to Cranes Creek. I was against it, and even though it went, you know, it passed, you know, I have to accept that. But going to that school and seeing how expanded it has been and how large it has become, and not give them the counselor that they need is just ludicrous to me. So that kind of puts a big sore in my right thigh. But I really just think we need to relook at that. And Robert, I'm with you on this. I mean, I think we need to ask for more than what you think we need to do, especially for that counselor, because I know they need more help. They're really, the school has gotten really large. So that's all.
And I do want to add something to what you just said, to agree with you very, very, very much. Our kids in West Southern Pines, this is honestly, I don't believe that this was done, but it was. So instead of going to their closer school over in Southern Middle, they're being sent over to Cranes Creek. All right, I'm correct on that, right? All right? And those are precisely the kids for which we have a learning gap, okay? And quite frankly, if we don't get the money for them, I hope, Dr. Locklear, that you will take a counselor away from some other school and give it to them. Because when the board, well, I wasn't on it, when the board decided to send our lower socioeconomic students over to Cranes Creek and to load Cranes Creek up with them, we have a responsibility to give them a counselor, if that's what they need, a counselor or whatever. Otherwise, once again, we're going to have that larger gap, that larger learning gap.
You said it better than I did.
And, that's right. Yeah, well,
Ms. Carter.
Okay, I'm gonna be brief.
Thank you.
And this goes along with supporting what Ms. Caldwell and Mr. Levy just said. I think we need to go back and look at the expansion part of your list on slide 11 and add back in Connect Academy if you're choosing to recommend it, the counselor at Cranes Creek, and the capital and digital learning expansions because of inflation. That adds in an extra $300,000, which in the scheme of things, if we're going to ask for the things that we need to do to keep this system on the forefront of education where it needs to be, to get us back up there, to keep us up there, taking us from a request of 4.2 to 4.5 is not going to be the deal that breaks the bank. As much as I would like to see us be able to decompress the classified salary scale, I think that's pushing us out there to an area that we're not going to be able to support at this time. As much as I regret it, because we know that our classified salary scale was such a step in the right direction, and it is a shame to see it have to be squeezed in together, but that would maybe needs to be on our list for continued work. But I don't see where adding an additional 300,000 in is going to really affect the commissioner's leanings one way or another. But I'm with Mr. Levy. Let's not call it just continuation or expansion. Let's find some really good positive names to put on these things. But we do need those extra teachers. We do need a counselor at Cranes Creek. If there is a need for Connect Academy, which has been so successful this past year, then let's make sure we put that need in there. So I'd like to see us go ahead and put those other 4 points back in.
I'm with you.
Okay, so board members, just to be clear, because when this comes back to us for a final presentation and for a final vote, I've got a few notes here from Mr. Hensley to follow up on with regard to making it clear of our per pupil funding. Are we saying as a whole that from this slide that we're looking at that goes back to recommend expansion on this slide here, are we saying that we are pretty much in favor as a board of the items that are listed here?
No.
No.
Madam Chair, I wanted to address, after you said focus our comments on this, I haven't had an opportunity to focus my comments on this. I have a couple comments on this.
Okay.
And oddly enough, one of these, I just sent an email to Mr. Locklear during the break commenting on the Connect Academy. I do not support that for the following reasons. One is there's a general consensus that remote learning was an unmitigated disaster. We talk about 20 to 30% learning loss. There's been study after study after study showing the tremendous learning loss from remote learning, but we want to establish a virtual academy to perpetuate that. As I emailed the superintendent, if I looked out and I saw well-funded schools, I saw A and B rated schools, and I saw our current staff and faculty getting paid appropriately, maybe. But given the fact that remote learning has, we talk about not scientific, what's it called? Research-based, implementing research-based programs. Well, virtual academies and remote learning certainly isn't research-based because, again, there's been hundreds of studies showing it was a dismal failure, but we want to sink money into that. I don't want to sink money into that. I'm not sure what counselors do at an elementary school, but middle school, yeah, at a middle school. But wow, $80,000, is that a year-round billet, the position that gets paid $60,000 a year? Is that a year-round or is that an 10-month?
10 months, right? 10-month employee.
So a 10-month employee, so.
That's loaded with benefits.
Oh, I understand. That's why I took $20,000 out of it. So our counselors make $6,000 a year, which is probably double the median income of Moore County, just to put things into perspective. More than double.
You mean per month?
Yeah,
Just
per month.
But that would be a counselor who is at 30 years.
That's the average amount that the state provides to us. So if we have some, and I don't know what years of experience is with that, that's an average that we get for a instructional
not-
support position, which a counselor is instructional
Not a
support.
new counselor coming in.
Right, a brand new counselor, no, they would not receive that. This is just an average to make sure we would have.
Okay, so just for the record, our counselors make $6,000 a month plus benefits, which is probably more than double the median average income, the median income in Moore County. Just so the public understands, because we hear about people being underpaid, which takes me to the third thing, and that is deep compression of our classified salary scale. The worst paid employees of Moore County School, the lowest paid employees of Moore County Schools, many of which are living below the poverty level, are our classified staff. And I just heard a board member say we shouldn't advocate for the $2.7 million to pay our staff, many of which who live below the poverty level. I will tell you that of all the things up there, the two things that the county commissioners would be most apt to fund are reducing class size and paying our classified staff more. So that's my thoughts on that.
Thank you.
Might I just
And
add to that? I didn't say I didn't advocate for it. I said I think we reach a point at which the commissioners will not fully fund if we add the additional almost 2.8 million. So I wholeheartedly support
Okay, well, good. I'm
every
glad
penny
I'm
we
glad
can
you
get for our
clarified, but
classified staff.
I think that's what they're most likely to fund.
And by all means, you know, we should be pursuing every bit that we can. I'm with you on that. And, you know, I was with you on the per pupil expenditures. To me, in my mind, and I know that I have lots of friends that don't think it makes sense, but I think it makes sense. If we see what we're spending, you know, what we're requesting per child. That's why I wondered about taking the capital outlay and the digital learning out of the equation, asking for those increases separately, because they don't play into that per pupil expenditure that we share with the charter schools.
Yes.
So, as a follow-up, then, what we're asking is that we have and Dr. Locklear, you and Mr. Cox can, determine how we need this presented to us, but from our discussion today, it appears that we're asking more or less as an overall consensus, that we go with not only the items that were listed as continuation, but the expansion items as well.
All expansion, just to clarify, all expansion items?
I'm hearing that we wanted the counselor, we wanted the reduced class sizes. There was an up. I feel like that the Connect Academy doesn't necessarily focus on our slow learners, but it focuses on, it gives our county an opportunity to pull in some of our homeschool children. It gives us an opportunity to continue to instruct and teach our children who are caught up in this COVID-type limbo world. And though typically now we have what, Dr. Metcalf, Dr. Locklear, 600 and something students.
We have a little over 500 this semester.
So
And
we're
First semester
talking-
was 620, I think. roughly.
We're talking about, say, 550, 600 students. We're talking about trying to keep those students in a learning type environment for their instruction. And again, it would benefit us because we're having some of the homeschool parents sending their children. So I, for one, would like to see that item listed as well. And then as we go through our next discussion of approving this, we can figure out, do we want to take something off? But I think to come back to let's just see here, just include this, and then we'll come back around.
Aren't we giving this to the public for their input?
Yes, we're putting
The
this
next
out,
step?
just,
All right,
yes.
So here's what I'd do. I'd put the entire thing out.
Yes,
Put the entire
yes.
thing out there,
Yes.
let the public comment.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
And then we're gonna have to decide on it later anyway. Am I right?
Well,
Exactly.
Well, correct. I'm sorry, Ms. Denson, go
I
ahead.
have a question. What's the difference between having the Connect Academy and what we're doing this year?
We're not allowed by law to continue to do it in the method we're doing it, connected to the schools. The difference is, we may be bringing to the board in April a recommendation that Connect Academy be a standalone school. and there are some costs that are associated with that, and it
Okay,
becomes its
I
own
understand that.
standalone school.
So the
if that's
legislature
case.
says no more virtual schools.
No more in the current way that it's done. You had to have requested a school number prior to May
Right.
2021, which we did, and we have that to activate.
So we'd have to go through the formal process to do what we're doing this year. We can't do what we do this year, next year.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then I have a question, David, on one of your questions, you on the learning loss. I agree there was learning loss, but I would like to point out for the district performance score and for the state, that during the learning loss period, we went from 36th to 23rd in the state, which to me indicates that our remote program was better than most. But just as a matter of fact of what happened,
Sure.
it's still not good, but
Sure, right,
just as a matter of
right.
fact, what happened.
Our remote learning was the healthiest man in the cancer ward.
That's right.
I mean, you know, I mean,
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, if I could just note, based on what I'm hearing from the board, part of our approach, we'll see what the feedback is from our community, internal, external stakeholders, public comment, additional feedback we get from you, questions we get from you. And part of the approach Mr. Cox and I might take is to bring back some options for the board to take action on the 4th to direct what the final budget will look like on the 11th, because we're really going to need the board's direction on that, because it is going to be your budget.
And so what I would suggest is, let's see what we get from the community. And then let's talk to David, Libby, myself, possibly coming back to a subgroup so we can get that information and determine, based upon our discussion today, do we need to tweak anything? And then after that, then we can get our information back to our full board and have everybody weigh in on where we are at that point in time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is that good?
Can
Okay.
I add just one thing? Is there any way to even send a link or an email to the teachers and staff too, so they give us input? Because I know a lot of it's parent and community, but sometimes teachers get overlooked. I would just be interested to see what teachers think of what needs to be done as well.
yeah.
Okay,
I was
thank
going to suggest that the superintendent survey, where it had the community and faculty and staff, we need to start looking at that.
Yeah, I like
with-
that.
It was great because we can see the difference,
The
if any,
differences, yeah.
or the similarities.
We'll ask folks we can ask folks to self-identify, just as they did in the superintendent search survey.
Yeah, that'd be great.
But I
Okay.
would hope you don't use the term expansion.
Yeah.
budget.
Yeah.
Just our budget.
Think of another word.
Well,
Our
it's-
budget.
It's what's in my proposal right now, but as we
Yeah.
come back, we'll refine that. I'm hearing
We'll-
your feedback, and appreciate that.
We'll
Okay,
pull
yes, sir.
that word out, okay? Next, we are about an hour behind our agenda time.
No, we're not.
So we're gonna catch up, but next we have health education standards update. And board members, if you feel like you need to step away for just a hot minute, you can do that, but we're gonna get right into our health education standards update. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Metcalf is here. I believe we have members of a team that will be sharing information with you coming in. Dr. Metcalf and Ms. Gephardt are going to be leading this presentation on our health education standards and puberty education unit. Based on board member questions, I wanted to bring some information on how this is approached in our school district. We also have Ms. Jenny Wiley, principal at West Pine Middle. Appreciate Ms. Wiley joining us. Mr. Perry, Craig Perry, who's a PE teacher, healthy living teacher at High Falls Elementary, and Ms. West, who is a PE teacher at West Pine Middle. So we want to welcome them, appreciate them being here and being part of the presentation to give us information around how this is taught to our students. So Dr. Metcalf.
But by the way, I do have one question. Did I read this correctly, and this entire curriculum is being overhauled as of June?
Yes, we're going to be reevaluating the materials in June as we go through our summer curriculum work every summer, and it will be brought back to the board. It was on doc to do that in 2020, and of course COVID hit, so we've given time for our teachers to refocus and really create a strong curriculum, and we will be bringing it back for board approval in the fall.
So my question is, and I I appreciate everybody coming, as I'd like, this is something that I was especially interested in. But if it's going to be reworked in the fall, okay, how much of this is going to be relevant now? Do you understand the problem?
It's very similar.
Okay,
It's not wholesale change, it's very similar.
okay, all right, I just thought I'd point that out.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Locklear. At the request of Mr. Levy and the board, I would like to share some information on the health education standards. We're going to do this in multiple parts. We'll start with outlining the health education essential standards that were approved by the North Carolina State Board of Education and implemented in 2012. Then we'll review Senate Bill 2079 that provides guidance to local school systems on the requirements for reproductive health and safety education programs. We'll share how we implement these standards at the school level. Mrs. Wiley will help with that. And then we'll dive into the units themselves at grades 6, 7, and 8. And finally, we'll discuss, as we noted, the next steps in terms of our future curriculum updates. Going to rely heavily on our experts here, so we appreciate that very much. We'll start with Ms. Gephardt.
Good afternoon. I will first start by saying that with our healthful living curriculum, you often hear us lump PE and health together. But there are two separate standard courses of study. One for physical education, that is the sports, the volleyball, the mechanics of that. And the other part is a helpful living course. So the teachers typically split the units for this coursework. With our health standards, there are 5 strands. They address mental health, personal and consumer health, interpersonal communications and relationships, nutrition and physical activity, as well as alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs. So I'm going to take a little bit deeper dive into these of just what you might find under each of these strands. So the mental and emotional health, this is about understanding healthy behaviors, how to set goals, how to set reasonable goals, looking at decision making, looking at our emotional response and how do we appropriately respond to things. It's also about stress management. We know that that's a huge piece to this mental and emotional health, managing our stress and what are healthy ways to manage our stress. It also deals with coping strategies of looking at if we don't pass a test, what do we do? How can we self-regulate and make sure that we are working on our emotional instead of getting depressed and down on ourselves. So this is all about our awareness to our emotional health. The next one is personal and consumer health. With personal and consumer health, it is all about looking at the types of diseases, how to make sure we are staying healthy by choosing healthy lifestyles, by cleanliness, by making sure we're washing our hands, by making sure of how we sneeze into our arm. It also looks at how we take care of ourselves, like if we get a bad burn, what to do about that burn, what not to do. If we have a major bleeding, what to do and how we can stay healthy. It also does deal with looking at products that we learn with our health, and how do we make sure that we can adjust and really examine the products and not just buy into the propaganda we see on commercials. The next one is the interpersonal communication and relationship. This is about relationships, hygiene. This is where we find our reproductive health and safety education. This is where we look at how we maintain healthy relationships. So this is where we get into our healthy relationships and lifestyles as adolescents, as we transition through puberty and into our adulthood. Nutrition and physical activity is how we have a valid nutritious plan, how we stay healthy, how we need to exercise. So in this training, we look at how do we better our life by making sure we're getting the right amount of exercise, that we're eating our balanced food group. So this one is where they spend a lot of time on just helping our kids understand what it means to be healthy and have a healthy eating plan. And the last one being alcohol, drug, and tobacco, and this is really about how to identify risky behaviors and non-risky behaviors and how to make good choices to stay healthy. So this is where they would talk about like smoking and the effects of smoking, both secondhand and the long-term effects, potentially cancer. So this one is where they really get into helping kids make credible choices about their lives. As Dr. Metcalf mentioned, this is all, the reproductive and health safety education is all recognized under Senate Bill 279. Senate Bill 279 says that local school agencies shall provide a reproductive health and safety education program, and it outlines for us explicitly, starting in 7th grade, what we must address. So we actually, as we looked at in curriculum back in 2016, when these materials were brought to the board, we looked for materials that have been used and peer reviewed and are by credentialed experts. The materials that we are currently using are a part of the North Carolina Association for the Advancement of Health Education. And those, I did check with our DPI consultant, and he said that's what 90% of local education agencies use to teach and support Senate Bill 279. But at this point in time, we are going to turn it over to Ms. Wiley to get into what does this look like at the school level.
All right, I'm going to take these off because I can see up close. I can't see far away. So, first of all, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to share with you today. We just really appreciate that. I'm going to give you a glimpse in the implementation at the school level based on what we do at West Pine Middle School, but these processes are very similar across all the schools, so what you're going to hear is fairly consistent with every school. I meet with my staff, my PE and health teachers, early January. We sit down, we mark out the time that we're going to be presenting the plans. We talk about the curriculum. We talk about when the letters will go home. I sign off on the letters. They're supplied by Moore County Schools in English and Spanish. And then they're sent home with the students. We give them about 60 days. It's 30 days is what's expected, but we give them longer so that parents also have an opportunity to visit the school, take a look at the curriculum if they want to. They can call the school, set up an appointment. The materials are in our media center, and so they sign up. So far this year, I've had one parent from West Pine Middle that's wanted to come and review the curriculum at this time. There is an opt-in and an opt-out, and so those letters are sent home. A lot of reminders are given to the students. Hey, you haven't turned it in, not in front of everyone, but just off to the side. I haven't gotten your letter yet. Do you need another one? They're also available on our website, both the English and the Spanish for 6th and then also for 7th and 8th graders under our parent link on the website. And then I'll be doing connect messages or communicate messages as a reminder. The students who do not turn one in or choose to opt out are provided an alternative assignment in a separate location for that day. And those reminders are given to the students by themselves so that it's not in front of their peers and they feel like they're embarrassed. They know exactly where to go for that particular day or that week when the lessons are being presented. And then they go and it's a paper pencil opportunity of another healthful living strand from that curriculum. When they do the lessons, there are 2 teachers or 2 staff members for each section, so they're divided in male and female. At my school, I have 2 male teachers and 1 female PE teacher, and so we include either an administrator or a school counselor or the school nurse that will be with Ms. West when she presents those, and that's just best practice. It's not required, but it's just best practice, and that gives an extra person in the room with them. That is the implementation that I have. That's it.
So Craig is going to go over for us expectations in grade 6.
All right, excuse me. So our expectations for the classroom are similar across the whole county. This is what we've come up with that would be best as far as our classroom rules, which we always try to maybe be a little bit more strict on this subject being the subject, but our classroom rules, we treat the subject seriously. Humor will be used appropriately. We will also use the correct body terms, the correct terms for the body parts and functions. We will respect others and their ideas. We really focus on no gossiping away from the class. And we will avoid personal questions or stories. And I always tell mine, I will never ask personal questions to you, and that would be reciprocated. We have a 3-strike system. Strike 1 will be a warning to that student. Strike 2 will be a new seat. And strike 3, that student will be out of class, out of those lessons for the remainder of the time that we're teaching that. Our question box, which Ms. West will go over a little bit more in detail. Questions, these are questions that you're not comfortable asking in front of your peers. So that at the end of each class, we'll get the last 2 minutes that everybody will get a sheet of paper and a pencil, and they will, whether they have a question or not, they will write something down and put it in the question box, and those questions will be answered appropriate if a teacher feels they're appropriate to answer at the beginning of the class the next day. The 6th grade content for puberty education, we will talk about the definition of puberty and what is puberty, what happens through puberty. We will discuss the relationships that may change throughout puberty, peers, friends, family, etc. We cover the anatomy of the male and female reproductive systems. We talk about the relationship between conception and the menstrual cycle. And then we get into the responsibilities that come with being a good parent: physical, social, emotional, financial. The cost of raising a child is very important. We discuss college tuitions, housing, rent, utilities, things like that, everything that's needed to raise a child. And then our final lesson, we talk about relationships, being able to identify a healthy versus an unhealthy relationships, and we do that through scenarios, and the students are able to identify, healthy versus unhealthy relationships. And that is it for 6th grade. Now, Ms. West.
All right. Thank you again for having us here today. It's really wonderful to be able to tell you about how we teach our students in Moore County. So 7th and 8th grade, this is a subject that is a sensitive topic, and we want to make sure that everybody's interests are protected. And as Ms. Wiley said, if a student opts out, we make sure that we let them know a day ahead of time to prearrange a meeting spot so that they don't have to come to the class and we would say that these students need to exit. That's prearranged. I just wanted to make sure that you knew that so that all of their information is protected. So on the first day, when we are with the students in 7th and 8th grade, and again, these are separate gender classrooms, I would be with the females and the male coaches would be with the males. The 7th grade, we start out by reviewing the 6th grade puberty curriculum, just to break the ice. And some students, as you know, we have a school particularly that has a lot of military and other students that come in and may not have had the 6th grade curriculum that we taught. So we just always make sure that we review that and then get into the 7th grade curriculum and the 8th grade. So introduce reasons to be abstinent, and we actually have to define that word because some students have never heard it before. And abstinence is refraining from an activity. So if they hear that word again out in the world, it doesn't always pertain to sexual activity. This is something that is, you can abstain from drinking sodas. So we define that and make sure that they understand, because you know how kids are. They take something and get too far down the road with it. So we make sure that they understand that word because it's not one that is commonly used, I don't feel, these days at least. So we talk about the personal reasons, and then the relationship reasons, and then health reasons pertaining to the reasons to be abstinent. Introduce sexually transmitted diseases. We talk about communicable and non-communicable diseases, the difference in what the two terms are. And then we discuss the STDs, sexually transmitted diseases, the transmission, symptoms, and treatment. an intended pregnancy, and the expense of raising a child. So we go through how much somebody might make, and we have a certain number that we work off of, and then what percentage of that might be a house payment, what percentage would be food, clothing, shelter, et cetera, to get them to really think about beyond the child, but the expenses for a family in this. And then next is common contraceptive methods. We discuss what they are and what the level of, well, first of all, let me go back and say that the common contraceptive methods are listed in the PowerPoints. Some of them are not on the market anymore, but we still list them because they are there. But we do speak to the percentage of the method, and then go into the next, which is identify the relationships to be, talk about what is appropriate and inappropriate in relationships. And we talk about sexual abuse, assault, and dating violence. And because the students really have very limited knowledge, but access to a lot of information. And they have all of this information swirling in their heads, which brings us to the next slide, which is the question box. And I love the question box. And this has evolved over time, as you do when you're working with students and you see the way that students change, and they are inquisitive. So what we decided to do is provide, when the students enter in, we give each student a piece of paper and a pencil, and then they're seated, and then we go with our lesson each day. At the end of each class, we ask them to write down their question, and if you don't have a question, you will write, "I do not have a question," so that, again, each student's protected. If they do have a question and one student's too embarrassed to write something down, they would look over and, oh, they have a question. They must not know about anything. So we make sure that everybody feels comfortable writing the question, and if they don't have a question, then they just simply write, "I do not have a question," so that everybody is writing. And with that method that we've been using, we have gotten some really great questions. And of course, we have some not so great questions too, but what we do is, to ensure privacy, the students fold it up in fours so nobody can see what they have asked, and deposit it. That is the way out of the classroom. That's the exit ticket that day. And put it in the box. And then after that class, at our break, planning, or even after school, we as a team will sit down and talk about these, if they are appropriate, if they are not appropriate, and how we are to answer them the following day. And then we tell the students the next day, if you do not hear your question asked, know that it is either A, not in our curriculum and we cannot speak about it, or B, it might be just totally inappropriate, and most of them would know what they wrote, as you can imagine. Or three, if you didn't hear it and you really want to know, you need to get a trusted adult in your life. You have a trusted adult. If you do not, we have school counselors. You can write or email your teacher and just say, please schedule an appointment, or they can self-select their own appointment with a counselor at our school to discuss this. So we have found that has brought up a lot of just great questions, because as you know, kids they don't want to be caught in a situation where they're perceived as not knowing anything. Mm-hmm. So especially with this topic, we want to make sure that it's open for them to ask certain questions that are appropriate, but that we will not tolerate anything that is inappropriate. And if they do have a question that's just beyond our curriculum, they need to find the trusted adult in their life to be able to discuss that with. So I love the question box, because we get some really great, honest questions that we can answer, and we do. So that is, let me make sure I've gotten I think I've completed. All right, thank you.
So as you saw from our health curriculum is a very in-depth curriculum that our experts do a great job at teaching and working with our students to create and help them have healthy lifestyles. We are in the stages of revising curriculum. As you guys know, we do curriculum work every summer. Well, in 2018-19, the health and PE teachers started some revisions. really started taking a big swing in February of 2020, and we know what happened in March of 2020. So as a result, we have purchased, again, the same CD materials that we're using from the North Carolina Association for the Advancement of Health Education. So this summer, our team of health and PE teachers will be putting together, not just for the reproductive and health safety, but they will be taking and doing all of our new health curriculum, aligning it to the newer materials that are updated. And of course, the healthy and reproductive education is brought back to the board for approval. The other is just part of supporting the curriculum, and it, but the reproductive is going to be brought back to the board in fall of 2022.
I want to thank our experts very much. Coach West, Coach Perry, thank you for being here. Ms. Wiley, I know you've been sitting for an hour and a half, so thank you very much.
Right on schedule.
We thank you so much. We appreciate all of you for being here with us this afternoon. And go back to your last slide. How do we know this summer you'll have a team of educators who will be in the summer curriculum revision type process, okay? So for those educators who may not attend this summer curriculum restructuring revision, how is it that they are in tune and get updates from what was revised, developed, new material, so that in the fall we can expect that all of our teachers at every school teaching this subject are aligned and teaching in accordance to what happened during the summer months?
Once it's board approved, Coach West is actually our lead facilitator for professional learning teams and meets with our PE teachers on a monthly basis. So they discuss all ongoing. So she will definitely be the driver of the letters that were created. She makes sure every teacher, every school has the letters, that they're following a timeline. She actually collects that for us so that we know when each school is going to be teaching this. But she will also, during MLC, we will be doing professional development around the new standards that really look at, around the standards and the curriculum materials that are there from that North Carolina Association for the Advancement of Health Education.
And
they're minor.
And obviously from time to time we may have some variation, but overall, do you find that that everyone after the summer months is on the same page? And are you hearing from year to year that there are issues, concerns with any students? Is there anything that bubbles up to your attention? Obviously, we had a scenario this year, but overall, for the most part, how is this curriculum received by the students and the parents?
And I will tell you from what Coach West says, those slides are all that you use, but Coach West, do you want to just?
I think, I really like the way that we do it, where the girls are in one room so that we can just really focus on, because it is all about biology, and for the girls it's a little bit more complex than for the boys, but and it's just I enjoy teaching it. It is so simple, and the students are very receptive. Our first, like Coach Perry said, when we introduced the 3 strikes, this is a topic that everybody knows they're in the room and what they're about to hear. So they are already on their best behavior, because I don't think they want to be sitting outside. So it's really respectful. Personally, I haven't had anybody ask a crazy, inappropriate question in my years of teaching it. There have been giggles here and there, but it's really always very appropriate, and I feel very respectful, and that's
That has been my experience.
Our
I think-
teachers are professional learning teams at schools, so we're unique. We have 3 PE teachers. Mr. Perry, he's a party of 1, but he has a PLT in the northern end. And everyone works so well together in their groups, and then they have the big PLT across the district. Everyone's always on the same page, which is very nice.
Great
Board
consis-
members.
Great
Okay.
consistency across the district in terms of the implementation. We really haven't had any concerns over the years, and the parents have been very supportive of the curriculum. Ms. Wiley, you're in the middle of it right now. You've sent those letters out, you're getting those back. About how many on average will say they don't want their child to participate?
Maybe, 30.
Yeah, at the most.
At the
30
most.
out of how many
30 out.
students?
And, I mean, this year I have 700 in the building. Last year I had 800, and I think I had a little over 30 that did not.
Okay, out of all your students.
And my
Okay.
percentage will be about the same. My
Okay.
numbers are smaller, obviously, but the percentage is still about the same. Maybe I have 75% letters back, so you're looking maybe 90, anywhere from 70 to 90 back. Less than 10 have opted out.
Okay. Board members?
I was just gonna make a quick comment, and then I'll hand it over to you, Bob. I was just gonna say, when my daughter went into 5th grade, I was very leery about because to me, she's just a little too young to know certain things at that time. So, but I wanna say that the PE teacher took time out of her day and talked to me on the phone and pretty much walked me through the entire curriculum. And she didn't have to do that. And so that to me just gave me reassurance, like, okay, I'll sign the paper. This is what she needs to know. So I felt really comfortable with that. So I do thank you for doing that for parents, because that's very important, because we don't know. We don't know, what goes on. So I do appreciate, and especially if they come home and say certain things, we don't know if that's true or false, right? So it's great to hear it from a teacher's point of view too.
Yeah, and I'm living it.
Yeah.
And I have an 8th grader.
I have a
at
7th
my
grader
school.
right now, yeah.
I'm
And she's in
living
it right now, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm very appreciative of the work that they do
Mhm.
and the professionalism for which they do it.
Yes.
Mr. Levy?
Yeah, first of all, let me say thank you very much for what you're doing. Personally, it's just speaking for myself, I certainly support this kind of education for students. I think it's important. It's an important part. However, there seems to me to be a problem in its implementation. First of all, you talk about the letter, and I've read the letter. It's an opt-in, opt-out letter. Those 2 terms are mutually exclusive. Is it opt-in or opt-out?
There's 2 options on the letter. So there's,
Microphone.
oh, sorry. So there's two sections on the letter where they can choose to be a part of it or not be a part of it.
Okay, so in other words, in other words, if you get nothing from a student.
That's an opt-out.
That's an opt-out.
That is.
So therefore, everyone must opt in, right?
Right.
Okay, that's what, I'm just trying
Yes,
to
sir.
define
No
terms.
student can take the course unless
Unless
the parent
They opt in.
approves
So-
that.
Right.
So the idea of an
Return the
opt-in,
letter.
opt-out letter, I don't think is correct. Now, in reading the letter describes the course as puberty, abstinence, and healthy living, okay? Now, reading through the letter, it's a bunch of euphemisms, okay? To me, it should be, first of all, half its length. It's a huge letter, okay? And it should say something about, well, this is sex education. Why? Because the ifs, ands, buts, and things like that are oftentimes the parents, a lot of the parents don't take the time to deal with. And first of all, I think what you're really doing is you're emphasizing abstinence rather than sex, and when I read the curriculum, that's not what's emphasized 90% of the time. 90% of the and you correct me if I'm wrong, please, about 90% of the sexual portion of the curriculum, there are other portions of the curriculum, but about 90% of the sexual portion of the curriculum is about sex. It's not about abstinence, correct?
Are you asking us?
Yes.
That is.
Microphone, coach,
Oh, sorry.
please. Thank you.
Have you been to one of these classes and sat in on?
I have not sat in on the class, however, I did go through the entirety of the curriculum. I read the letter, and actually went through the entirety of the curriculum, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, from beginning to end, going through all the slides and all that stuff. There's abstinence. What my problem is that you're telling the parents that this is about abstinence and puberty, and really, I don't think the parents I don't think you're really upfront with the parents and saying, no, this is sex education. That's what it is, okay? And the kids will learn about sex, okay? And all the different aspects of sex. I mean, I just think that using terms like healthy living and the like are euphemisms, and I'm not so sure that they translate well into Spanish, and I'm not so sure that we're being straight with our parents when we're doing it. I think most of the parents will still opt in, but I think we got to be straight with them. That's.
Ms. Wiley or Ms. Gephardt, are those recommendations something that you could take back for this?
We're always
Can I respond? May I respond?
Oh, I'm
Since-
sorry,
okay, no,
I'm sorry.
So, and you have not sat in on any of the classes, correct?
No,
Okay.
the thing that got me into this particular aspect of it was this one incident that we're talking about that I'm not gonna go into.
Right.
That I think everybody understands. So I was asked to look at it. So I know the curriculum, okay? And sitting in on one of the classes it would be interesting, although I think maybe some of the kids might be embarrassed or
Wondering,
something
yeah,
like
wondering
that.
what you're
But
doing there.
to have a stranger
Right.
sitting in on the classes, and I'm certainly not desirous of doing it.
Well, I will respectfully disagree with you on that, the use of euphemisms, because puberty is gonna happen whether you like it or not. That's something that happens to every person's body.
Yeah, sure.
So that is not a euphemism, that is something that happens, and we need to explain it from a biological perspective to both boys and girls during
And
the
that's
middle school
mostly
year.
what your 6th grade course is all about. Okay?
addition
But I'm
to-
looking a little closer at the 7th and 8th grade courses.
All right, and abstinence, in North Carolina, the standard course of study says that there is, and again, we worked on this in 2016, 17, 18, and Moore County only uses a part of what could be used, but then the board approved what we would use, and it was the abstinence portion. And as you have seen the slides, but you don't see how much time we spend on each slide. So in our curriculum, we talk about abstinence, and that is what we are expressing to our students. This is what we are teaching. However, we also need to discuss these other portions that are in the curriculum that we have to go through. So the time spent, although there might be multiple slides, we may not spend as much time on that. They might have maybe too many words maybe, but we talk a lot about abstinence and relationships and boundaries and so forth that are part of the instruction for the students. And I agree that the actual letter that goes home, are you looking at the 6th grade or the 7th and 8th grade letter?
I've
right
looked
now?
at both. I've read both.
Okay, so I agree that it is wordy, and we worked on that and got it condensed down to some bullet points. And again, it needed board approval. We wanted to make sure that the information was there, that we provided enough information so it wasn't a mystery, but also not too much information. And I do agree it was very wordy, and I feel like we did a good job of condensing it. Certainly, it could use more improvement, but I would disagree with the calling it sex ed, because students, when they come in or when parents write a handwritten note, we have to gently remind them that that is not what we are teaching. It's abstinence education, but we do explain the other parts of contraceptive methods and STD transmission, just bullet point. And again, if they have questions that are beyond the curriculum, we just lead them
Well,
to.
you see, you're emphasizing that you teach mostly abstinence in the course?
I'm
See,
saying
and
that that is.
by the way, I'm not necessarily suggesting that's what you should do. All I'm suggesting is that we be straight with the parents. I
feel like we are being very direct and straight with the parents because that is how we teach our course.
Is the curriculum available to all the parents?
Oh, yes, it is.
Okay.
And they need to
Okay,
make
that
an
answers that
appointment so that there's
Okay,
not,
that's,
there's one
that's of course,
folder.
that's of course the other problem. You know, every other course that we have is front-facing. Okay, every other
Yeah.
course, okay? This is not. I don't see any reason under the sun. Now, I was told that there are some copyright provisions, and I don't believe that, because most of what I've seen in the curriculum are slides. And if there were copyright problems, there would be copyright problems with our other courses, okay? Which are front-facing. So I see absolutely no reason under the sun that this should not be front-facing, just because it has to do with sex, and maybe especially because it has to do with sex.
Again, I will respectfully disagree that it's not in my teaching. We do not, that is not our focus. We certainly speak about unintended pregnancies and conception, but we do not, it's not sex ed.
Promoted.
It is
Well,
not.
let me, and I apologize
And
for
maybe
any
you should-
children who are listening, and I must apologize. I think this is probably PG-13 about what I'm gonna talk about.
Well, it was taught in our elementary schools, Bob, so blurt it out.
Okay.
If it's too offensive for elementary school students, then maybe it shouldn't be taught in our elementary schools.
One of the vignettes that you use in there, which is, there are certain circumstances that the kids have to read over the vignette, and then I guess figure out what they would do under those circumstances. Is that the I believe it's a girl in the vignette, with a boy is thinking about having sex, and she's already given oral to another boy, and gets into her experiences there, and then the question is what you should talk about and what you should do. Now, when you're getting into oral sex, and that's one of the vignettes, which is in there.
Where is this found?
This is found in your, well, they gave me a large folder,
I would like to
and
see
it
that.
has
because
a series of vignettes that.
That is, yeah, that is not, I've never seen that, and that would never be discussed, and you have discussed it more than I would ever care to, so I,
Okay, well,
yeah.
guess that's,
The-
that's what's in the book that they gave me.
The book is all of the resources the board approved were in the front of the book, which is all that they use. So there are some scenarios there, but that whole book is everything that they have access to, but there are specific things that they have chosen as a PLT and board approved, this is what we are using. So that
is-
might have been
I'm sorry,
on
I've
there.
never seen that, and that is not part of any
Then-
part of
then-
our instruction.
Then what I think you guys are gonna need to do, is you're gonna need to show us what the curriculum is, because I came over here into the office, and they handed me this big folder, and it's 6th, 7th, 8th grades, all the slides and all this, and I read through everything, okay? And my assumption was, that's the course, okay? If it's not the course, then the board, and each member of the board, needs to know what the course is. One of the things that I saw missing from the course was anything which was modern. So, for instance, there was nothing about sexting. There was, now maybe, I assume good teachers talk about that in your classrooms, you know, and, and taking pictures of other students and all that sort of stuff. Internet and the dangers of the internet, and what you can find on the internet. And I've taught middle school, and I know that all those kids know their exact ways through the internet, okay? So that does not appear to be in the course. And so the modernization of that course needs to have things about sexting, about the internet, and about all the more modern problems that kids go through. So
And I think
hopefully
that's
you guys will tighten it up.
And I think that's where we're focusing on this summer is modernization of, because things change from year to year. Statistics and, you know, the sexting, the internet has, obviously we all know where it's gone in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we could meet every year, every summer and revise a curriculum with statistics if we wanted to.
Well, but let me say one thing. In the past 10 years, certain things haven't changed. Kids taking pictures of other kids, passing them around in school, passing them around among other kids, teaching kids what it is that they can go to jail for like umpteen years for child porn, you know, things like that. And the kids, you know, getting that into the curriculum, I think, is just extremely important. But I would hope that, those are my views on the course, and I hope that when we get the new course, I'll be able to see it, and it'll be maybe a little different. But I'll also hope that it's front facing and not you know, where a parent has to leave their work and go down to school to go into a room and see the course in the book. Most parents aren't going to do that.
Thank you. Again, we appreciate all of you coming this afternoon. Mr. Hensley?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a couple comments and a couple recommendations that closely mirror Mr. Levy's. The first thing is, as everyone knows, I am huge on transparency and full disclosure. You know, government at any level should not hide anything from the public. And I think that I think that 90% of the problems in Moore County schools are related to lack of transparency and disclosure, and then that lead, whether it's assaults on campus, whether it's crime, whether it's academic related. If we leave people to their imagination, they're going to assume the worst, and then things get out of control from there. So let's start with this letter. I've seen one of the letters, and I'm sorry, can you pull up slides 12 and 13, please? I have seen one of the letters. I don't know if it was the 6th grade or 7th grade letter, but it, you know, as Mr. Levy said, it talked about puberty, healthy living, and abstinence. And, you know, if I'm a devout Catholic, I'm cool with that, right? And that's my expectation, that they're going to teach puberty, abstinence, and healthy living. Imagine my shocked face if you could scroll the next one, please. If my 7th grader comes home and I learn that at school they learned all about contraceptive methods that may be not in alignment with my religious views, right? So these letters that go to parents need to be very direct and to the point. In fact, I would say you just cut and paste this. Dear parents, you know, we have this class and it's mandated by state law, and here's what we're going to teach your students. It's going to be done in a respectful and professional manner, but by God, here's what we're going to cover. Because if you say abstinence, puberty, and healthy living, this is not what the parents expect. So to Mr. Levy's point, I think that letter, I think if you do nothing more than that and talk about how professional it's going to be, that would clear up a big thing. And to Mr. Levy's second point about the curriculum, I am very proud that this school district under the previous superintendent started, and hopefully we're going to maintain it, public-facing curriculum. That is so awesome, because then people can see exactly, we have nothing to hide, right? Except when it comes to this. And, you know, I heard it said over here that parents have to come to the school, but that's not just parents. As Mr. Levy said, the central office would not email the curriculum to sitting school board members. My antenna went up, right? We get emailed legal documents, we get emailed discipline things, we get emailed all kinds of confidential stuff. But all of a sudden, oh wait, well the healthy living, abstinence, and puberty, we can't email that to you. You have to come down and look at it. That breeds mistrust. And in my fertile mind, I'm sitting there thinking, oh, I can't wait to see this, right? So I would say that more disclosure when you guys are redoing this summer, more disclosure on the letter, professional. And two, the curriculum needs to be forward-facing because we should hide no secrets from the parents. And to this day, I don't understand why it's not forward-facing and why we can't just email it to the students. I just have to assume that it's highly embarrassing, but I don't know that as a fact because no one will send it to me.
We reached out to the company to try to, to email it to you. That would be our preference. Our preference would be to make it forward-facing for the public to be able to see it, to not ask parents to come in. It is copyrighted. It's noted on the documentation that it's copyrighted. And when we reached out to the company for permission to share just with our board members, that was denied, and they said it's copyrighted and you can't do that.
So we're not going to use them next year, correct?
We can look at other options. Like Donna said, I think 98% of the state uses this particular material. But my guess is the other materials are copyrighted as well, but we can certainly look into that.
Well,
There's no intention to be non-transparent.
Is this the only curriculum that is copyrighted? I mean, all of our other curriculums are front-facing, and I assume they're copyrighted. And by the way, if you go through that book that you guys gave me, okay, I think there's probably a copyright notice on maybe one of 100 sheets of paper.
It's in the very front from this company of our Association of Advanced Healthful Education. But I could definitely work on seeing if they would let us password protect it and give that to parents. So I can reach back out to that company. Our other curriculum documents, like our social studies, you won't find necessarily anything that would be, for example, you should not find a posting of a text that is copyrighted. So if I were reading a book about the Great Kopok Tree, I cannot go link that to my curriculum documents because that book is copyrighted, but I may put in the curriculum unit, which is what we've done with ELA, the Great Kopok Tree, and the questions for that, so that parents can see the resource that we're using and they can Google that resource, but that book is not going to be attached to our copyrighted materials.
But at the very least, you can, you have lesson plans.
Yes, sir.
For each and every class, and each and every lesson plan for each and every class.
We do.
Could be front-facing. It doesn't have to be the text material.
That
But
would work.
but the parents do need to know this stuff. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, no more comments. Thanks again for coming. We'll move to our next item.
Thank you again, folks.
Hi, Jenny, good to see you, young lady.
Thank you for what you do.
Coach West, Ms. Perry, thank you.
Later.
Thanks, Greg, appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Coach.
Appreciate it, bud.
Appreciate you
Can
enduring
I
that.
ask you, I had another question. I think it wrapped up quicker than I wanted it to.
Pam,
So which
do you want us to
letter
get
are
5
you
minutes?
5 minutes, 5-minute break.
Well, if you get-
No, we,
They just get, they may come against it just because they want to suggest.
We are going to get started with our next agenda item, which is our update on upset bid process at the old Aberdeen Primary School. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am, and this is just a brief update. The process is ongoing, which is good news. And so, Mr. Bradford, you'll give us a brief update, please.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. So, as you're aware that back in January, you voted to accept the offer of $200,000 for the Aberdeen Primary School. This would commence with the upset bid process that we have done with the other properties. Public notification was issued. There was a period of time at which anybody may upset the offer with a required increase. And prior to the conclusion of the 10-day period, we received an increased amount to a total of $350,000 from the Elites Group located out of Mint Hill in North Carolina. And once again, as with the process that we've done with all the others, we issued notification of this upset amount offer in another period of time upon which it can be upset. So prior to the conclusion of that one, an upset offer was received in the amount of $367,550 from Drain the Swamp LLC. And then once again, we repeated the process and had put out their publications, notification of the upset amount and the opportunity for anyone to upset the offer. This will conclude tomorrow at 5 p.m. Upon the conclusion of this period, I will issue to Dr. Locklear results of that period, at which point he can inform the board of what the outcome was tomorrow. So that's just a brief update. The process continues, and if you have any questions regarding it.
Board members, do you have any questions?
Nope.
John, thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate your updates. Good news.
We'll never
Next
get
we
to
go
473 though.
to overview of our Moore County
Never get
School
to
Police
473.
Training. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. Based on some board member questions, we've asked that we have a brief overview of our Moore County Schools Police Training and overall roles of school police officers. So Dr. Powers is here to give a brief overview. Our interim chief, Rodney Hardy, is going to be sharing information in the training, certifications that our officers have, and then we also have Sergeant Timmy Bullins, who's here to share more about the overall role of our school police officers. And I think you're going to be impressed with what you hear, and I continue to count ourselves as fortunate. It's one of the 2 school districts in the state of North Carolina that has its own police force, and I think some of this information that's shared today will back that up. So, Dr. Powers.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Appreciate that. And we are pleased to be able to bring you some information today related to our Moore County Schools Police and the value that they do bring to our school district. Just to make you aware, what we'll be covering, I'm just going to give a real brief introduction. Then we'll have Chief Hardy. We'll be talking about required law enforcement training as well as required school resource officer training, and then additional Moore County Schools Police training that our officers have. And then we're appreciative to Sergeant Bullins for being here with us as well. He's going to talk with you about what the role of our Moore County Schools Police is. But just to kind of set the stage, as Dr. Locklear shared, Moore County Schools is one of 2 school districts in the state with our own police force. We've had our own police force for approximately 20 years. The force consists of a chief of police and 13 full-time officers. Officers are based at our high schools or middle schools, but also cover elementary and primary schools, or elementary schools as well. When we think about the value of having our own police force, you know, one consideration is that we control our own hiring of officers, we control our own staffing and assignments, and we also control what types of training those officers receive. We're more readily available to ensure the needs of the schools and the districts are met through our own police force. And then we also develop very supportive and collaborative relationships with the Sheriff's Department, the District Attorney's Office, and other local municipal law enforcement offices as well. I do want to also point out that part of that collaborative relationship, we see that through the Sheriff's Department providing a representative to us to serve on our District Safe and Healthy Schools Committee and to provide feedback and input to us through those meetings quarterly. So our Moore County Schools Police, many times they may be viewed as security guards, and certainly that's not what they are. And I think through this presentation, you'll see the numerous roles that they serve and that they are a comprehensive resource for our schools. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Hardy, and he's going to start with sharing some information with you about required law enforcement training.
Ladies and gentlemen, our officers have to complete basic law enforcement training, which consists of a standard training process set up by the state of North Carolina Criminal Justice Education Trainings and Standards. Since I went through BLET, those hours have grown significantly, up to almost 700 to 800 now. When I graduated BLET, it was around 386 hours. All of our officers are certified through the North Carolina Criminal Justice Education and Commission, Standards Commission. And those annual trainings that we are required to have every year are put forth and decided upon by that commission. They decide every year, and every year it changes, so we never know exactly what we're going to get until they push out the training. Again, they are our certification holders, and if we do not complete those annual in-service trainings, then we lose our certification. So it's imperative that we get those in-service training hours in as we're supposed to. Now, we are lucky in the standpoint of we're not security guards. We are full sworn, certified with the state of North Carolina police officers with a full arrest authority on our campuses. Whenever you have a security service or the like, you don't often have that. You will not have that with a security service unless they have some type of special agreement. So we are very blessed in this county. In addition to those requirements, if a person is going to spend over 20 hours per week in a school setting, then that officer is required to be certified through the state of North Carolina as a school resource officer. There's special training that has to go into that to be a school resource officer, and also requires that training is 40 hours additional training that officer is required to go. And every one of our officers, with the exception of one, and that's only because she's a new hire, is certified as an SRO in the state. So we have satisfied that requirement. As part of school resource officer training, the school resource officer certification training, we are able to learn how to support, work with, and enhance the interactions with juveniles on a day in, day out basis. You know, one reason that we're lucky from the standpoint of having our own police department with our own officers in the schools is our officers are assigned to one or two particular schools, sometimes three, but mainly it's one school there's a particular assignment to. And those officers are able to be seen by those students day in and day out and interact with those staff members day in and day out. And what that builds is a trust. When I was working at one of our local middle schools, I saw a child come outside of his room, upset. He closed the door and sat down on the floor. Well, I knew something was wrong. The teacher hadn't called anybody, but I walked over and sat down beside him on the floor and asked him, do you want to talk about it? And all it was he was having a domestic situation going on in his home, and he didn't know how to deal with the pressures of it. But it took about 20 minutes for him to sit there and talk with me about it, and then he was ready to get up and go back to class. So that's an example of we're not just enforcers, we're not just, you know, there on campus, we're not just security. We're there to help these kids get through trials and tribulations during the day. Moore County Schools police officers also participate in active shooter simulations at Samarkand Training Facility in Jackson Springs. We are extremely lucky in the standpoint of this is it's pretty much 5 walls that you will stand on an elevated floor, suspended floor. Those walls, the floor moves. The walls have video capabilities on them, interactive capabilities. And when we entered into this agreement with Samarkand Training Facility, they came and videotaped every one of our high schools, inside and out. So when officers go through Samarkand Training Facility, they're going through Northmore High School, Pinecrest High School, and Union Pines High School. When outside agencies that are going to be responding to us come to back us up and they go through that training simulator, they're going through our high schools. And we encourage officers to come to the schools, sign in at the office, and come and visit. Walk around the schools, interact with the kids. So, I mean, that's one of our biggest assets there.
So, I'm sorry, Chief, the pages don't have page numbers on it, so I can't say at the end, go back to slide 4, so I'm gonna ask this question now. When was the last time, our department participated in, active shooter simulations at Samarkand?
Around 2017, and that's because when 18, 19, 19, 20, we rolled into the COVID type situations, and so that's why we haven't done it since then.
Yeah, I just would like to point out that Samarkand is in Moore County.
It is.
And Representative Bowles is very proud of the fact that he got tons of funding for that. And I personally think that regardless of the reason, it's unsatisfactory that we're not there constantly or frequently.
I will point it was 2018, 19 was the last time that training was held.
Yeah, I just, at the end of the day, the reason the public throughout the United States decided to fund and put SROs into place, there's all kinds of good reasons for them, but the primary reason is to prevent another Stockton, California, or another horrific school shooting. And so that is, I think we could all agree, the primary responsibility. And we just need to make sure we're up to date on that.
Absolutely, Mr. Hensley. And I think you'll see as we move on through and we talk more about the roles of the SROs, I think you'll see that that is the primary responsibility.
And it's the number one concern on parents and faculty and staff's mind, as we saw in the superintendent search.
And it should be.
So under this board and the future and hopefully the interim superintendent and future superintendent, that will never be more than a year old.
I'll be honest, and I think probably every parent survey that I've given or seen as a principal, when I used to do that, the number one thing parents want is for their children to be safe. Number 2 is happy, and number 3 is to learn. And we all know how much learning is important, but they want them safe and happy.
Safety and security, number 1.
Okay, thank you.
How many officers does Moore County Schools have?
Right now, I currently have 12
12?
with a 1 vacancy.
Okay. My question leads into the next slide, so when.
Oh, the live action shooter response. Second bullet. That's the last time we did that drill training over at Samarkand was 2018. I think the slide reflects 2017.
Well, that was the one, this was before your time.
Oh, okay,
But
my
that
bad.
was, that particular bullet there is, when we say live action shooter, that was a training that happened at Sand Hills Farm Life where our officers actually go into the school there and use paintball type gun scenarios and work those scenarios.
Oddly enough, I have driven by and I have stopped and talked to many departments who are using the old Aberdeen Elementary for just this sort of training. And it seems like everybody in North Carolina is using our former school facilities for active shooter training except our own SROs. I mean, I've stopped and talked to the officers. What are y'all doing? Oh, well, we're using this old school officer to do our basic law enforcement training here, I just.
And they have done some of that there for sure. And like, again, we've used, other schools.
Yeah. New day, new chief, new superintendent. I just want to see this change.
Yeah, hopefully with us bringing this to the attention now, we're addressing all of our issues, our frustrations, so that, you know.
Sure. Well, and the other thing to point out too, again, you know, these are all things, and you'll see as we work through this, you'll see more updated training coming on too. And do keep in mind, and certainly not excuses, but at the same time, you know, we are coming off of some very different school years in terms of where we've been related to COVID and what could happen. So, let's go on with it.
And the tabletop exercises in area 1, 2, and 3 schools, we got together with emergency management and responders from across the county and the state, and actually had a tabletop exercise determining how we would respond and that kind of thing. And it was very effective and very interactive. And then the threat assessment training in 2018. 2018-19, there was a functional safety lockdown response training for individual campuses. Out of that, if I'm not mistaken, and that is where we got our outside speaker systems that are bilingual speaker systems. Through that tabletop exercise, that's where we were able to develop that need. And then that was implemented into our lockdown procedures, and which has been very beneficial. Then we have the Say Something Anonymous Reporting Center system. That has been very effective in offering children to report, self-report, and or have needs expressed that they don't feel like they can share without going through anonymous. We have 4 officers. There was a need that we recognized early on, and there was a need for Narcan. Unfortunately, I wish we didn't have that need. However, we do have a need to be prepared for an overdose situation in our school systems. Therefore, we have Narcan, and currently I have 4 officers that have been trained, and Narcan has been deployed at those campuses.
So we only have Narcan at 4 campuses?
Right now, I've got a training program I'm getting ready to set up with the county to come in and do the rest of the training for us.
But are they all 3 high schools?
Let's see, we've got Northmore, Pinecrest, and Union Pines does not have it as yet. However, there is at New Century. The officer at New Century is certified.
They will be. It's in
They
the
will be.
process.
All right, because that is extremely important.
Definitely. And let's see. All right, then I want to talk about some more of our training certifications that we have.
That link. I'm sorry.
Here it
It's 3 o'clock, it's like we're done.
Had to think it's time.
Yeah, it's 3 o'clock, we're done.
It's tired.
You gotta get coffee instead of just Coca-Colas. I got you.
Philip's living on Red Bull over there.
Now, somebody brought that one.
All right, guys, this is a breakdown for training certifications as well as law enforcement certifications and any degrees that are held by current staff members. The SRO instructor, I'm currently an SRO instructor and a general instructor. Crisis Intervention Team is what CIT stands for, and that is trained through our local mental health providers. Interview and interrogation, all that stuff, you can see mine. Going over to the next column, a law enforcement certification, I hold an advanced law enforcement certificate. There is a general, an intermediate, and an advanced. And an advanced is the highest that you can go. I also hold a bachelor's degree in criminal justice administration and associates in criminal justice. Next, we got Officer Gooch, who holds he's a graduate from the FBI National Academy. He's an SRO, TASER, graduate from the LEAP program, Law Enforcement Executive program, and Criminal Investigation Certificate program. Officer Manus, SRO, Crisis Intervention Team, burglary investigation and photography. Advanced law enforcement, and he also has a bachelor's degree and an associate degree. Ms. Malden, that radar is not radar like you would see a police officer running radar on the side of the road. That radar is for forensic interviewing of children. So she is trained in that, as well as interview interrogation, gangs and divisive groups, and crime scene, CSI investigations, crisis intervention team, and teachers, CAC symposium. She holds an intermediate North Carolina Sheriff's Training and Standards certificate. We just stole her from the sheriff's office, so she also holds a bachelor's degree in criminology and an associate's degree in criminal justice. And the GREAT program is mentioned under Officer Bruton's the next one. He's CIT certified advanced SRO and GREAT certified gang recognition, gang, I can't remember exactly what GREAT stands for right now. And advanced, he owns an advanced LEO certificate. Then you have Rebecca Maeve, that's her certifications, and she's also in the evidence property room management, as well as I am certified in that. She has an advanced certificate through the North Carolina Sheriff's Trainings and Standards, and holds an associate degree in criminal justice. Then we have an advanced SRO, and Steve Lynn, SRO, field training officer, crisis intervention team, TASER, OC, crime scene investigation 1 and 2, and ICS training is our critical incident response. So that is 100, 200, 700, 800. And then Greg Clark is a CIT and SRO, sorry about that. Timmy Bullins, who's present with me today, he has a SRO certification, crisis intervention team training, ICS trainings, new sergeant's course, valors, officer safety, and conference and criminal investigation, teen dating, violence symposium. Officer Aponte holds an advanced SRO, and Narcan. And then Officer Kaiser has a field training officer, community-oriented policing, SRO, CIT, and Narcan. So that's an overview of my officers' training that they have currently. If there are any questions about that.
Just a couple.
About this slide?
About the overall training. I can wait till the end. I'll just wait till the end. Just go ahead with the rest of your presentation.
Good call.
I'm holding him down.
All right, so that kind of takes us through where we are in terms of the training. So now we'll let Sergeant Bullins share with everyone a little bit more about the roles of our Moore County Schools Police.
The primary role is the safety and security of students and staff on all of our campuses. From the time they get on the school bus or their parents drop them off to the time they step foot off the bus or their parents pick them up and take them home. SROs are not involved with student school-related discipline consequences. We're only involved if a law has been broken. We don't suspend kids. We don't give them ISS. We don't. That's not our role. That's for the administration and the staff to do that. Officers are present at their assigned schools daily, and they work to build positive relationships with students, staff, and visitors while supporting a safe and orderly learning environment. By being at the school every day, like Chief said, that when you see kids get off the bus, for me, being at Pinckney, when my kids get off the school bus, I know what kind of day I'm gonna have, and I know what kind of night they had. You can look in their eyes, and anybody that's ever worked in a schoolhouse knows exactly what I'm talking about. And once you get to know the kids and you build a rapport with them, you know that when they get off the bus, how things are going to be. And at that time, that gives you a chance to where, if they will allow it, then you can talk to them, counsel them. Sometimes I just say, hey, let's go for a walk before you go to class, to give them a minute to hear just how bad it was at home. or what's got them so angry before they go to class, they'll be situated to where they can learn and not still be wound up about the night before. Moore County Schools Police are not merely security guards. They serve numerous roles and are a comprehensive resource for the schools. One thing that we do is a resource, home visits with the social workers, staff members. If they need to go to a home, we'll go with them to go out to check on the students to be sure that everybody's fine. Also, because some of the social workers and some of the houses that they have to go to is not safe. So we'll go with them. From time to time, we have to call the sheriff's office, get them to meet us out there if we run across something. That's just one of the small things that we do. SROs are specifically trained to perform 3 roles. The law enforcement officer addresses the needs of the school, parents, community when a law has been broken or on a school campus. That in a nutshell is what we do. That's our jurisdiction, so we enforce all North Carolina laws on the campuses. A law-related counselor builds positive relationships with students, staff, and parents, and serves as an informal counselor, mentor for students. That goes back to where when you get them off the school bus, or if you see them and they're having a bad day, you can talk to them, you can help them. Some kids come, and last week I had a student come to me that was 16. Her mother's fairly verbally abusive. She asked about getting emancipated. She asked what was her rights, what was the rules, and so, I advised her to go before the clerk office. But also, on the other side, I told her that was her mama. Now, she might not always be right, but that was her mama, and she needed to love her and be sure to try to work that out, because once you cross that bridge, you try to help them as much as you can. Sometimes parents have kids that they cannot control at home. They don't want to behave at school, and they don't want to behave at home. So when they get in trouble at school, they ask, what in the world can I do? I've done everything I know to do. Well, that's where we can counsel them. We can say, if they're depending on the age, you refer them to the Department of Juvenile Justice. The parents can take their own referrals out for being undisciplined juveniles or being undisciplined youth. Law-related education teacher serves as an educator for students and parents through specialized programs and guest speaking. We do all the lockdown drills for the school. We educate staff on what to do during the lockdown. We have our own PowerPoint presentation, and we go through it every year at the beginning of the school year to be sure that we get all the new staff. And as staff comes in that's new to the campus, I go over it with them on my campuses as well to be sure that they know. Have talks as the school needs it. When I was at the middle schools, we would talk to 7th and 8th graders from time to time. I heard y'all mention earlier about cell phones, about the kids taking pictures, sending inappropriate images. That's a felony charge. Well, these 12-year-olds don't know that. So we've also had an assistant district attorney come in and go over that, and we have those talks with the kids to educate them. They've had PTA meetings to where they've talked to the parents as well and educated them on the different rules and what can happen. Two examples of the Moore County Schools' effectiveness in serving in the role of informal counselors, mentors, and law-related educators. The Moore County Schools Police Second Chance Program and the Department of Juvenile Justice Teen Court programs. Of the 843 students charged during the 2016-2017 through the 2020-21 school years, 584, 70% participated in the Moore County Schools Second Chance Program or the Teen Court Program. The Moore County Schools Second Chance Program, for folks that doesn't know, was a program that was created by our police department, and it was approved through the district attorney's offices for first-time offenders. There's no felony charges accepted and no restitution. Just plain flat misdemeanor charges, disorderly conduct, larceny, things of that nature. The children, the parents have to sign a contract along with the kids. So everybody has to be on board if they're gonna participate in it. They have to write at least a one-page essay of why they're there and what a second chance means to them. And also, they have to come to a designated school for 4 hours. We do a 2 hours class work where we do open discussion and talk to them about bullying, drugs, vaping, sexting. We go over a wide variety, and we try to make it as more an open dialogue as possible with the kids to get as much participation as we can. And it's all, be all anonymous. No, tell the folks, don't go tell everybody what we're talking about, but try to get the kids to open up and talk to us so they'll learn more. And then we'll do 2 hours community service on the campuses. Whatever the school needs done, and that's what we'll do. Once that's completed, there'll be a copy of the report, the contract, and the essay, and it goes in the folder in our case file, and it never goes on our juvenile record. It stays in-house. The teen court referral program, that's through Moore County. That's another deferment program. That accepts misdemeanors and restitution up to $250. And the teen court is the children that are charged and referred to teen court to have to go in with admission of guilt. And it's through a mock court. Mr. Burdette goes around to all the schools twice a year to get folks to volunteer to assist in doing the teen court. They will play the roles of the attorney, the district attorneys, the bailiffs, and the children that volunteer. And then folks that's been through teen court sometimes they receive part of their sentencing will be jury duties. Sometimes the role of the judge will be played by an actual judge or the DA or an ADA. And then once that referment's done and they've completed teen court through Mr. Burdette, then that doesn't go against their record. Then the next step for juveniles, 18 and under, then that's we file a petition through the Department of Juvenile Justice. And that's for felonies and stuff that doesn't qualify for the Second Chance program or the teen court. Total charges of students by the Moore County Schools Police have declined significantly over the last 5 years. From 2016, 2017 at 309 charges to 2017 and 2018, 210 charges. And then 2018 and 2019, 185 charges. 2019, 2020, 128 charges, and that was impacted due to COVID. And then 2020 and 2021, 11 charges, and that was also due to the impact of COVID.
So I have a question. Do we know what the recidivism rate is? In other words, I'm sure we're keeping track of what student is doing what, and if there's a repeat.
Well, I hope this answers your question. If a student re-offends, they can't go through the same process again. It would elevate. So like if you went through the Second Chance program and you successfully completed that but then re-offended, you wouldn't be eligible to go to the Second Chance program. Your next step would be teen court through more youth services. And then if you re-offend the next time, then that would go to the Department of Juvenile Justice. Did that answer?
A little bit.
And do you have many that are repeat offenders? I think that's what Mr. Holmes was asking.
I'm sorry. Every now and then we'll have some who don't have the support structures that they should have at the house and don't have the support group that they should have. And that impacts some of their decision-making processes. And so there may be, a few, but I don't think it's a large number.
Going back to the slide regarding active shooters. Oh, you can't hear me? Let me pull it back up. So we've already talked about, the last time an active shooter training has been done. But yet you're getting training in 2020 for the say something. Yep, right there. So I guess my concern is that we're not doing this training yearly. Does that make sense? So I think, you know, being on the policy committee, and I'm sure the others that are on there with me can agree that perhaps maybe entertaining a policy where active shooter training is required every single year. So.
And Mr. Holmes, you're absolutely right, and that is absolutely the intention of Chief Hardy, is that Samarkand, that training at Samarkand, using that particular simulator, at a minimum, will be done once a year, at a minimum. And if you've not had the chance to be out there, I would love to invite you to go when our officers go. It is absolutely unbelievable. They'll even let you participate and do that. And it is, I've had the opportunity, I cannot describe how real it is. And then to see too, and it's chilling to see that simulation in the hallways of a school that you know, a Northmore High School, a Union Pines High School, and to go through that. But there is no argument that we are very fortunate to have that in our backyard. And although, last year, the year before, we had kind of put a hold on that with some different things going on, that is absolutely our intention moving forward. And then again, and that may also be supplemented with, again, some of the more live action training in some of our different schools, again, with the paintball simulations and those things.
So I've got a question on what you just said. Did Samarkand shut down during COVID? Did they reduce their training?
No, sir.
So it seems to me with less students at school and more students at home that the officers would have had more free time to attend training had it been a priority by the previous administration.
I'll say this, and I said no, sir. I'm not aware.
I'm
not aware if they
the
were or not.
question.
I know there were a lot of, a lot of COVID-related restrictions at the time. So.
Yeah, it just didn't happen for whatever reason.
Well, it
That'll be
was
corrected from here
related to
forward.
that.
Yeah,
Huh?
right.
That will be corrected from here on.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, that's absolutely the plan. A lot has changed over the past 2 years, and a lot has had to be adjusted, and we as a district have done our very best to do that. Now that we are getting back to normal again, thankfully, as we all sitting here without our masks on, the plan moving forward is that we will absolutely do that.
We appreciate all you guys for coming this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm sure I have some comments.
Well, there's one question.
I got three. I didn't notice any sexual assault training.
There was a dating training
There
on
was a
there, which
dating training thing, I get it. It seems to me that one of our biggest problems in our schools is sexual assault. And I'm not saying, and please, I hope I don't want anybody to get me wrong, I'm not saying that it's a particular problem. But as problems go, that's certainly one of them, and it's a big one. I would hope that each and every one of our SRO officers has sexual assault training. And number two, have any of our officers gotten de-escalation training?
They've gotten crisis intervention.
The crisis intervention team training is not, it is set for mental health, geared toward the mental health side.
well,
Dealing with those type of folks, and de-escalation training, there is a specialized class to go through for de-escalation.
Well, one of our problems in our schools are a kid coming up to, let's say, an SRO, really belligerent, or really maybe even try to take a swing at him. I don't know, and some of these kids are as big as a house. Now, there are a couple of things that you can do. You can try to subdue him, or you can do this de-escalation training. And modern police forces are making sure that each and every one of their officers has specific de-escalation training. And this also should pertain to two students going at each other, or about to go at each other, and how to de-escalate that. Because the whole idea in schools is to make sure that a particular incident doesn't become a major incident. And it never looks good when a police officer has to subdue a child and there's one other kid with a cell phone photographing it, you know.
Mr. Levy, to answer some of your question about the
Yeah.
training, as far as the CIT training, out of all the training that I have received, that has been some of the best training that I have received as far as working inside the schools. That is 40 hours of you learning how to deal with folks with mental illness and how to de-escalate those situations. And that works as a whole for everybody. And also as part of being in the building with the same kids every day, you get to know those kids, they get to know you versus some random, just the officer from down the street could come in to one of my schools. My kids wouldn't respond as much to them as they would to me. That just being with those kids every day is also another way to help de-escalate the situation, because they know you, they trust you, you have the rapport with them. You might not always see eye to eye, you might not always get along, but they trust you. And that helps. Any training is better than no training. So I agree with you. The more training, the better for all of us. But the CIT training and also with the experience of being with the kids, that helps a tremendous amount.
No, I understand it. And the de-escalation training, as I understand it, also helps the officer himself to not get upset in a situation where a person, you know, as an average person such as me, someone called me names and all this sort of stuff, I might get upset. And then, of course, your professional duty is to not get upset. And sometimes I wonder how you guys do it, because you must be Superman or something like that, not to get.
Isn't that what the CIT training
But one last question. Is there a requirement that our officers get at least one advanced certificate every certain amount of time? In other words, is there something similar to our professional training for our teachers, for your officers?
Those levels you're talking about are going to be found in general, intermediate, and advanced level. And that is offered through the state based on the number of classes, the type of classes that the officers go to throughout their career.
There is, and I think you're asking, like, are there annual requirements for like CEU type?
Right, or should we have requirements for annual training? And I don't care whether they get a certificate or not. The whole idea is to have professional development on a regular and ongoing basis. That's my concern.
And by doing that too, not just in service, but by doing that, you're gonna increase the intermediate and advanced
Well, I
levels.
agree. And, you know, right now, our in-service is geared toward just that, what we're required to have those yearly hours. I would like to see more advanced training for my officers, and that's something that I believe can be possible in the future.
And if there is something that the board can do to finance that, if it costs money, at least I'm speaking for myself personally, I'd like to know. Or if we have to let some of your officers off for a day or two to go in through that training, I hope that the board can facilitate that. You know, I just want to see the more training, the better, because you're police officers, but we're dealing with kids.
Right.
And we're dealing with kids with cell phones, and every single minute of every day, if there's an incident, you're gonna be on a viral video. And our job is to make everybody look good.
That's every day, Mr. Lee.
Yeah, I would, just make the comment, I figure y'all are in de-escalation mode all the time. That is the way a school resource officer works, because you're continually staying up to date with just what's brewing and what kind of emotions are overwhelming us from the community, because I know firsthand, the fights I occasionally saw on campuses did not start at the school. They started before the kids boarded the bus, and they came to school with them. And whether they were fighting over somebody's girlfriend, or who stole the case of beer, or just whatever it might have been, it didn't happen at school. It happened elsewhere and came to school. But I will say too, I did find our officers quite a great resource. We used to put former Chief Fry on the hot seat in debate class because we had a lot of debate topics that dealt with students' rights. And it seems like search and seizure and drug usage on campus and things like that. And we'd put him on the hot seat and go at him with what are actual student rights and what could the SRO do with a student and what options does the school system have with a student who breaks the law. It was always most informative.
And I have this one example. A few years ago, you see all this stuff on TV about SROs in classrooms. So I asked one of our SROs, I said, what do you do in a situation like that where there's a kid that's raising a stink in the class? He said, first thing we do is get rid of everybody else there. And then you have no more problem because there's nobody to put on for.
One final point, and just this goes along with what you were saying, Mr. Levy, as well. It's extremely important for our officers to be able to do that and to realize who the clientele they're dealing with are. So they are adolescents. They are the parents of adolescents. And having our Moore County Schools Police allows us to have control of who our officers are and where are they assigned. And if we didn't have that, we'd be taking the officers that a local municipal law enforcement office or the sheriff's department decides are appropriate for our schools and for that assignment. And to say that as well, our officers absolutely understand that they're dealing with adolescents. There are always going to be emotions involved, and certainly even with parents on our campuses. When our parents come there and they're upset on one of our campuses, why are they upset? It's got something to do with their child, right? And we all know, everybody's, as they well should, they're going to take up for their child and be ready to defend them. Emotions are going to be running a little higher, and you can pretty much guess what this might be about if it's in the parking lot of Union Pines versus the parking lot of Walmart, right? So our officers are very well aware of that, and we're proud of that. I know Chief Hardy works hard, to help our officers understand that as well. And point well taken about the training. We look forward to continuing that, developing a good plan moving forward for how we do that from year to year, and we'll absolutely work for that.
I have one other question. How is our communication when a person has a problem in a classroom to actually get an SRO, assuming one is on campus, because we don't have one for each and every campus. But just getting that message to the SRO, is there any way we need to improve that or is it satisfactory?
That's a multifaceted question there, sir. And I'll go to this. Our radios that we use are tied in with the Viper system that the sheriff's office and many other agencies in this county use. So we have the ability to be able to call in and call each other on that. A lot of what we will use is cell service, and that's only as good as the school with which you're standing inside of.
I'm talking about a teacher needing you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'm getting there. The
Yes, sir.
teacher, whenever they have school radios that they can call the office, the front office, and then if the front office needs an officer, then they can call the officer, and or administration can get to them to try to stabilize until we can get there. We have officers positioned throughout this county, and of course they're spread out. Some of them have 2 to 3 schools, and some of them have 2. And it makes it challenging. However, we also work very well with the sheriff's office, city municipal law enforcement. And if we called one of them and asked them to go to stand by the school until such time as our officer could get there, that would not be a problem at all.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hensley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Over here patiently waiting my turn for the record. I heard, again, many accolades. I heard the superintendent say that he feels blessed that we're one of 2 districts with in-house SROs. I heard Mr. Powers say that we're very fortunate to have our in-house SROs. Those are great accolades, but what I've seen here today is that we haven't invested in the training and probably the equipment. I don't know. I'll got some questions here in a minute. I will say for the record that twice In the last 6 months, I asked the previous superintendent to bring the previous chief forward to discuss some of these things, and the previous superintendent declined. So first, I'd like to thank Dr. Locklear for making the chief available, and Chief and Sergeant Bullens, I appreciate you all coming forward, because the first step in fixing things isn't sweeping the fact that there hasn't been adequate training under the rug. It is talking about it, making the board aware of it, rather than hiding it. So thank you. I've got a slide to pull up here, though. Hello? Yeah. If you could bring up that specialized training slide. That specialized training slide, yeah. And then after that, I'm going to want to see slide 9 on the presentation deck. So here's my take. I am not a fan, for reasons I'm not going to cover today, but certainly we'll discuss it philosophically in the coming years. I am not a fan of Moore County Schools having it's a police force that reports to the superintendent. One glaring reason why is because it wasn't taken seriously, and they were allowed to atrophy and not provided or made to attend annual active shooter training and sexual assault training and stuff like that. That's one of the reasons I don't agree. However, if Moore County Schools is going to be one of 2 counties in this state, 2 school districts, us and Charlotte, so it's us and Charlotte, not us and Irondale, not us and Lee, not us and Montgomery. It's us and Charlotte Mecklenburg that have our own police departments. By God, if we're going to have our own police force, it's going to be the best equipped and the best trained and the most professional police force in the state of North Carolina. So let's talk about that a bit. We need to ensure that they are adequately trained. So, I think Chief Hardy needs to put together a list of training. Now, to my point of training, when I look at these certifications, generally it's certification goes with training. It looks like historically it's been, we kind of hire officers and they show up with what they got and that's it. But we're a damn school district, right? I mean, we're in the business of not play, as it says in Pinehurst Elementary, but we're in the business of education. And we talk a lot about professional education of our educators and our administrators. Well, school board members, where's the professional training of the law enforcement officers that we insist all our other professionals have, but we don't insist, nor do we fund it, of our school resource officers? That's a shame. So I would like to see a list of the trainings. I'd like to see a matrix, and I'm not a professional. I mean, we have a former law enforcement officer here. We have an attorney. I know a bit about it just because of my occupation. But I would like to see a list of equipment that Chief Hardy feels that he needs for his SROs, and I would like to see a no-kidding training pipeline. Here's all the training, and I know that they're all sworn law enforcement officers and they do basic law enforcement training and this and that, but we need to insist that our SROs and provide the SROs the opportunity and insist that they be trained and they have continuing education, just like our teachers, just like our administrators, just like our CPAs, every other profession in Moore County Schools. We insist on that, but for some reason, we don't insist upon it with our SROs. So I do have a couple questions for you, Chief. So pay. Police officers are horribly paid across the board. I mean, that's a fact. So, but here's my question. How are Moore County School SROs paid relative to the other departments in this area? About the same, more or less?
I think that when I first started here, roughly 3.5, 4 years ago, we were probably in a very high bracket. Other agencies have adjusted above that bracket now. And even with our classified staff pay increase that we just had instituted, then we're still playing catch up on that regard. However, it also deals with the number of years that an officer has experience in as to where they fall on that scale. So that in turn, helps out a little bit. We have some very, experienced officers. And I would like to be able to attract more.
Well, and I think that, so it sounds like, because I know that a decade ago, there were several people that I knew that left Moore County Sheriff's Department and went to become SROs because there was a pay discrepancy, but it sounds like now they've leapfrogged us. And we don't want to be in a situation where we lose our highly trained, highly experienced SROs to another department that pays more, just like we lost our experienced bus mechanics, in spite of the fact that we knew or should have known, or the previous board knew or should have known, that they were about to lose them because of pay disparities. So we need to take a look at that. The next couple questions are a bit more sensitive. If we could go to slide 9, thank you. I noticed the statistics of decreasing criminal referrals, and we'll wait until we get there. If you look at these, discounting the, we have the total charges by Moore County School Police declining. Oh boy, it's declining. Our graduation rates are going up. And just like our graduation rates are going up, I would ask, and members of the public would ask, yeah, but can they read and write, and are they ready to go to college? That's two different answers, right? You can graduate people all day long, but, are they functionally literate, and are they ready to enter the workforce? That's a separate question. So I would ask, Chief, have you or any of your officers ever felt pressured to, let me back up. So, yeah, well, I'll ask this. Have you or any of your officers ever felt pressured to reduce or minimize reporting of incidents, official reporting of incidents?
No, sir, and I hope I never do, because of the fact is that facts are facts, reports are reports, numbers are numbers. And our reports, when we write reports, they go in and they're submitted every month to the state of North Carolina through into NIBRS. And I do that every month. We're not trying to hide anything. We're not trying to diminish anything at all. We're trying to report the actual facts. And the numbers declining, I'm not exactly sure where the Second Chance program came in, what year that was, or.
The Second Chance program's was introduced in 2000 and.
It was way before that.
12 or 2013. Don't quote me to the exact date, but I'm pretty sure it was 2012, 2013.
But to say why those numbers are going down, I can't offer an opinion on that, because I came in 18, and after that, that's when I came in and started looking at the numbers.
A related issue is, I've never seen us survey teachers or classified staff members. Have you ever felt pressured to pass a student who you knew was not reading and writing at grade level? I've never seen an anonymous survey where we've asked our teachers that, or asked our teachers or classified staff, have you felt pressured to not report incidents that occur on the buses or in the child line or whatever? So here's my second question. So there's been a lot of viral videos lately, and I understand these are tough questions. I'm just interested in your opinion. There's been a lot of viral videos recently. In fact, there's an Instagram channel dedicated to the fights at Pinecrest High School. And I've seen a couple of those, and they're not just a couple guys, after football practice who get a little heated and duke it out. I think I saw one that was 6 or 8 students fighting, and it looked like maybe 2 resource officers in there kind of like maybe absorbing some punches and stuff. And just this week, I saw a video, just last week, a video that happened in a classroom. I didn't know where it was till my daughter said, oh, that's Pinecrest. I know that classroom, right? Where 2 students are fighting, and I mean, they're just knocking each other senseless, right? So how do we reconcile these videos? How do we reconcile these that if a parent sees these statistics, they would think that our schools are safe and students are being disciplined and these things aren't happening. How do you reconcile these with what we see in videos occurring now?
Let me jump in on that one. I think it might be appropriate for me to jump in on that. I think we reconcile that by being transparent. We reconcile that by sharing all our data, like we did at the board meeting in February, where we shared, our discipline data. We shared charges, we shared suspensions, we shared percentage of our students who are involved in physical altercations on our campus. You mentioned Pinecrest, and I've been a large high school principal of a school with over 2,200 students, 2,400 students. You're going to have incidents. That's a small municipality. When you got 2,000 people on a campus, or 2,500 people on a campus. So unfortunately, there's going to be incidents. Kids are going to make poor choices. Kids are going to have physical altercations. The difference today, as Mr. Levy was talking about, is everybody's got a cell phone. And everybody's going to take a video of that. And cell phone video gives you no context to what's happening or what happened after the incident. And so that's, it's very difficult to reconcile and to say what's we can't give details of what's happening because there's student privacy information. But what we can do is continue to share every bit of information and data we can, and make sure that's very transparent. You had the idea of regularly reporting that data, and we're working on a process to do that. So it's things like that that can make sure we're continuing to have the trust and confidence of our parents and our community.
And what I would say, Dr. Locklear and Chief and Sergeant Bullins, in closing, is just like this healthy living and abstinence course that we talked about before, if we're transparent and people know that they can rely, we're 100% transparent, just like if we did a monthly blotter report, good, bad, or indifferent, I can see what happened in my neighborhood from the Southern Pines Police Department, or I can see what happened in the county through the Sheriff's Department, look, we need to have the most well-trained, equipped, professional police department in the state, and we need to provide as much transparency as the law will allow so that the citizens and parents and faculty and staff in Moore County has 100% confidence as to what's happening. And once again, they're not speculating, or they view those videos in context of, yeah, you've seen 6 videos, and oh, by the way, here's where they showed up on the blotter report. No one's trying to sweep anything under the rug. Anyway, thank you.
And to feed off of that, it would point out which schools are having the most problem, and then from there you can, determine the micro from the macro, yeah.
Thank you so much.
I was just going to say one positive thing, if that's okay.
Go
It's
ahead.
real quick. I just wanted to say thank you too, especially for building relationships. I've seen it firsthand. I've been obviously here teaching since 2001, so I've seen a lot of SROs come and go, and there's some SROs, even ones that may be sitting here right now, that go and to basketball games that they don't have to go to just because a student said, hey, I would really love to have you sit in the bleachers and watch me, and you guys do it. And you don't get paid for that. You just do it because you're building those relationships. So I just wanted to say thank you for that, because that's going above and beyond. So thank you.
Yeah, and we do thank you, and I don't think we're trying to be critical of anything. We're just thinking of new ways of looking at things. One thing I think we need to consider as a board is looking into funding specialized training specifically for our SROs.
Yes.
So-
Absolutely, and to spin off what Stacy had mentioned, it is truly gratifying and just sort of a touchy-feely type situation where you're at graduation and you see students who are hugging on the SROs that are assigned to those schools, whether it is promotion ceremonies or at the high school level graduation. And the students are hugging the SROs as they come up to get their diploma. So we appreciate the work that you guys are doing. I've noted to mention that we've talked several times about assigning board members to different ad hoc committees, and Philip Holmes and Stacy are assigned with the District Safety Schools Committee. So they have an option whenever Dr. Powers send that out that they can attend if their time is good. And then the follow-up, I always try to document and follow up after our conversations that some of the things that we're already working on with Dr. Powers, Dr. Locklear is reporting our discipline metrics and what we saw at the last board meeting on a more routine basis. So that's something to come, as well as updates on training SROs, and that could come through our monthly updates. It would just be that simple. So thank you again, appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Our next item is timing and organization of our board meeting for next Monday. And this is an item that I had actually asked to post because I wanted just to share my thoughts on what needs to happen as far as our time and meeting location for this coming Monday. We have granite masking, I think, is pretty much no longer an issue. However, we do have some key topics that some of our community residents may be coming to publicly speak on. So our last month's board meeting, I think everyone would agree that in working with Sonia at that time and Cindy and Dr. Locklear, that the room here was better set up to accommodate more community residents. And of course, Dr. Metcalf, working with Chief Hardy and the SROs, were able to get people in, get people seated. So we felt like that it was more accommodating to get people out of the cold at that point in, and it was just a better flow through. Once our highlights were done, then people exited, people came in. We had some vacant seats in the audience. The one thing that I felt as I reflected on our meeting is that I'm going to say just real bluntly, the audience being completely out of control is one thing that we need to corral and reel back in. We want our community residents to be here, board members. We want them to speak. However, we want them to be mindful that they are at a public board meeting situation. So as far as the yelling, some of the words that were being yelled out in the audience was totally inappropriate. And so we will, going forward, will have more control over that. And as far as our timing at last meeting was about 2.5 hours just in that one setting for public speaking. And so I would like to have our board meeting to begin at 4 o'clock for Monday, and I would like for the initial hour to be geared on public speaking. And that's the way it will be advertised, okay? So anyone who wants to, and we may have more people coming simply because it's not late evening. They don't have to sit through a lot of things that we do before the public speaking hour takes place. So they can come in, they can say what they have to say, they can leave. But some may be speaking on different topics, it doesn't matter. But if we have the meeting, public speaking set for 4 to 5, and then at 5 we'll go into our closed session And then our meeting will start at our usual time of 6:30. And then when we get to the second public speaking, that public speaking will be for an hour. And that is the way that we will advertise it. And this will offer an opportunity for us to get through our business before 10:30, 11:30. Staff having to stay until late hours, getting up the next morning. And it just gives us more, I feel like more control to be able to discuss the business of the board. Yes, we want to hear from our community residents, no question. However, I just feel like if we have the hour at the beginning, let them come, and then have a designated hour, then at least we'll have more control. And is there an attachment to this, Charlie, that talks about the speaking? And I know it talks about the regular meeting. Did we have one on the actual public speaking? When I went back and read the public speaking, and Libby, remind me, there is a designated time frame.
It's to be, I can't remember the exact number of the policy, but it designates a period of 30 minutes for public comment, which may then be followed by a period of 30 minutes later in the actual meeting. And we have been, I think we started with at different times it had motions where we just went ahead and let everyone speak, but we never changed the actual policy.
Right, and we wanted to, basically, we had talked about it as a board, and we wanted to hear from the community. But I feel like if the public understands and knows that, you're given two different times, you can come in at 4, or you can come in as we get the meeting started, then I think that will help us along. And I do not see our board meeting being any different than any community residents going to a commissioners meeting, going to a town council meeting, to where they sit and they adhere to the meeting at hand. And it's not a lot of clapping, a lot of noise. And so I wanted to, again, to just have this item here as this is what the plans are. And if you want to have some conversation, you can.
I have a question too, just real quick, and then
Yeah.
I'll let you go, David. So will the second half be after closed session? Is that how you, or is the second half gonna be after we do all the announcements and
It'll be
stuff?
after we do, it'll fall right in line
Where
with
it
the way
used to.
that it normally
Okay.
is. But instead of just going on for 2.5, 3 hours, it will be
One.
a hour at the end of the hour.
3 minutes or?
That we'll cut off.
3 minutes?
Yeah, and we can change the time that people will speak if we need to. I'm thinking that if we want to stay with 3 minutes, but I just think that we have got to begin to try to get back to the business of what we're doing, which is for a school. At the same time, yes, we want to hear from the community residents.
So hopefully this will be done via a motion and a vote of the board, not a decree by the chair. Is that correct?
Well,
Or are you saying
Miss-
that you're going to decree this?
I'm presenting this.
Okay, so it'll be a motion voted on by the board.
And so if we want to take it into a motion, yes, we
Okay.
can do that.
Okay, so here's my thoughts. First is, if you genuinely want to hear from residents, then we'll move this to a larger facility, because regardless of your perception, yes, the last meeting was run much better as far as getting people standing outside in here as seats were vacant. But there were still people outside who got discouraged and left because they notified me. So there were still people who did not get an opportunity to come inside and speak and participate. So again, if we're really genuine about saying, yes, we want to hear from the community, then let's move it to I support it, and let's move it to a larger facility. As far as having the public comment period begin at 4, like Stacy, we need some clarification, because what I thought I heard was, when you first presented it, Madam Chair, was that there'd be a public speaking period that started at 4 and run for an hour, and then the public speaking period would be at the end of the meeting at whatever time that is, you know, and I would not support that. But then when Ms. Caldwell asked, you clarified and said that the public speaking would be after the closed session, so we need to reconcile that. But I would not support moving the meeting to begin the public comment section to start at 4, because a large number of people who want to attend the meeting and speak work during the day. And, you know, they don't get off work until 5 o'clock, and they gotta, you know, go home and take care of whatever they gotta take care of home, eat dinner, take care of the kids, and then they're lucky to get here before the public comment period. So that is creating a two-caste system where part of them are, oh, well, if you work and have a job, we don't want to hear from you, but, you know, if you're retired or whatever, then by all means show up at 4 o'clock. I know that's not the intention, or I don't think that's the intention, but that will be the result. And as far as limiting the amount of time to speak, I mean, okay, so who's going to decide? Sorry, you don't get to speak. I mean, that's just arbitrary and unfair. I think that the best thing to do, if we really want participation, is to move the meetings to a Saturday, or have every other meeting on a weekend, so that people, regardless, will be able to attend, and then there won't be any crowd. I mean, we could start the meeting at 8 a.m. on a Saturday. We could take all day, just like we did today. So anyway, there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Levy.
Okay, first of all, a point of information. Let's make an assumption that there are only 3 or 4 people who show up at 4 o'clock, all right? Do we still have, under your plan, an hour of comment at 6 o'clock or whatever time?
Yes.
Okay, this is unusual. I've got to tell you, first of all, let me differ with the chair in one respect. I think our people are actually very, very, very well behaved, okay? Now, yeah, they clap, and there may be some idiot in the back or in the front who says something he shouldn't say, but overall, everyone is very well behaved, and in the end, everybody gets a chance to speak. I think we've done a marvelous job in allowing people to speak. I look at Loudoun County, Virginia, for instance, and I see them yelling and screaming in the audience, and I see them with SROs saying, you know, somebody says, Mr. Levy's a bum, and then say, get that SRO, get that person out of there because you did an ad hominem thing or whatever it is. No. And yes, it is tedious to sit here sometimes and listen to 50 people with a 3-minute speech. But each and every one of those people has something to say. And each and every one of those people wants to be heard. So let me propose the following by way of a motion. That we hold our next meeting in, I'll go with Southern Pines Elementary, okay, which is a different venue, or any other school auditorium that if Southern Pines Elementary is not appropriate. That we hold our public speaking after the closed session. That we begin our session at the regular time. Is that 5:30?
It's at
5.
6:30. The regular
No,
board
no,
meeting.
no, okay, when do we?
Closes 5.
closes 5.
Yeah.
And we begin at 5 and have our open session at 6:30.
Were those questions part of your motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, no,
Just wanted to clarify what your motion is.
Well, I want to make sure. Okay.
He's thinking it out loud.
Yeah.
Let me restate this. I want to be very succinct. That we hold our next meeting at Southern Pines Elementary, or if Southern Pines Elementary is not available, at another school designated by the chair. That we hold the meeting at our regular time, as we have done in the past. That we hold our public speaking as we have done in the past at the same time, and that we allow each and every person 3 minutes to speak. It's my motion.
I second it.
Well, I was just gonna say, and we've been agreeing a lot lately, so I'm sad to say this, Bob, but
You disagree with
I
me?
disagree.
Stacy. Darn.
And I'll tell you why, and it's only because I did look back at the video last month, and overall, I mean, there was a select few people that were ruining it for a majority, but there was some people out there that were speaking, like a parent was speaking, and there was people in the crowd going, boo, no, and I just thought that was very disrespectful, because when they got a chance to talk, no one did that to them. So I just, I think that we need to hold a standard to that's just, we can't have that disrespect going on when someone, because we want to hear from everybody, right? We don't want to have to hear that, and then people trying to call names, we can't hear that because of all the chaos that's was going on. So a bigger venue to me would just be more of that. And I don't think that's where we are right now. Maybe we'll get there at some time, but right now that's where I disagree with you. And as far as, I have to agree with Pam. I don't know how we can set it up, and I do like your idea. I don't know if, like you said with, what you said, David, with people working, I understand that. My only issue is I just did not like voting at 11:45 at night on something, because I was exhausted, and I was like, okay, what am I voting? I mean, I think we've said it a few times. Okay, what are we voting on? What is the amendment? What are we doing? And I mean, I think we all got home at like 12:30 that night.
12:45.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're a little farther than we are, but.
Let's have the meeting at Northmore then.
Yeah, so I mean, if
We can change
Yes, let's
that.
have the meeting at Northmore. I'll do that.
if we have to have a community where a different day that we have just people come and speak, and then we do our business meeting on a different day, I'm all for that, because I understand people do want to come and speak, but I just don't think it's right for us to vote on something so important for this school at 11:30, 11:45 at night. I don't. And maybe we just need it after public speaking. If it gets too late, we're like, okay, let's see you tomorrow. But that's just my view on that. I just think that we're voting for important issues very late.
I might add too, Madam Chair, the idea that it's only working people who are coming to speak at the meetings is really not true. Because if you go back and you look at the list of speakers, there's a very large number of them who are retired and who are not working. And it might be really good for their schedules if they could come at 4 o'clock while it's still light and they're not worried about driving home after dark.
Call in, yes.
So the same guidelines would suffice for a 4 o'clock public comment period as well. I have to agree with Ms. Caldwell that this is a business meeting. We're conducting the business of the schools, and for us to not do it in a very timely fashion, making good use of our school support staff and even of our general population, the ones that want to hear the business that's going on, and putting it off until 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, or later at night does not bode well for the processes of the schools. Our county commissioners have no problem meeting at 10:30 on Tuesday mornings. That doesn't seem to be an issue. They alternate 10:30 1 week, 2 weeks later it's at 5:30. Nobody complains. Our town councils have varying times to meet, and nobody complains. So why is it such that our population, or even within our board, is going to complain about what should be considered a regular business meeting? So I support, let's allow more time for public comment before the meeting. They're getting to speak before decisions are made, which is what we're saying that they want to do. So let's go ahead and get started, and then allow that one additional hour for people who do work. But I think we've got to come back to putting some kind of limit on things that interfere with the actual business of the schools.
Well, by the way, what we could do is if you wanted to, I mean, I get it, you don't want to be here midnight, I don't care myself, because all I have to do
It's
is
not
go
that I don't
home.
want to be here, it's just voting on something so
Well,
important.
you could adjourn the business meeting and return on another day to finish out that business. There's nothing wrong with making a motion to adjourn if you think that it's too late. I might even agree with you on that. But democracy is a sort of a messy thing. Real people actually come out here and they aren't as polite as us people and at the school board and sometimes, And the other thing is there was a question, and it's a good question from Libby, as to why to the county commissioner is able to do their stuff much more quickly, and our city councils do things much more quickly, because people value children more than sewers. and the reason, there is a thing going on in this country where people are very, very, very concerned over schools. And we're just gonna get a heck of a lot more people coming in here to see them. And it's our job to sit here and listen to each and every one of them. And if the chair feels that someone is hooting and hollering it up, you can send them packing. We've got 3 SROs or whatever, you can kick them out. I wouldn't, and quite frankly, when they clap, it takes about the amount of time for the next speaker to come up, and then they stop clapping. So I don't think that we can discipline parents who come to see us like children, and I think we have to cut everyone some slack and really listen to each and every one of our constituents. So I hope you'll vote yes for this.
Madam Chair? I have
Yes.
a couple of comments. One is, we do not have to allow everyone to speak. We can limit the time. Say presently, we have a half hour during first public comment, and then we have another half hour that we can do later. So we do not have to listen to everyone. But I agree that the meetings are being disrupted, and anytime anybody claps or says something, the meeting's being disrupted, and that should not be happening in Moore County Schools.
So I have after listening to everyone, I have a couple additional comments. First of all, as a joke, I'm just thankful that there's not an Instagram channel of parents fighting in our audience, right? So, I mean, we should be thankful for that. But in all seriousness, to Mr. Levy's point, I agree with a few outliers, and I've called a couple people out from up there when they've gotten a bit out of control. We do have a well-behaved audience. I mean, when someone says something they agree with, do they clap? Yeah, and then it dies down. And if somebody says something that they don't agree with, do they, boo or whatever? Yeah, but then it dies down. You want to see a disruption, see 50 people sitting in an audience clapping and chanting for 20 minutes to block a conservative speaker on a college campus. That's disrupting democracy, and that's disrupting free speech. We don't have parents occupying this and shouting chants and playing music. They get a little overexuberant, they clap, and then it dies down after a few moments. It's mischaracterized to say, other than a few outliers, that it's out of control. But there's actually a better solution. If people on this board really want to be respectful of our teachers and administrators' time, then why don't we move the why don't we move the recognitions and the program highlights? Why don't we have those begin at 4 o'clock so that the faculty members and the administrators who give the program highlights, they give that at 4 o'clock. We do the recognitions so that those principals and teachers can go home at the normal workday. That will also solve the reserve chair problem. So we knock that out, which generally takes 45 minutes or an hour. Then we go into closed session. Then we start our business meeting per normal. That would be the ideal workflow to get the maximum number of teachers and administrators home at a regular time for dinner and allow the public to speak after work. So that would be my proposal on how to
Madam
optimize
Chair,
this.
call the question.
Thank you.
Did you want to make that an amendment to my motion?
Too late. Question's been called, no more discussion.
The question has not been, point of order, the question has not been voted on.
The question's not.
Are we voting on
Call the question, there's no more
Yeah,
discussion.
just to move the meeting and have.
So your motion, Bob, was,
My motion was to basically have our,
Keep it the way.
keep it the way it is, the way we've been doing it. I think everybody knows the way we've been doing it.
At school.
Um,
At a
At a school.
You know,
at a school
at
location
a
of
school, yes,
Muncie.
at Southern Pines Elementary, or if that's not available, another school of the chairman's
Okay.
designation.
Okay, so all in favor of Bob's motion, let it be known by raising your right hand. All opposed? Okay, and
Now,
so
can
the
I just say
motion-
something
the motion carries
David?
at
Motion
fails at 4-3.
Oh, I was wondering.
But I want to follow up, if I can, on, I am, hopefully, you guys know that I am a very transparent individual. I try to follow policies. If I get sidetracked, that's simply because I possibly have missed something. It is not intentional. And so my goal is to try to assure that we have a solid process for our monthly meetings, okay? So if that means starting at 4, to Mr. Hensley's point, and possibly begin with the highlights and some of those items at the beginning, then I'm okay with that. And then we go into closed session, and then we come back at 6:30, and we're ready for public speaking.
Do you intend to limit public speaking or return to board policy, which is 30 minutes
30
and then 30
minutes.
minutes?
I would say, board members, can we agree that we limit public speaking to 2 hours? That's what we were gonna do just a few minutes ago, an hour before and an hour during the meeting.
So it'd be
Well, wait,
it'd be
what are we
6:30 to
gonna- What are
8:30?
you saying before the meeting? I thought you talked recognitions before.
Recognitions at the beginning, the highlights, that's at 4 o'clock. Then we do closed session, and then once we come back from closed session, we're ready to do public speaking. And so
Which
if
would
we
be about
start,
till 8:30, pretty much.
and then, I mean, then we still have a couple of solid hours to do board business. And that way, we should be finished wrapping up by 10:30.
Madam Chair, might we ask Dr. Locklear to weigh in on
Yes,
bringing in
please.
employees and
Please.
students out of the high schools
How-
and, because
That's early.
school doesn't get out till 3:45.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, that will be a concern when you're recognizing high school students or high school staff who don't get dismissed until 3:45. That will be a challenge to coordinate that. You'll be pulling kids out of school, kids are involved in extracurriculars, et cetera. The evening did allow for some of that to take place.
Okay.
But, so that will be an impact on them.
Just like if we had, just like parents would face or citizens would face if they had commented for. So I'm hearing all of a sudden that's a problem with our paid faculty and staff who would actually be paid to be here because it would be part of their workday.
Well,
But I think he was referring to the
I'm
children.
mainly
Right, then he
referring
expanded
to our
it to
kids.
faculty and staff.
But you're also gonna have, you have high school staff that are being pulled out. They're being pulled out from their obligations there at the end of the day. I'm not saying it can't happen. It can
Right.
happen. Our employees would, you know, they don't get paid past when they clock out, but just like when they come to a board meeting, it's just a recognition for them. But it's something that can happen. I'm just pointing out that that it does present that challenge. That's all I'm saying.
Why don't our classified staff get paid when they're coming here for board business? I think we
If
should
it's
pay
board
them.
business, that's a different thing. I mean, meaning when they're being recognized, they're not being paid for that time. That's time that they're being recognized and celebrated, so.
So let's proceed with, going with our meeting. And we'll start at 5 and we'll just have a time limit on our public speaking.
I recommend we follow the policy, have a half hour when we have it regular. If we need another half hour, we
We
can do it
just
at
follow
the end of the
our-
business session.
Is there a motion on the floor, Madam Chair?
I don't think there is.
It's only 4:30, see, it won't do any good. It's the duration, not the time of the, so I make a motion, Madam Chair, I make a motion that we rearrange our business meeting so that it begins at 4 o'clock with the program highlight, followed by recognitions, followed by closed session, followed by 2 hours of public comment, followed by the regular business agenda.
Second.
I like that too.
I'm not in favor of that. one.
Ms.
I think you are
Hensley,
public comment
can
in
I
that.
suggest, to redefine your motion to possibly, if we start at 4, to cover possibly 1 or 2 business items that we have to talk through at 4 and allow the children and the teachers time to come later for the highlights.
Why couldn't we have closed session at 4?
Nothing wrong there.
Nothing wrong there.
We start off with closed session and then we can do
That's a good idea.
So it seems to me, there's one other thing there's one other dimension I want to bring. Yes, but we're pretty close. Just before I amend, let me say one thing. I just want to see some nods, some heads.
Almost on the same page.
No. So,
Almost.
I already forgot one. One thing that we should, it seems to me that the program highlight can be scheduled so that those people, come away from their duties. It's the recognitions, that's a problem, right? So that makes sense. The other thing that I would add, and I meant to mention this earlier, and then I'll redo my motion, is we need to eliminate the call-ins, public speaking, and here's why. It's unfair, and I'll tell you why it's unfair. If we're gonna limit speaking to 30 minutes, 1 hour, or 2 hours, but if we're gonna limit public speaking, then the only way to do that fairly is to have a sign-up list, and people can camp out if they want to. But there's one sign-up list, and you're not gonna be able to bypass the sign-up list by being one of the phone-in callers.
Unless that's extra time, yeah.
Or
I agree.
they're at the very end.
Okay.
Currently, policy is that if there's time allows, that those calls will be allowed.
Okay.
Just as clarification, that's the
Okay,
policy.
so-
I think limiting people speaking in public and speaking to us is a terrible thing.
We're
I
not
think-
eliminating, but we're
well-
limiting the time that people, and the same people say the same thing all the time. for a lot of occasions.
You know something,
That's not true.
The same people, 5 people may say the exact same thing.
10.
But a voter, maybe call it 10. But you know something? The voters want to come in and tell us that.
Yeah.
And that is, one of the things that we do here is listen to the voters.
Yeah.
And it's usually about 2 hours, so I think we're.
I think we're on the same
Yeah.
page. If we start with your motion, David, that
Let's
we can
start at
start
4.
with, 4, we can do our
Closed session.
closed
Closed session.
session.
5:30.
And then we can get into the rest of the business with our highlights and
Would
go
that be all
down the
right?
road.
5:30 for
Yeah.
people to come?
Okay.
So if you will.
Yes,
So for
we'll make it
clarity's sakes, I will withdraw my motion, I will restart it.
Before you
Actually-
get started, Actually, a motion's not even really needed for that, because we move our closed session times
Anytime,
all the
yeah.
time.
Yeah.
You know, so
It's
why
just
we can
formal.
try it
It's
for
just-
one
Why
week
don't we
and,
get it down to, so we know what we're
Yeah.
gonna do?
Go ahead,
Just-
David.
Just say it, David.
David, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
4 o'clock.
I make a motion that our meetings are changed so that they begin at 4 o'clock. We do closed session, then we do the program highlights, then we do the recognitions, then we do the public speaking, then we do the business agenda items.
I'll second that.
are you putting a limit on public speaking of up to 2
No.
hours?
I did not. There's some disagreement on that. People can feel free to amend my motion, but I did not.
Could we amend that to make a motion to amend to limit public speaking to 2 hours or less per meeting?
Second the amendment.
Okay, so let's vote on your amendment.
Yeah, that's what you
So
said.
Okay.
any discussion on,
Anybody want to have anything to say about the amendment?
It's usually 2 hours anyhow, but I feel if it goes over 1 or 2, it's not a big deal to me, but, I just don't want to be here till 11:45 voting on
With
something very
business.
important,
Okay.
yeah.
I might add that many school systems have gone to a lottery system for public comment, and
Really?
you come in and you sign in and you get a number, and the first 20 that are drawn have opportunity for public comment, and it is limited.
Wow.
And that is more than one school system. So our community maybe needs to value the fact that we'll give them up to 2 hours, not just the top 20.
So all in favor of the amendment, of
I'm sorry,
limiting to
Madam
2
Chair,
hours?
I still have a discussion item. I disagree. I agree, that's why I didn't put it in my amendment. I agree with Mr. Levy. On one hand, it's very disingenuous to say, we want citizen involvement, we want parent involvement, we want to hear from our citizens. But on the other hand, say, but you know what, we're gonna cut you off. So I am not in favor of this amendment.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, all in favor of the amendment, let it be known by raising your right hand. Okay. And so, all opposed, let it be known by raising your right hand. Okay. Now we will vote on David's motion, which is to begin at 4, closed session, and then follow the agenda as we typically do with highlights and so forth. All in favor of his motion, let it be known by raising your right hand.
Clarification, so the meeting will start at 5:30, the regular meeting.
The regular meeting.
Regular meeting,
So
yeah.
what are we getting here?
4.
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. We're
4
gonna go
o'clock.
into closed session.
5:30 regular
Yeah.
meeting.
All opposed?
I should have said this earlier, because it just occurred to me, but we do have to consider the attorney that has to be here for
I was
closed
just
session.
asking Tim
And
that.
and it might be something that we need to, maybe we need to not change for next week, but to try and clarify this with our legal
Point of
counsel.
order, we're in the middle of.
We are in the middle of it, and I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So I think there were no votes.
There were no votes.
I don't think they'd have a problem with that, they'd draw back.
I think we can work it out with our
Okay.
attorneys to be here.
Okay.
But if we have any issues, I'll
We'll
certainly
we'll
notify the
follow
chair
up on
ASAP.
all
So the motion passes as amended, am I
Yes,
correct?
motion passes as amended. Okay, that only took not long. So, next, we will, go down into pending action and discussion. And this is, and again, if anybody has to get up and step away, feel free to. We're just gonna keep on rolling.
Keep on.
Okay, so Community Media and Technology Advisory Committee recommendation. And I want to remind board members that this is just an overview of the committee, their work, and then to get a feel for whatever it was that they recommended. This will be an action item for next Monday's board meeting. So if you have comments, certainly I would suggest to, whether you agree or disagree, we won't have a lot of discussion about that this afternoon. We'll keep our comments until our board meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Lodney.
Yes, ma'am. It kind of feels like 11:30 at night, doesn't it? Well, first of all, thank you. You've laid that out. But we per board policy, having a community objection to the book George. That's in two of our elementary school, one of our elementary and at Union Pines High School, Medici Creek and Union Pines High School. That community member objected. At the school level, the book was maintained at the school level based on that committee's work, and that community member then filed for a citizen's request review of the building level recommendation. Per policy, the school board appointed a committee to review that. And I just want to take a quick second to say thank you to that committee. Dr. Metcalf served as my designee on that committee, and Ms. Gephardt, and we had principals, we had teachers, media specialists, parents, and a student who served on that committee. I just want to take just a quick second to say thank you for their time helping us work through our board policy and our process with this. I will say before I hand it over for their review of the recommendation from the committee, I do recommend the board approve and endorse this recommendation, but certainly we'll await the board's direction in that. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. I too want to express my thanks to the committee. I think we met 4 times over a less than 2-week period of time, and I feel certain that along with reading the book and all the corresponding documents and information, they put in well over 11 to 12 hours into this, so I absolutely appreciate the work that they had done. On February 7th, the board appointed 17 community members to be a part of this committee. 15 members attended our first meeting, which was on February 17th. 15 also attended our February 22nd meeting. 13 attended the February 24th committee meeting, and 12 members attended our March 1st meeting. The dialogue was great. I was very impressed with the discussion, their willingness to share different opinions, their give and their take in that conversation. It was open, it was honest, gave multiple perspectives. Some had concerns about the developmental appropriateness of the book at the elementary level, particularly at McDeeds Creek. Other committee members shared that the media collection at McDeeds and at Union Pines should reflect the diverse demographics and needs of the community. Others felt that the excerpts shared by the complainant were taken out of context. Even others expressed concerns with the process in which the book at McDeeds Creek was originally purchased for the Media Center. However, in an open vote for McDeeds Creek, the team made the following recommendation. The committee supported the decision of the building level committee and recommends that the book George remain in the McDeeds Creek Media Center collection. Similar conversation, a little more limited, but similar conversation for Union and Pines High School. And there they also, based on their open vote, support the decision of the building level committee and recommend that book George remain at Union Pines High School Media Center collection. Committee certainly recognizes that the local board has sole authority and discretion as to whether challenges merit and whether challenge materials should be retained or removed. But you will see in your supporting documents our recommendation for both McDeeds Creek and for Union Pines High School with justification and comments for your review.
Thank you so much, and we appreciate the committee and the work that went into making your recommendation. Again, board members, we realize that according to the policy, that it is clear that once we go through the process, that the board has the sole authority and discretion to determine whether a challenge has merit and whether challenge materials should be retained or removed. So this item will be as an action item on our meeting next Monday, and board members will have the opportunity to really weigh in, discuss, and we'll save that time unless you have comments now that are pressing for Dr. Metcalf or Ms. Gephardt at this time.
Just 2 things. Number 1, I would hope that our attorney will brief us in closed session with regard to this book and our actions on it.
Okay.
I would like for you to ask him to do that.
Okay.
I hope, I don't want to spend too much time on it, but I think it's important that we understand that aspect of it. And number 2, just to make sure, these recommendations were not unanimous, am I correct?
That is correct. They were not unanimous.
As a matter of fact, I know that the parent at, the parent voted to remove the book, at least at McDeed's Creek. Am I correct with that?
We had one parent at, two parents at McDeed's Creek who voted to remove it. One abstained.
Okay, and oddly enough, the student abstained at for McDeed's Creek.
Student abstained for both McDeed's Creek
both
and was not in attendance for Union Ponds.
So both parents voted to remove and the student abstained?
No, sir, there's three parents.
There are three parents?
We paid attention to the abstinence course.
So two of those parents voted to remove and the student abstained, am I correct?
Yes.
I thought a
Okay,
parent.
that's what I wanted,
parent
that's what I
And
wanted
one
to
parent
find,
abstained.
that's what I
One
wanted to
parent
find out.
abstained.
Pardon?
One parent abstained, one said no, and then the student abstained.
No, two voted at McDeed's Creek to remove, one parent abstained, and the student abstained.
Okay.
Okay.
That's correct.
That's what I wanted to get that clarified, because I listened to some of the debate on YouTube, but I couldn't tell sometimes who was who.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Thank
one of the criteria, cause I didn't listen in, I wanted to be objective, and so I wanted to make sure, was one of the criteria for each member to read the book? So
Yes,
each
yes,
one
ma'am.
of the members actually read the book thoroughly.
That is correct. They were
Okay.
provided a copy of the book well in advance of the first meeting and confirmed at the first meeting that they had in fact read the book.
Okay, thank you.
Let me say one thing. Regardless of whether you think it's a right book for the school or a wrong book for the school, plowing through that book is not easy. So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it was only 200 pages.
Any other comments at this time? Okay, again, this will be an action item for discussion for next board meeting, and then we'll have a vote. Next is item proclamation of April as month of the military child. We realized we had some discussion about recognizing our military graduates. So we want to hear what this proclamation is all about. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am, this is a standard for us each year to come to the board to endorse the proclamation and recognize April as the month of the military child. This is something that we do each year. And certainly, we're very proud in Moore County to have one of the highest concentrations of military and federally connected children. We're proud of that, and we work each year to try to improve our service and support of those children and those families. And so this is one of the things that we do each year to recognize that and celebrate that. So, Dr. Powers and Ms. Dedman.
And we appreciate that, and we'll turn it right over to Ms. Dedman to share more information.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Locklear. The month of April is recognized nationally as the month of the military child. Started in 1986 by then Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger, the month of the military child recognizes and highlights the sacrifices and unique challenges children of service members overcome. Moore County Schools would like to officially join the Department of Defense and others in the military community by celebrating April as the month of the military child. In addition, in late January, all 22 Moore County schools applied for the 21-22 Purple Star status through the North Carolina Department for Public Instruction. Schools awarded Purple Star status are recognized for meeting specific criteria related to supporting military students and families. In February, Moore County Schools was notified that all 22 of our schools was recognized as Purple Star schools. Therefore, we are a Purple Star school district for being a military-friendly school district. Also, April is the month in which Moore County Schools hosts our annual Military Family Forum. The forum brings together parents, students, teachers, administrators, and support staff to focus on meeting specific needs of military students and their families. Our district military family liaison, Rolly Sampson, is working this year to set up the Military Family Council for April. So we would like to request that next week during the regular business meeting The interim superintendent will recommend that the school board consider a motion to endorse April as the month of the military child in Moore County schools.
Thank you. Board members, you have questions, comments?
I've got a couple.
Okay.
Last year, this resolution was introduced and passed with no mention of funds being expended as part of it, which I think was very misleading and disingenuous. It was a disingenuous and misleading presentation to the board, not you all today, but last year. It was like, oh, we're gonna do this proclamation, and it passed. And then I come up to the central office and I see everyone wearing custom printed T-shirts, which are not free. And I learned that at least at one or more schools that somebody paid for custom printed purple T-shirts. So my question to the superintendent is, are there any funds being expended in conjunction with the military child appreciation proclamation?
Mr. Hensley, I believe.
If you have information, certainly share it, Ms. Dedman, but, you know, there may be schools that their PTAs or parent organizations may sponsor something to help celebrate this month. I think one of the schools you may be referring to last year, Medici Creek Elementary. So there may be school parent organizations that do that, or school that puts on a special event for the military families or military children. So I wouldn't say there's no money being expended on that, but it might be parent organization money, or it could be other funds that are connected to supporting those students. So I don't know if Dr. Powers or Ms. Dedman has any additional information.
My guess is that what you're referring to is Purple Up Day, which is Friday, April 8th, and Moore County Schools staff and students are encouraged to wear purple for Purple Up Day, and that might be the day that you were thinking about when everybody was wearing purple.
Well, no, I was very specific. I was at the central office because I had a private meeting with Dr. Grimacy. And most, if not all of the central office, a lot of the central office were wearing custom printed T-shirts that I believe Dr. Grimacy said, oh yeah, I paid for that with my discretionary funds. But my point is if someone's going to this body introduce a proclamation or something like this, if there's going to be an expenditure of funds, whether it's $15 or $15 million, that should be disclosed.
Yeah, with this proclamation itself, there is no expenditure of funds.
Okay,
This is
last year
asking-
there was, and it wasn't revealed to the board. It was, I only found out about it because I happened to come up here. I'm like, where did this money come from?
Well, I know the shirt I got was from an elementary school.
Okay.
The shirt I was wearing. I can't speak to any other details than that. But I know the shirt I got was from an elementary school, and we all had different purple on and took a picture that day. I think that might have been the day you saw us. But what I can say about the proclamation is this itself is not connected with any specific funds that will be expended. I can say that our schools are very involved with celebrating this and celebrating our military children. There may be a parent organization that buys T-shirts or has you know, some special event for families.
And that's fine. I'm
right.
asking specifically about Moore County School.
There's no plan from me as the superintendent to spend
Okay,
funds based on
good,
this
thank you.
proclamation. Yes,
And
sir.
just in the future, if there is, that just needs to be disclosed. Then my next
Absolutely.
question is, this military family council meeting in April, is that scheduled?
The last I heard, had not been scheduled yet. Ms. Sampson's been very ill and has not had it finalized as far as I know.
And just to clarify, it's the Military Family Forum is what we'll have in April. Military Family Council is our military advisory council that meets, 6 times a year. But no, Miss Sampson is working to get that scheduled, but it is not, we don't have a date yet.
If that would be loudly and clearly announced to all board members when that's scheduled, that would be appreciated.
And what
Yes,
is
sir.
that?
We'll make sure it's on the
council?
calendar. The Military Family Forum, which has been an annual event for us where we look at, get feedback from our military families and look at ways we can improve.
Yeah, I think it'll be our,
Also the community
can go to that, it's not a problem.
6th, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get feedback from the community as well.
Well, you'll find out.
It's wonderful. Yeah, we're all invited. We always get invited to
We'll
it.
make sure that's
It's
on the
great.
board calendar that Ms.
Okay.
Parker will post
Okay.
and make sure you're aware.
And it may be good just to send an email out to board members as well.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
didn't
Happy
know.
to.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that update.
Seth, did they have it last year because of COVID? I'm trying to think.
We had, it was virtual last
Virtual,
year.
that's why.
We did not have it year before
Yeah,
last because
that's
of COVID. Yeah.
Okay, next is approval of our 22, 23, 23, 24 school calendars.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Locklear.
We normally bring our calendars for the school board's consideration and approval in February, based on a process, and I'm sure Dr. Metcalf's going to very quickly review. But we did push that back to March this year because we were working to try to get as much information from the Department of Public Instruction on required literacy training for all our K-5 staff have to have next year. So we're trying to coordinate that. We still feel some confidence that it will work out, but we couldn't wait any longer. We had to bring this forward. And again, this is not just for next year's school calendar, but for the following year. And so we'll get back in this cycle of having a school calendars that are approved a year ahead of time. We always might come back and have to tweak things, but we at least have that information out to our parents well ahead of time. Dr. Metcalf.
Stealing my thunder, Dr.
Sorry.
Locklear. No, that's fine. I appreciate it. Happy to bring forward 2 calendars on behalf of the calendar committee, trying hard to get back where we're kind of 2 years out. Our public really appreciates that. We lost that because there was so much change over the last 2 years that impacted that. So we'll bring forward to you the 2022, 23, and 23 and 24 calendars. And again, we're delayed in bringing it to you. As Dr. Locklear says, February is usually the latest that we would do that. We're into March. We're getting some calls from parents requesting when are the calendars going to be posted, when are the calendars going to be posted, and I understand completely. The reason we delayed it was because we do have to do this massive letters training and have to line up with professional development, our required professional development days with days that they can provide the trainer. And unfortunately, we don't have that information yet. We were told we'd have it by March. It has not come forward at this point. So we may be back in front of the board to request some slight adjustments to some of our required working days to meet the needs of the state in providing those trainers. Wanted to say that up front. Now, we're meeting with them and we're bringing our calendar to them and requesting the dates that I'm going to share with you, and are hopeful that they'll be able to accommodate us and accommodate the dates that we bring forward. But there is the possibility that we would need to come back and make some slight adjustments to those required work days, and just wanted to share that with you in advance. Of course, we follow Regulation 5031R, which discusses the process for development of the calendar. And you recall in December, December 13th at your board meeting, you endorsed the placement of the calendars onto a website for feedback. That feedback was open between the 17th of December and January 21st. We've got about 371 responses that came back, and we categorized that. They really connected to both calendars. They had the opportunity to provide feedback for them individually, but really calendars are so similar that the feedback applied to both of those. So kind of categorized that and wanted to share that with you. And then we brought that information, the feedback and so forth, back to the calendar committee, who is making a recommendation to you today. So one of the main areas was 58 comments focusing on early release days. The majority, some were asking us not to do early release days. Some asked for those to be full days. Some asked them, probably the majority of those asked them to be moved from Wednesdays to Fridays. The calendar committee does not recommend that particular change. That's because the dates are aligned with the end of the quarter and report card preparation. The purpose of those early release days is not to send staff home or break or anything to that nature. It has to do with report card preparation. And so those are in the calendar for that purpose at that time to make that work. There were 45 comments requesting that the end of the first semester occur before the December break. And boy, would we love to be doing that. We've talked about that every year, about our desire to do that. I don't think there'd be anybody that would complain if we were able to do that. We actually worked up a calendar just to see how unbalanced it would be. It's all about how many school student days you can get into the first semester and into the second semester. We worked up a calendar, kind of looked at anybody else was doing any of that where they're going with an unbalanced calendar. There were some districts that were. When we contacted them, though, they're not doing it this next year because it was so unbalanced. Anson is an example of that. Cumberland did some work with that. Cumberland's decided not to do it next year from what we were informed. It's really off balance. It would be 78 student days in the first semester and 110 in the second semester. And that's shifting some of Christmas break. It's taking away any required work days in the first semester. It really is trying to squeeze as many days as you could possibly into that first semester.
Dr. Metcalf, so
Yes, sir.
the last thing you talked about, if the General Assembly were to change the no earlier than start date,
Yes.
then we could adjust our calendar back, and then our students and faculty and staff could go home and truly drop their pack over Christmas break and relax and rejuvenate and come back and start the semester.
And I know it's one of the boards, has always been one of the board's
Right.
main talking points is to try to push that.
Right, okay, very good, thank you.
Completely. So unfortunately, can't do that. We had 20 centered around the election day, and the issue with the election day, we'll come and pull up the calendars and I'll show you exactly what we're talking about with these when we've kind of gone through the comments. The issue with the election day is similar to what we had this year, really. You've got an election day on Tuesday and then Veterans Day on Friday, and this idea that we come to school on Monday, we don't come to school on Tuesday, then we come to school Wednesday, Thursday, then we're off on Friday. So the reason we have kind of protected Election Day, one, it's a conference day for us, but more importantly, many of our sites, so we thought, were used as voting locations. So we decided to do some investigation with that, called the Election Commission because there had been this feedback from our community, and discovered that there are 4 schools that are used for election purposes on Election Day. We contacted those 4 schools, and each of the principals there said they could accommodate students and the election process without any issues, and they would not disturb each other. And so we did make a shift on that. We moved that to Monday, so you'd have Monday off, you'd be at school Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday would be Veterans Day. The reason for Monday was to have a time for our staff to be able to put things together for the parent conference. So that's why it's that Monday. And I'll come back and kind of lead you through that in a moment. We had 20 comments about spring break, kind of multiple conversations, not all 20 agreeing at the same time. Some wanted it on the back end of the Good Friday, on the back end of that weekend. Some wanted us to add an additional day on Monday, which would be taking away a student day. Some wanted it earlier. It was kind of all over. We decided to make no change from what we had put out for public comment and left spring break, and again, I'll show you that too. And then there were 13 comments about wanting the day in January, the first day back from the December break. Teachers really like that to be a work day, an optional work day or required work day. They're off for a period of time. They want to come back with a work day to prepare. We did not make that change. Again, to do that, you're taking away a student instructional day, and so the calendar committee did not recommend doing that. So, Charlie, if you can pull up the 22-23, and I can just kind of show where we're at with this. Of course, we have, we have such restrictions from the state on what we can and can't do, as we were just talking about, Mr. Hensley and I, about the start date being the closest Monday to the 26th of August. But there are some areas we have flexibility if the board wanted to choose to do that. Our first day of school for 22-23 would be the 29th of August. If you look at November, that's the change, the election day being Tuesday the 8th. Tuesday the 8th, and we moved that to that Monday the 7th to try to get 3 solid days in there. And again, the reason for Monday rather than the week before aligns it, conference day, aligns the time to be able to do the conference day. Calendar committee's thoughts around that. You see the December break, the January, the 27th, that required workday is the change of semester workday in January. Thank you, Charlie, for keeping up with me. Appreciate it. Got a required workday in March,
trying to line that up with the letters training. We have to have a certain number of weeks between the required workdays to be able to do the letters training. And again, we may have to come back to the board and ask for some adjustments around that, but that's why that's where that is. Spring break being the first full week this time, the 3rd through the 7th of April, with the Good Friday being that Friday. So it's the week before. The calendar committee originally put it at that location rather than moving it because of the long stretch going through February and March. And so try to do an earlier vacation or earlier spring break. Last day of school would be the 9th of June. Your graduations would be either Friday evening the 9th or Saturday the 10th of June for 22-23 is the calendar that we bring forward to the board. There's 90 days in the first semester, 88 in the second semester. I know there's always interest in how many hours are in the calendar, how many built-in hours. We're required to have 1,025. There's 1,056 hours built in. That gives us 31 hours to play with. If we had weather or anything to that nature where we would need to close, that's about 5 days.
Can we stop right there before we go to the next one?
Sure.
I disagree with the 3rd not being a required workday. Just as a teacher, I know how important that was. And I know teachers are gonna go on that 1st, or that 2nd, I'm sorry, the 2nd, and come to school anyhow, just to get their stuff done if they don't have it as their workday on that Tuesday. I don't know if there's anything that we can look at that or change that, or what the other board members think about that, but I just always thought that was such an essential thing for teachers to have.
Can easily be done. It would be mean moving maybe the optional work day at the end in June or one of the days in the beginning of the year to that. It would be one less instructional day, so you'd be a little bit more the balance. But that is not the calendar committee's recommendation. It's
Right.
certainly something the board could do.
Could
Just
we
a
not
thought.
take the optional day from August 19th and make the 2nd of January an optional work day?
I think that's what we were just saying.
Uh-huh.
We would take the 17th, or we would take June 13th. You could take either one of those. You could.
Right.
You're just losing one instructional day, but that certainly the board could do that.
Well, if you put it in on the holiday of January 2nd, you wouldn't lose an
Oh, you
instructional
can't take away
day.
the holiday.
Oh, you can't
January
take that
2nd
one?
is a I'm sorry, I didn't catch you.
Okay.
My apologies. No, you have to keep the holiday. That's a state holiday.
January 2nd?
I think it is, because the 1st is a Sunday.
Oh,
Yes, I
wow.
You recognize
All
that.
right.
Yeah.
It's one I've been missing. I was gonna take it this year.
I think it
All right,
is.
so then my next question is, November 7th, which I know you've just made that change. That is the most awkward week. If it's a required workday, can we not make it the 10th? And just, let's have a long weekend?
We could. We had conversation about that. Again, it's all about what we could.
Report cards, I think.
Yeah, it's
I
about
think.
report card pickup day. There was, I'll be honest, there's concern that it will be a long weekend for many folks. We won't get folks to come in.
Well, that may be, but I
That's
mean,
the
a
reason
3-day
behind it.
week, just 2 weeks before you're gonna have another 2-day week is
We also
rather
talked
awkward.
about making it the
Fourth?
The
Friday.
4th
That's
would
what I
be a
was
better
thinking,
We
fourth
option,
talked
yeah.
about the 4th, and
Mhm.
again, I'm representing the committee, so there's a lot of
Yes, yeah.
discussion around that. I have my own feelings, but
Yeah.
representing the committee.
Uh-huh.
And the concern there was time for elementary and others to be able to put together the information they needed to put together for those meetings.
Mhm.
But I think you could move it to the 4th, if that's something the board wanted to do for sure.
That is, to me, that's a move that needs to be made. And then my other question was, I know you're explaining that we have the literacy training that has to come in, and you've gotta have a certain amount of time between. But the early release day that's scheduled for March 29th,
Yes, that has to do with report cards,
so they have an early release day?
to be
Or
able
is
to
that-
prepare the report cards. That's for teachers to be able to prepare the report cards. That's work time for teachers to be able to prepare the report cards for the end of the third quarter.
Well, I read through the comments that came in, and probably the number one complaint from parents after not starting earlier in August was these Wednesday half-days are very, very difficult. And it does eliminate, of course, we know that if you have a half day off on Friday, a lot of times you tend to take the whole day if you're gonna go out of town. But I'd rather us have that early release day on a Friday afternoon.
Absolutely, board's discretion to do that. Again, not the calendar committee's recommendation. And the calendar committee's recommendation is the focus of those, from their perspective, is about providing the teachers with the time to be able to do report cards. And that's why it's situated right there in terms of the timing. But we certainly can move those at the board's discretion.
So, Madam Chair, point of order. I heard the vice chair say that she wanted, I don't know, something about January 3rd, and I saw Mr. Metcalf make a pen notation to his calendar. So here's my question. Are we going to revise the proposed calendar that's going to be presented at next week based upon the opinion of the vice chair? Or is the calendar going to be presented as it is?
We are discussing now, and we will provide the calendar as is, and
As
then
is.
we'll discuss.
Then we can discuss, and then we
we'll
can make
discuss
formal
and make a
motions.
motion.
Okay,
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify
Yes.
because I became concerned
Yes.
because as we
I
all
think he's
know-
just taking notes.
He's not
That's
making
fine.
any
I just,
changes.
that's why I did a point of order. I wanted to make sure that we
Yeah.
weren't modifying stuff and I would see something different
Yeah.
on
Yeah,
Monday.
we'll vote, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
thank
Any other comments, questions?
We can move on to the next.
calendar.
Okay,
Yeah, 23, 24 for me, Charlie, please, and it looks very similar to what we've had in 22, 23. And again, the first day of school, the 28th of August. You'll notice the November is that Monday, Friday, so if the board directs a change there, we would do that perhaps by the board's direction on both the 22, 23 and 23, 24 calendar. The 26th of January is the change of semester. We've got the early release day that we were just discussing on the 22, 23 is there again, 23, 24 on the Wednesday of March 13th. And early spring break. And then last day of school being June 7th, with the 7th and the 8th of June being graduations. 90 days in the first semester, 87 in the second semester with, again, we're required to have 1,025 hours. We'd have 1,050 in this calendar, which would give us 25 more hours than required, and so 4 days than if we needed to pull them. So very similar looking calendars between the 2 years, and certainly open to any direction from the board.
The 26th of optional workday, is that because of the report cards?
The 26th of
April, I'm sorry. You don't know what I'm
April
thinking?
is
Sorry,
usually-
I apologize.
That 26th is, has to do with report cards.
Report cards,
Yeah.
okay. And what about the 13th of March? What's the early release for?
Actually, the 26th is not report cards, that's to try to build something in a long stretch in April. That's where they had it.
Okay.
Report card actually is March, I think, the early.
It
release.
is, okay, okay.
Well, again, I find that day in November, that week in November really awkward. I mean,
Yeah.
I'd rather us have 2 Fridays off, and I'm speaking from the teacher standpoint.
Yeah.
And even a parent standpoint of being able to do something, as opposed to having a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday week.
And January too, for me. The January thing for me again, but.
Libby, I have a question about what you just said. Just correct, I mean, if we go back to November, and I think that Ms. Carter just misspoke because what she said is she said that she wanted, so Friday the 10th is a holiday. And the vice chair said she wanted the required workday moved to Friday the 3rd so that teachers could have 3 days off, but that's not
No,
correct.
That's not what I said, though.
Oh, it's-
I said, and as a parent.
Oh, okay.
Teachers.
Okay, that's fine. I
a 3-day week
misunderstood.
for
You
a
said it,
teacher.
so you could have a
Yeah.
3-day weekend. I wasn't sure whether
Yeah,
you were
teachers would be
referring.
working.
That's why I was trying to clarify. That's
Yeah.
not a 3-day holiday for the
No.
teachers. That's a
For
work
students.
day.
Mhm.
Okay, that's what I wanted to
Yeah.
clarify.
any comments, questions? So what would probably be helpful, Dr. Metcalf, if you could do possibly a highlight in yellow with some of the comments that Stacy and Libby made, so at least those could show, as we're looking at this next week for voting?
Absolutely, so I jotted them down, so
Okay,
I'll make sure I put in
okay,
yellow those that
okay.
you recommended
And
potentially that you'd
then,
like to change.
other board members may, relook and have second thoughts, so at least we would have those and we'd be
Absolutely.
able to
Happy
see
to do
those. Okay. All right, thank you so much. Next, we have 21-22 summer school testing plan. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am. This is another one of these standard items that we're required by state policy to bring this to our boards each year. This is simply the board endorsing our plan to perform summer school testing during our planned summer schools. And so this pretty straightforward thing here, and Dr. Metcalf is going to give you a little information, but we would ask for your endorsement of our summer school testing plan on next Monday.
Yes, just to clarify, this is just our summer testing plan. Our summer school plan we'll bring to you next month, which will lay out what our plans are for the entire summer. But we do have to, by DPI regulation, we do have to provide to them by April 1st what our testing plan is. And it's very simple. We're going to test in all our subject areas. We're going to re-administer our EOCs and our EOGs during the summer. This is standard for us to do this. And we will do that during the last possible time that we can. Students who are retested must be pre-tested by June 30th to be included in state accountability results. So our plan will have them all tested and completed by that date of June 30th. The new scores will not be included in growth analysis for school accountability or for educator effectiveness, but they will, the higher of their scores, be included in proficiency calculations. So it's valuable for us to reassess our students who are in summer school, and we'll do that in the last week of June, prior to June 30th.
The last week of the first session of summer school, is that our
Summer school will likely go into July. We'll be
Okay.
talking about the layout of that next month, but this
Okay.
will, the testing will be completed by
the
June
testing?
30th.
Okay,
The state accountability testing,
Okay.
EOCs, EOGs.
okay. Questions, board members? Okay. Our next item is iPad refresh for K-1 student needs. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am. This is another, what I would say, good news item. Again, we've heard from Mr. Eklund last month where we were able to secure funding from the FCC Emergency Connectivity Funds to get some additional items for our school district at no cost to our school district because Mr. Eklund's work and Mr. Herring's work to secure this grant. And so we're certainly appreciative of that, and Mr. Eklund, Mr. Herring, and Dr. Powers are going to present very briefly around iPad refresh for K-1 students, and that's at a ratio, if you would share our ratio, our student to iPad ratio as well, Mr. Eklund, I think that's 1 to 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Dr. Locklear. Yeah, these numbers are to refresh the devices at a 2-to-1 student-to-device ratio. This is to basically address the iPads that are risking end of life by the end of this school year. As attached to the board materials is the funding commitment letter that confirms that this will be fully covered by the ECF funds, and this will reach like a total level of 1,000 devices refreshed. Including the 450 that were approved earlier. And I'm available for any questions.
Board members, any questions, comments? Thank you, Mr. Eklund and Mr. Herring, for your
Great.
work. Very much appreciated.
Great, thank you.
Next, we have design services agreement for modernization of our school gyms. We have 3 of those that are slated. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am. Another good news item. Again, we appreciate our Board of Commissioners voting unanimously to push out those bond premium funds. And as soon as that happened, Mr. Barratt's been moving with haste to move forward with these projects. So this is an update on that. Mr. Barratt.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. So, following the approval of the funding from the county commissioners, assembled a team of Mr. Robert Breyer, Ms. Clarkey Hussey, Mr. Matt Moore, Mr. Bradley Garner, Mr. Jeff Robbins, and myself, and reviewed submissions that were put out for design firms for the modernization of the schools as defined. We received 3 submissions by design firms to review. One was from SFLA Architects, another from Morrisburg Architects, and the third one was Clark Nexon. That is the order that the committee had ranked the 3 respondents based off of the responses to the qualification request. The committee did note that the highest ranked firm, SFLA Architects, has completed 42 projects at Moore County Schools consisting of renovations, additions, and new schools, and it included work at Cameron, High Falls, Sand Hills Farm Life, and Westmore. Working with Arrington Smith, we developed the agreement that's attached to the executive summary that the first 3 projects to be performed by SFLA Architects in the amount of $500,000. The funding for these design services are included in the allotment provided by the county commissioners for the projects, and they are within the budget. And with that, I'm available to respond to any questions.
Mr. Levy?
Yeah. First of all, who are these people, this committee? Where do they come from? I mean, are they employees of the county or?
Yes, I'll go across the list. Clarky Hussey is the principal up at Westmore. Rob Breyer is the principal over at Cameron. Matt Moore is the principal over at High Falls. Those are the first 3 projects that we have the funding for. Mr. Garner is the director of maintenance operations, and Jeff Robbins is the lead carpentry foreman.
Okay, and what were the 3 bids? Who, in terms of money, who bid what?
You're not allowed to bid for design services in the state of North Carolina. It is done through a qualifications process, and they're ranked on the responses they provide as far as qualifications for the work. This is consistent with all the other agreements I've brought to the board.
So we don't know how much they're gonna charge, or we tell them how much they're gonna charge, or what's going on?
The process works that they are ranked in the order of respondents as far as the team deems based off of the documents that they provide. And then with the first one, we begin discussions, negotiations with fees. If we're unable to come to an agreement, we move on to the second. And if we're unable to, we move on to the third. And it was.
So we don't know how much the other 2 would have charged?
You're not allowed to know.
We're not allowed to know. Seems odd to me.
We have provided within the budget about approximately a 6% design fee for the projects, for the documentations, for the creating the bid documents, for overseeing the construction and the administration of such. And so that was the fee that was proposed and we agreed upon.
Can you cite me to a law or something that says we're not allowed to know how much they're gonna charge? Or we can't take on a competitive bid?
That is, I believe that is in General Statute 133 or 143, top of my head, I'm at this moment can't recall, but I'm happy to email that information to Dr. Locklear for him to share with the team.
If you would, and can you share the synopsis or something from the 3 firms?
As far as the order of ranking,
Well, so far as, I mean, they must have said, we'll do this we'll do this, that, and the other thing. How are they ranked? I mean,
How do you make the decision?
How do you make the decision?
Decision on which one you're going with.
the request for qualifications outlines the projects and the desirable qualifications of the team, such as have they done similar type projects, a modernization of gyms, including in the scope of what we discussed as far as the 6 projects. And then based on the responses, the review committee goes through all the documents that were provided, goes through all their information, ranks them in categories of response, and then they're tallied as a total. And then the one that receives the highest number is ranked first, then second, and then third.
So are they, okay, so are they, obviously, they are aligned with our dollars that we have budgeted for each one of these projects?
They are within the budget.
So they're within the dollars that we have stated that we were gonna spend for each one of these modernized?
Correct.
Okay. Are they less than what was projected? Or is there a way you can tell that, or?
I had budgeted 6% for the design fees for the projects when initially we built these budgets for these schools.
Okay.
And so that was the fee that was settled upon.
I mean, do we tell them the fee ahead of time?
No,
So we just go into this blind and we're not allowed to know what the next two people are gonna charge?
no.
Seems to be an awfully screwy way to run a company.
What would be the general statute?
Well, I'm gonna read the statute.
Mhm.
because
Yeah,
and then,
we'll have questions to follow up.
yeah.
Mr. Braff.
Definitely.
Any
Yeah.
professional services provided and rendered to the schools must be done through a qualification-only process, not by bid of price.
Okay,
And I'll email the specific one, I can't remember at the top of my head which one it is.
If
that
you
would
would,
be
I
great.
appreciate it.
Mhm.
And just to
Yeah.
all board members, John, that would be great.
Yep, this is consistent with how we did the track selection for the engineer,
Okay.
et cetera.
And board members, we will definitely have this one as an action item, just in case you have follow-up questions. Once you have an opportunity to look at the statute, we can talk about it at our meeting next week. Did you have something?
I do.
David?
I have some information requests from the superintendent. I would like to see, and I assume all my fellow board members would like to see, but I would like to see a copy of all the qualification submissions from everybody who responded, whether they're mentioned on this document or not. I would like to have copies of any minutes and the vote of the review committee meeting. I assume there was one or more meetings, and there should be notes and a copy of who voted for what. And then, as Mr. Levy discussed, I would like a reference to the general statute, which lays out this procedure for design services. So if I could get
Okay.
those three things.
And to just go on top of what David says, if anytime if we're referencing, general statute, if we can have that, where we can just tap on it, include it in the,
And the link?
yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you, John, we appreciate
Not
your
a problem, I'll have that
updates.
for your next meeting.
Okay,
Now the next item.
okay.
Thank you, and welcome back.
That's right.
So at
Wrapping
this
up.
time, board colleagues, we are looking at what our agenda will be.
We have one more item, Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Brad.
I'm trying to rush on through. Capital projects, bid results, and award of bid, John.
Two ESSA projects that John's going to update us on. John?
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Okay, and these two projects are, as Dr. Locklear mentioned, through the ESSER funded, approved projects by the board. One of them being the bids for the outdoor tables and canopies to be placed at all schools, and the other one for the bids for water bottle stations to be placed in all schools. So it was, at solicitation for bids was issued and posted in the Pilot and News Observer online and at the State Historically Underutilized Business website for both of these. We received 3 bids for each. For the outdoor tables and chairs, bids were received on February 15th. Blankenship and Associates, Church Recreation Design, and Playground Safety Services, all 3 which have done similar projects throughout the state. The apparent low and responsive is Church Recreation Design. They performed similar work, as I mentioned, as well as on some of the recent school projects.
Did you say that was a low bid?
That was a low bid.
Okay, cool. All right, thanks.
Again, tied to the board-approved ESSER identified projects. This is within the budget. The identified allocated amount was just over $1.1 million. The low bid was $453,200, leaving a balance of the positive of just over $650,000. And so with that project, it will be the recommendation of staff to award the contract to provide and install these to Church Rich in the amount of $453,200. Water bottle filling stations were also received on February 15th with 3 bid respondents: Atlantic Coastal Supply, Hughes Supply, and Erie Supply. The apparent low and responsive is Atlantic Coastal Supply, whom we have done business with in the past. And the bid amount is for 2 separate manufacturers, so we can decide which one's going to work best with the current installations at each of the various schools. $130,000 and change for LK, and $125,000, a little more for Murdoch Series. Again, within the approved funding through the ESSER projects, the budget was $176,000, which will leave approximately $45,000 to the good on that line item. And so it's a recommendation of staff to award the water bottle filling stations to Atlantic Coastal Supply for that work to be performed, and I'm available to respond to any questions you may have.
And I think, John, this is what we're accustomed to looking at with the layout of the bids for,
Yeah.
that's coming in. So it threw us for a loop on the modernizing process. So, board members, you have any comments?
Might I just ask, which schools will receive the filling station?
All.
All of them, so
Except
including
except
Carthage?
the new ones, because they already
Have
had
those,
filling
yeah.
stations in them when we built them.
So are these in addition to ones that were just recently installed at Carthage?
Well, I think they identified, I can't remember if it's one or two more to install there. I'd have to go check the notes.
So, when did we approve buying outdoor tables as, what's that, $1 million in ESSER funds?
That was through the ESSER proposed projects at the time to provide and install outdoor tables and a canopy at every school.
Okay, this is something we really need as opposed to some other things to install outdoor tables. Perhaps I missed it, but, boy, I'm thinking we could use $1 million for other things.
Well, it did come in well under budget. Steel had not, for the canopy system and for the tables, had not escalated to the levels we were concerned about. And so it leaves, I can't remember how much I said at the moment. It was $650,000 to the good to be applied to other projects.
Well, Mr. Levy does bring up a good point, is with the winding down of the apparent winding down of the COVID, and the fact that many other budgeted items with this ESSER fund are over the estimate. I wasn't gonna bring it up, but Mr. Levy's apparent point of, should we revisit this and maybe, there's $500,000 that were over budget because of inflation on other things. My point is, and I think Mr. Levy's point is, that just because we approved this a year ago, the situation's changed and maybe this money could be better spent. I don't know, maybe canopies and tables are just a good idea anyway.
Yeah, we certainly can take the board's direction on that. I would say, as your last comment was about what I was gonna add, Mr. Hans, there's still some value, some great value to having that at each of our schools, and having those outdoor spaces, not just for eating, but for learning, for being outside, for doing different things. So there is some great value to it, even post-pandemic, just to make that point.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We appreciate you as always. Now I believe we are down to our agenda for March 14th. And I have item A as an action item. I have item B as consent. Item C will be an action item.
Are you're saying the interim proposed operating budget is a
Down
consent?
here.
Oh, we're,
Item 4,
we're just dealing with item 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
section 4.
So we're saying, C, Bob, the approval of our calendars is
Okay.
an action item. Item D, summer school testing plan, consent. iPad refresh, consent. Design services for modernizing gyms is an action item. And then capital projects,
I'd like that to be an action
And
item. I
that-
may change my mind later, but.
that can be an action item as well. So we're all set for our action items for our next meeting.
Madam
okay?
Chair, I would like to, just one change. I think item E should be an action item.
For refresh,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, we can do that,
I mean,
okay.
Technology was at the lower 20 percentile of the importance for faculty and staff.
Except we have to do state testing on those iPads.
Okay,
Well, that's why we need to discuss it. But,
Okay.
we want to spend whatever it is for iPads refresh.
I
And
think it's their money though, it's not our money.
It's not, yeah.
so
it's
anyway,
not
there's a
budgeted.
few things to discuss.
okay. All
Emergency
right,
connectivity.
so at this time, we have board comments, and we'll start with, Mr. Philip Holmes. Okay,
I'm good.
all right, Mr. Hensley. Mr. Dennison,
Good.
Come on, Bob. Say you're good. Say you're good.
I dare you.
Say you're good,
I
Bob.
dare you.
We'll give you a
I
gold
wanna
star,
give,
Bob, if you don't
I
say
understand,
anything.
I understand, I wanna give a shout out to Northmore. I saw a great play called Booby Trap. It was professionally done, and I wanna give a shout out to all of those people who deal with us with the arts. And I think we need to maybe take a much closer look at really funding the arts. And certainly our director of the plays over at Northmore, I'm forgetting her name right now.
Kim Jones.
Yes, she got a special award that evening, and so we congratulate her. But to Northmore, these are just wonderful, wonderful actors, and it's a wonderful, wonderful play.
Okay, well, real quickly, I'll just add that I went to see West Pine Middle and Southern Middle's productions this week, and phenomenal. The schools, the high schools are gonna continue to be supplied with very gifted children coming up through the ranks. I noticed Adam Fall was at both presentations, casing his future students, so there's more good things to come.
I try not to make mistakes, but I did today, and I want to recognize that now. I forgot to introduce our brand-new assistant to the board, our administrative assistant, Cindy Parker. And I should have done that at the beginning of our meeting. And so Cindy, we are just so thankful to have you with us. We already know you're hitting the ground running. And if there is anything that we can help out with, just reach out to us. We appreciate you.
May
Greg?
I? May I make a motion, meeting be adjourned?
I may have had another comment.
No, you're
Okay.
good.
We had a second.
I second it.